What is up, everybody? It's your boy, the liberal loudmouth. And we are back again. Hanging on by a fucking shoestring here, y'all. Let's get her. Let's get her done. All right. We're back at home. We've got all our shit set up. Let's tell our peoples. All right. And everyone, we are live. Boom. What's up, y'all? Come on in. Oh, shit. Actually, let me run and grab a drink while everybody filters through. Divine, welcome in. All right, let's do this. Be right back, guys. Be right back. All right. Time to rock and roll. What's up? Oh, let me go through some of these comments. Good morning, Raw Raw. All right, come on in. Once you get in, let's start tapping. I do have a gifting goal up. Got a lot of stuff to cover, man. Democrats have taken their mask off. The DNC, rather, the other Democrats on this fucking platform took their mask off a while back. Thank you for the heart me. Don't forget to get your heart me's. You'll get points and shit to level up. Whatever the fuck that means. Good morning, Lonnie. Good morning. Oh, let's see. We got multi-guest here. Who's requesting? Oh, sweet. Divine, what's up?
Yay! So, okay.
You made it.
The tea is piping hot today.
Oh?
So not only do we have, well, the political tea.
Oh.
The other tea we'll do on the other app. So first we have the e-files between E and Ghislaine talking about the dog not barking. Have you seen that yet? Hoo, child. Okay. So there is an email from E to Ghislaine talking about the dog that didn't bark is Trump and talking about how he was at the house when the girls were there. Then there's an email between E and his lawyer where his lawyer basically said, let Trump say whatever he wants, then you've got political power.
Okay, so from Jeffrey Epstein, I'm looking at it right here. Let me pull it up for everybody.
There we go.
Crazy shit. No, this was 15 hours ago. I don't know how the fuck I missed that. And Valara, welcome in. Guys, real quick, I do have a live goal, but if you want to support the live, it's $LibLoudmouth and @LibLoudmouth. Send your offerings. I'll check them in a second, but let me get to this real quick.
I came prepared. I have 3 points to make.
Boom.
If I have time.
All right, so let's get through this shit. jevacation@gmail.com. I've been thinking about that. This is from Jeffrey to Gmax. Wow. I want you to realize that the dog that hasn't barked is Trump. Victim spent hours at my house with him. He has never once been mentioned, police chief, etc. I'm 75% there. Wow. Wow,
Wait,
wow.
When did this drop?
Well, this dropped, just a little bit ago, but this was written 4/2/2011, 7 o'clock p.m.
What the?
Yeah, so there you go. Donald Trump was well aware and involved. Yeah, which came just weeks after a British newspaper published a series of stories about the Epstein, Maxwell, and their powerful associates. Justina, thank you for the $10. Thank you. I appreciate that. Anyway, there was one of 3 released by Democrats from a batch of more than 23,000 documents the committee recently received from the Epstein estate in response to a subpoena. Good Lord Almighty.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
Well,
is that the lawyer email next? I think
let
it's
me
in there
see.
somewhere.
Let me get through it. Michael
Oh, here we
Wolf.
go.
This is 12/16/2015 to Jeffrey E. Heads up. I think you should let him hang himself if he says he hasn't been on the plane or to the house, then that gives you a valuable PR and political currency, thus proving that they were using this as blackmail. That's what
But
that
look at the date.
proves. Right,
Look at
this
the
is
date. That's after the
2015.
election.
Right, well, this was during the campaign. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see, you can hang him in a way, let's see, potentially generates a positive benefit for you. Little did he know he was going to find himself hanged in a prison cell. Or if it really looks like he could win, you could save him generating a debt. Of course, it is possible that when asked, he'll say, Jeffrey's a great guy and has gotten a raw deal and is a victim of political correctness. Well, he did say that Jeffrey was a great guy. Wow. When asked, he'll say, Jeffrey's a great guy, got a raw deal, and is a victim of political correctness, which is to be outlawed in a Trump regime. And then Jeffrey wrote, if we were able to craft an answer for him, what do you think it should be? Why in the fuck? They're blanking out this email, I guess, because Michael Wolf. Isn't that the guy that has all the audio clips? Michael Wolf, isn't that the guy that did all the audio interviews?
I think this is his lawyer, not the author.
Not the,
that you're
okay.
thinking of.
Well, no, not that Wolf. It's even a different Wolf. The guy that has him on, he said that Melania and him met on Epstein's plane.
That guy, yeah.
Yeah, that Wolf. Anyway, I hear CNN planning to ask Trump tonight about his relationship with you, either on air or in scrum afterwards. The third message exchanged between Epstein and Wolf while Trump was well into his first presidential term in January 2019, which was right before dude got busted. Let's just read. Victim, Mar-a-Lago, redacted. Trump said he asked me to resign, never a member of. Of course he knew about the girls as he asked Elaine to stop. Oops. Hey, MAGA.
So this is between Trump's lawyer and who? I mean, Epstein's lawyer and who?
Well, this was, okay, so let me look up Michael Wolf because there's a couple of Michael Wolfs. Apparently that's a very fucking common name because I know about 3 of them at least. Who is Michael Wolf? Epstein. Let's see. Michael Wolf, American. Okay, so he is the journalist, maybe. Author Michael Wolf sues Melania Trump over Jeffrey. Oh, this is October 22nd. Over Epstein threat. Okay, well, maybe.
Oh, my bad. I thought that was his lawyer.
Yeah, let me see. Okay, so this was. I think this was the guy that was recording those things. And give me a second, guys. I'm going to go back through the comments and check some of the comments. I've been reading this. Wolf, in a phone interview on Wednesday, said of the 2015 exchange that he couldn't remember, quote, the specific emails or the context, but I was in an in-depth conversation with Epstein at the time about his relationship with Donald Trump, so I think this reflects that. I was trying at the time to get Epstein to talk about his relationship with Trump, and actually, he proved to be an enormously valuable source to me. Part of the context of this is that I was pushing Epstein at the time, at that point, to go public with what he knew about Trump. None of the documents previously made public as part of civil lawsuits or Maxwell's trial contain allegations of wrongdoing by Trump. Well, I'm sorry, but at least he knew about it. And if you know that there is a pedo ring and you don't report that, that is a crime. Is it not?
It is.
Wow.
Oh, Valara in the chat. Let me cook, chat. Let me cook. What you gonna cook, honey?
Get to cooking.
I just answered your question.
Oh, what did you say?
Said it is.
Oh, right. Yeah. Well, you said in the chat that you were going to cook chat. Did you want to add something else?
Yeah, I did. So,
Go ahead.
I mean, we don't really have much of a choice as voters. If we don't want to vote for Kamala, we have to vote for Trump. So, just because he did all this stuff, it doesn't mean he's projecting that over the mass population. Wouldn't you agree?
I'm sorry. You would vote for a P3DO because you didn't like the non-P3DO that was the opponent? Is that what you're telling me?
How do you know she wasn't one too?
Is there any evidence to suggest that she was?
No, but there would have been more pedos under her
Okay,
rule.
so no
Right?
evidence to suggest. Hold on, no evidence to suggest that she was, but there is evidence to suggest that he was, and so you just ignore it.
It's not about ignoring it.
So you're like, well, I know he's a P3DO, but I'm gonna vote for him anyway.
That's not how it works.
Okay, then please explain it to me, because man, I'm struggling here. But look, I don't think that you're like
I
a
don't even know what's going on.
P3DO protector, right? I'm not even going to say that.
That's not how it works.
But
Lord, that is how it works.
Yeah, yeah. I just don't. I don't get how you can make that like justification. You know what I'm saying? But
You guys
please,
just not voted, dude.
It's like when we're voting, right? As a voter, like someone, let's say I'm 21, I go to college, so I don't have time to sit around and look at everything Trump's doing, everything Kamala's doing, and then make a informed decision to vote on whoever. We just look at what we see pretty much on TikTok, and we see like just Trump expresses male masculinity, and Kamala doesn't express any of that. She
Wait.
expresses
So we're now voting. Have a seat, Liv. So now we're voting based on masculinity. And sir, if you were in college, you definitely should know what a primary source is, not TikTok. And if you don't have time, how about you leave that little box blank?
yeah,
I'm
that's
Why
talking
do
about,
people?
I'm talking about the
people get
majority
their
of the
news from social
population.
media? No. I'm going to ask you. Why do you get your news from social media and using it as a source?
It's not about why. It's just that's what it is.
okay. Who's
The most
playing?
popular-
Who's playing the horror flick in the background?
I think that's Blackwing.
Yeah, Blackwing. Can you turn your TV off, or tell that lady to just fall on the ground and be caught by the monster?
I'm asking this. You taking your news from social media. Do you think that could be an issue or a problem?
Sure.
Okay.
So you
Yeah. I
don't watch
mean,
no news at all.
I mean, people watch news, but not as much as they should to make an educated and informed vote.
But you only
My whole
watching
point.
social media news, which
Well, that was an example. Like TikTok, you'll see a couple news posts like
Look.
threads on Google. You know what I mean? Like,
Well, I got a question,
But
Balara. So the TikTok post you're looking at, are you looking at, so like when I post about the news, I post a screenshot of the article.
Can I give you an
along with a
example?
link. Can I finish? Hold on. So when you're looking at social media for news, like when I post the article and the link and then my opinion. Or
Yeah.
are you just sitting here on panels listening to other people's take about it, not even knowing if that's correct? Like Lib just showed you the facts there. That's why I like this panel, because he'll bring up the
No,
whole
I'm just
article.
saying, like the average
No,
voter
I'm
doesn't
asking
know
you. I
doesn't
don't
know
care
all the
about the
facts.
masses. I'm
Yes.
asking you.
What?
How do you do it? I don't care about the masses. We know the masses. We're in debates every day. How do
I
you
just
do it?
I just go off what I see. Like if I'm on Google and I see a news article, I'll click on it, read about it. If I'm on TikTok and I see some posts about it, I'll see, or Instagram. I just go with the flow,
well.
But
Let
I
me
just
ask
asked
you.
you.
Did you? Because I don't care about how he gets his news or not. Because what I think is more problematic is the fact that he should have known that Donald Trump had been accused of crimes against women, and that he was friends with the P3DO, who is one of the largest traffickers in the world that we're aware of at this time. And he sat up here and he said that, yeah, but you only got two choices. So you can only vote for one or the other. That to me is more problematic than how he consumes his news.
Explain
So
how.
I'm trying to understand from your perspective, like, how do you justify voting for somebody who has all these ties to P3DO trafficking shit, and even through his own modeling agencies? How do you justify that? I don't get it.
Because probabilistically, if you're not voting for Kamala, there's a 50% chance you're going to vote for him. So there's a high chance that you're going to vote for him. It's not
Probabilistically? What word
outrageous.
is that?
It's not outrageous to vote for Trump because he's the only other option besides Kamala. If you want to vote for a third party,
You can't even pronounce her
Can I
name
follow
right.
up on
It's
that?
Kamala.
Okay,
you guys keep
hold on.
avoiding my question.
Yeah,
It's
first of all,
I was talking to you.
guys,
I was talking to you,
fuck,
Rose.
guys, let him finish. Let him finish his statement. Go ahead.
I finished my statement, but
You're
am I
done?
talking to you? Am I talking to like 8 other people besides?
Well, they're on here. I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and bring in the timer because I know everybody's going to want to ask you questions. Since you're, I guess, opposition, I mean, just be prepared, but I'm going to try to make it more structured so that you don't feel like everybody's, piling on you. So I don't know. I just, look, if you know somebody has done things to women and children, I don't know how you can justify that vote. Because the other person is like, I don't like that person, so I'm going to go with the P3DO. I don't know. I don't get it, man. I just don't. So let me.
What I'm saying is, wouldn't you agree? It's not outrageous to vote for Trump because he's the other option. It's either Kamala or Trump. So it's not outrageous.
It is outrageous to vote for Trump.
It would
Holy
be
shit,
outrageous
man!
if 100% of the population voted for Kamala. That's not even realistic.
Okay, let me go back over these emails again where they talk about Trump being at the house when those kids are there, and
Why are you
Trump
not
was
talking about mass
involved.
population projection?
Do what?
You're not talking about mass population projection. He's not projecting those ideals over the mass population.
Okay, that's stupid.
What the fuck are you talking about? Well, the P3DO isn't going around telling people to be P3DOs. He's just engaging in trafficking children without consent to a fucking island in order for the fucking Mossad to get blackmail information on our politicians to then turn around and use that. That's all he's doing. He's not projecting it.
How he is.
Can we get a timer, Tim?
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Let's get a timer going.
Yes.
Give me a minute, Lib, and I
Better
can
than
prove
Kamala
his
telling
point.
people to
Okay,
be pedos in
Valara.
schools and stuff.
Okay, let me go. Divine.
It's so hard to say
I'll
her
just.
name correctly. Why
I'll,
is that so hard for you? I know you already admitted to being
Timer.
uneducated.
Okay.
But why
Okay.
is that so hard for you?
Oh,
If you
let's
can't
just
say her
throw
first name, call her
personal names.
Harris.
Do you
Okay.
have a degree?
Okay, Aaron,
He's
hold
not
on.
going to answer that question.
Aaron, hold on. Okay, here, Divine, go ahead. Left or right?
Okay, so Valara, you said that he's not projecting that on the masses. So first of all, he actually is through Pete Hegseth when Pete Hegseth stood in front of every general that we have and called women reporting MST, military sexual trauma, complainers, and then took away part of our way to report these things. Then you've got churches all over the U.S. that are now supporting child marriages and states all across the U.S.
Can I
trying to
answer your first
lower it.
point?
I'm not finished. My God, child. Wait your turn.
Make 1 point. Don't make 30. Like, don't just throw like 30 points.
Okay,
I'ma do what I
okay.
wanna
I'm
do.
gonna add time because if you interrupt, they're gonna get time added. Okay, just let her finish her point. Okay, and you can address one if you'd like. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm giving you multiple reasons so that you can't just pick apart one and say, "Oh, that's just one reason." There's a method to my madness. So then you've got different states that are trying to lower the marriage age down to 15 and 16, and I'll land my plane there.
All right, thank you. Now, Valara, go ahead. And because you're the only opposition right now, I'm gonna go back to you and give you time if you're wanting to respond to something that somebody says. Okay, so you'll get extra time on this panel, but because you're the only one, go ahead.
Thank you. So basically, I was in the army, and there's something called SHARP. I don't think you've ever heard of it, but
Actually,
the reason why he
I
was
was actually a sharp
Okay, hold on.
reporter. Thank you very much.
Okay,
great. No wonder why you don't.
well, go ahead, Valara.
Okay, good. So
I added time back.
What the guy talking about was because, yeah, thank you. What the guy was talking about was the fact that there's so many women in the Army, Air Force, Marines that's using SHARP and sexual assault as an excuse to get people in trouble or stuff like that. I was in the army. I saw this firsthand all the time. If some of my battle buddies had disputes, right after a girl would just go and report it. And there's no cameras, there's no phones, so it's just a he say, she say. And regardless of if the guy was going to be convicted or not, he had to wait an extra 4 or 5 months on the bleachers while the investigation took place. So yeah, the MST, the SHARP system in the Army, Marines, and Air Force, it's completely destroying lives. So people are pissed off about it, and he's calling girls complainers. Well, he's not actually calling them complainers, all of them. What he means is that they're abusing the system. People like you are abusing the system.
Okay, wait.
Here's
As
the
someone
thought.
had that happen to them and did
Rebuttal.
report
I'll give you a
with
rebuttal
video
time.
evidence, Valara. I had video evidence. I got moved to another command. He got a fucking promotion a month later. So don't fucking talk to me about MST and false reporting, because that's not a majority of it. You didn't hold those girls' hands. You weren't the one it fucking happened to. I'm sorry that you got your fucking feelings hurt one night in a bar when a woman turned you down. But that's not how it really fucking works. And if you worked in Sharp, you would fucking know that.
Okay, thank you, Divine. Now, Valora, I'm going to go to Black Wing, and if you want to respond, just let me know, and I'll give you the rebuttal timer is less than a regular timer. Go ahead, Black Wing.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, Black Wing.
Here's the problem I'm having with the actual people that actually condone what the actions of Donald Trump. You're condoning it. You're condoning the actions that he did when he was basically out of office. You're condoning the actions of what he did in office. You're condoning the actions that basically he did while he was running for president. He literally said on a damn bus, on a election bus, grab him by the pussy. I don't even wait. Then he said his daughter was hot. Then he it's just mind-boggling at the fact that you're condoning the sexual actions of a president that you're blindly taking allegiance to because it fits your fucking narrative. And it's sad to say that you're being a grape apologist for people that aren't in the military or out of the military as well, because you think it's a sort of philosophy or a he say, she say shit.
Okay, Valora, did you have anything you wanted to respond to there, or you want me to go ahead and go to the next person?
You're completely wrong. You don't know anything you're talking about. I'm making a statement about how people in the how the system is being abused in the army, and she made a statement about how a month later the guy left and got a promotion. That's how I know she's lying and she's personally abused the system, because that's not how it works. As soon as you initiate a case, whether you're lying or you're not, the person is under investigation for months, even if he's innocent or not innocent. So he gets put on hold, he gets sat on the bleachers for months, his life destroyed, and
Can I rebuttal?
wait. That's how it works. So you're a liar. He didn't get a promotion in a month. You're just making it up. You probably ruined his life, and if you had video evidence, he would have been convicted or probably in jail. So don't make that up, because people like you who are abusing the system is why military sexual trauma is not taken serious.
So
okay,
that would be a grape apologist right there,
okay,
because you basically came up with a lame ass excuse to basically say that your fellow soldiers were not doing some shady shit in the field. They were doing that to citizens. They were doing that to basically their
not what I said.
watching the six. And they were doing that while they were on the
moving on.
freaking country, which is a bad thing.
Okay,
you're emotional.
Okay, hold on, guys. Potivity, go ahead, and I'll get to the hot takes box after we get through to defending. So, EW, you'll be after defending. Go ahead, Potivity.
No woman that I personally know hasn't undergone some form of SA, if not grape. And the problem is with our society, and the example of the man here who is excusing it or minimalizing it, and the way that we raise boys and this patriarchy that we have crafted, where for some reason men, even though they come out of women's crotches, think that they somehow get power over us and get to dominate society and get to be the bosses. And the ego that's involved in that is sickening, and you should be ashamed of yourself for even promoting it.
Okay. Thank you, Positivity. Valar, did you have anything you wanted to respond to that with?
So again, she doesn't know what she's talking about. She's just making stuff up. I'm not advocating for rapists. I'm just explaining to you how it works and how what I saw firsthand how it worked. What happens is if a woman
you're apologizing, Abe.
Okay, yeah, just mute and be quiet because you're uneducated too. So the way it works is that once
you're
a man
apologizing for it. You're
Okay, keep
apologizing for it.
interrupting me.
You've been doing
Yep,
it the whole time.
Yep, I'm gonna get more time now because of you. So can you just add time to that?
Yep.
Thank you. So the way it works is the SHARP system is that once a woman initiates an investigation, regardless of if it's true or not, they have to spend several months and sources investigating whether it's true or not. So the man suffers for months at a time while he's waiting under investigation. So the system is against the man, and that's why MST is not taken serious anymore because women are abusing the system. Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm not saying all women.
No, I'm not because
I'm
I'm going like this when it comes down to it.
Yep, it's not your turn, Blackwing. Positivity, 30 seconds if you wanted to respond to that, and then we're going to John.
Yeah, his life is destroyed. He has to wait a few months while they investigate his sexual assault.
Right?
I'm sorry, no. Her life is ruined forever if it happened to her, and it happens to all of us. That's the thing. It happens in front of other men. I was a security guard, and I was in a house with firemen, the people who are supposed to be rescuers, and one of the firemen pins me up against the wall and feels out my breasts and my crotch in front of all the other men, and they laugh. They laugh.
Yeah, and that's
of
a
them
culture
him?
of
No.
bad behavior.
Nobody reported him. Nobody said anything. They all laughed. So don't tell me.
That's not how it works in the army. I'm sorry that happened to you.
Okay.
I'm sorry how it happened to you.
Okay.
But that's not how
If they get reported by a woman
All right.
and they have to sit down for 2 months while there's an investigation, good.
Okay.
If that humiliates them, good.
Let me.
Then
I gotta
maybe they
move.
won't
I
do
gotta.
it again.
I gotta get to the next panelist. John, please go ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
Hey mate, how you going?
Doing fine. How are you, man?
Not too bad. It's pretty early here at the moment, but that's all right. Look, fuck this cunt's army sharp pivot bullshit. Right? The reality is if you're a fucking cunt, shut the fuck up. You can't help yourself. Hey, if you're a fucking
I can't. Shut the fuck up,
Do not call him a cunt.
Why do you talk
call
like
him
that? You're not even American.
Please.
This
Call
is
him a
Americans
scrotum.
only.
He's not a woman. A woman is brave.
Guys, one at a time. Positivity.
Americans only.
Let John go.
I know.
bloody
Don't
cunt.
call bad men cunts.
You are
call
a
them
bloody
scrotums.
cunt.
Guys, stop. Jesus. Lib, can I be a mod? I never asked for this. This is wild. We all gotta respect the time.
Hey Tim, can I have another crack at that?
No, I'm gonna reset your time. Go ahead.
Good. Now, basically, this cunt can go fuck himself because the issue you asked him about was why he voted for Trump. And what he couldn't do is say, yeah, you're right, I stand corrected. I wouldn't vote for a pedophile because I'm not one and I don't support them. He couldn't do that because he doesn't have the character or integrity to do that. He doesn't have the heart, brains, or fucking balls to do that. So the reality is he pivots to some other bullshit about the army. And, you know, the truth of it is that if you drive the getaway car and you don't rob the bank, you're still treated the same as the people who rob the bank. And so this cunt just can't stand corrected. And why is that? Because he's a pedophile who supports pedophiles. It's as simple as that. You're a fucking pedophile cunt, that's what you are. And you're a fucking rapist cunt. You fucking like touching up women. You like touching up women, you cunt. That's your problem. You like touching up women, and you see here he's interrupting. Hey, I'd like that time back, Tim, if I can.
I got you.
You support Trump, you cunt. Like, nobody wants to hear that. You're not even American. Shut up.
Yeah, we do want to hear him. We support him.
Yeah,
I'd like to have that time back if I can. Hey, I'm more American than you are, you fucking cunt, because you don't support your Constitution. You're a fucking traitor to the Constitution. That's what you are. I'm more American than you fucking are, cunt, because I stand for those principles more than you do.
Amen.
You support a pedophile. You're a fucking pedophile supporting a pedophile. That's what you are. You can't, or what do you own it and say, yeah, you're right, I shouldn't support a pedophile. Anyone's better than a pedophile,
Yeah.
including
And
Kamala.
let's try to say P3DO because I think TikTok may not like that. That said, yeah, it was interesting that we got into the military stuff when the question that was posed was about Trump, and the conversation that we're supposed to be having is about Trump and the fact that he was engaged in this, and now we have proof of it.
And he couldn't hack it. He couldn't hack that point.
Now, Valora, as I said, I will give you rebuttal time because you're the only opposition up here. I'm trying to be as fair as I can while still getting to everybody. So 45 seconds if you'd like it. Would you like to respond? Valora, you are muted. And 3, 2, 1, Aaron, go ahead.
Yeah.
So, I think
Go ahead,
it's
play my time.
disgusting. Why do you talk when other people talk? You were quiet when he asked you directly. It's disgusting, but it's not shocking because this is the culture of inferior men, of boys who play to be men, who don't do research, don't do anything except for the bro code. The Department of Defense says that the military sexual assault rate is 2 to 4 times higher than previous estimates. That there are more unreported assaults than reported assaults. This is from 2024. So again, you want to, I do understand it because it is the culture of certain people to think that they have the right to rape and do whatever they want to women because it's their right. And if she complains about it, she just needs to shut up. Donald Trump was on tape talking about him sexually assaulting women and grabbing them by their vaginas. It's not like this is a guess. Out of his own mouth, he does this. Goes behind the pageants of teen pageants to inspect the merchandise.
Right. Yep, and he's on audio doing this, and this came out before his first term, and it's even worse than that. But Valora, would you like your 45 seconds to respond?
I mean, she's just repeating the same thing that he's a P3DO. Like everyone knows it. Like it's not something new. You're not intelligent. You're just repeating the same thing everyone else is saying.
Is that your response? You good? Okay.
So his response was not to the Department of War saying this.
Thank you, Tim.
Yep, go ahead.
Why don't we talk about the illegal immigrants?
Hi, good morning.
Can we talk about that?
No, talk about Trump.
Defending.
Talk about Trump being a pedo and me supporting him because you're a pedo.
You want to talk about the illegal?
I'm more American than you are.
If you interrupt again, anybody, I don't care if you're my friend or not, you're getting dropped. Period. Stop it, please. It's difficult enough as it is without a fucking mod. Defending, please go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Tim. The only time in my life where I hear grape apologist is on this social media app. And 100% out of the 100% of the time, it is a YT man, particularly probably younger, and it's just absolutely deplorable. This grape culture and the victim blaming is just disgusting. I have a young man that I raised. He's 24 years old and he is serving at Space Force right now. And it is absolutely disgusting that I hear these young men on this social media app saying that what they see with their eyes and hear with their ears is not what that is happening, And so this culture of victim blaming is so dangerous and just so deplorable. Another example of our dismantling of our humanity. And it's just disgusting. And by the way, that European or that Aussie that's on this that's on this panel is more American than that victim blaming piece of garbage that's on this panel. I'm talking and I yield back.
Yeah, thank you,
Time is up.
You're garbage.
Valora, go ahead. 45 seconds.
Can I get a minute 10 like she did?
No, my rebuttals get 45 seconds.
Yeah, well, she's saying that I'm advocating for rapists, which I'm not. I never said anything about that. I just said the system that the Divine was making a statement about is corrupt, and that's why the guy said what he said. So you guys are just pivoting. You guys are just making yourselves victims out of nothing. typical Kamala supporter. You guys just love to be victims of every single thing. And I'm not white, I'm black, so you're racist for assuming I'm white, and you're just a piece of shit. And that's all I gotta say.
The guy that voted for a P3DO and is okay with that, calling other people a piece of shit.
Because they're not addressing any of my points. They're pivoting.
You voted for somebody who was a P3DO and a fucking trafficker and a trafficker. And you still have yet not justified why in the fuck you think that's okay. That's a fucking problem to me. Now, Divine, I see your hand up. Give me just a second. E-Dub is in the hot takes box. E-Dub, you get a minute and a half. Go ahead, and then I'll drop you down afterwards. Go for it.
You know, it's interesting is that, ladies, when women would say that, you know, men are certain ways, this and that, you know, at first I thought women would be hyperbolic about it, and I'm like, you're doing a little bit too much. This app has proved to me that you guys have been 100,000% correct. I didn't know it was that fucking bad, and as a man, I want to apologize to women first. And after that is that the idea that a woman says that somebody raped me, and a Republican conservative response is, oh, she's just trying to get after you, whatever it may be, right? Not saying, hey, that's fucked up, that's wrong, how can I help you out? What support do you need from me? Their first response is to defend the position of the person that raped somebody. That blows my fucking mind. And I was talking to a guy the other day on TikTok, another conservative guy. I go, if you saw Trump doing this, you'd still vote for him. He's like, well, why are you going to insult me? I'm like, because you would. And then he started explaining, well, the whole situation with Valerie Jarrett, blah, 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 yada, yada, yada. It was this and that. It was, of course, this. And I'm like going, what you're doing right now is not addressing the issue of somebody being raped. You're trying to argue a point that you guys just created to win an argument here. You guys don't have a problem with women being hurt. You don't. You're okay with it. And you prove it to us on a daily basis. I land there, host.
Yeah, thank you, E-Dub. I appreciate it, man. You're welcome back up if a slot opens up, but I'll go ahead and drop you down now. Thank you. And somebody else who wants in the hot takes box, go ahead and do that. So now, we've gotten through the panel, which, hold on. PSA time. Guys, we only have 11,000 likes. We have over 100 people in here, so let's get up to 25K as quickly as we can. If you want to support the show, I have finger hearts as a goal. Looking for 50 of them. I have 12. If you want to support, please throw me some finger hearts. Also, $ LibLoudMouth and at LibLoudMouth. That's Crash App and Vimo, respectively, if you'd like to send some love offerings or hate offerings, whatever you'd like, send them my way to support the live and to keep this going. Divine, you are up next. You had your hand up. Now, I'm going to expand your thing, but it may get cut off, so please go ahead.
Yeah, so I just wanted to explain how reporting assault actually works in this country. So here is an Army report of a doctor who was reported in Hawaii and then got moved to another base and is now reported again at Fort Hood, which anyone in the military knows about Fort Hood and their issues. On top of all that, we have Brock Turner, who got away with it. Then we have the kid in Oklahoma whose dad works for OU in the sports department who got away with it. So this is a nationwide issue. When women report and have proof, goes to trial, the judge says they're guilty and then gives them no time served. That is the reality of what is actually going on in this country.
Yeah, thank you. Divine, did you have anything else?
I respond because they're talking to me and you're not letting me respond. So it doesn't make any sense.
Okay, Valara, what the fuck? I've given you response time literally after everybody spoke, except for Ida, but that's the hot takes box, so that doesn't count. What are you whining about? It's your turn next. Also,
okay,
it's your fucking hell, bro. Go ahead. Like, even when I'm fair to these fucking people that I cannot stand, they still fucking cry about it. Go ahead.
But it's not just. But live just 5 seconds.
So,
It's not just Valara that we're.
It's not your time. It's not your time.
Well, I can reset your shit. Go ahead and make your comment, Divine. What? 5 seconds.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. This is the thing: is we're not talking to you. We're talking to the entire chat. There's a lot of people in the chat that agree with you. So I'm speaking to the entire room. If I was speaking to you, I would say your name. I'm done. And Miss
Yeah,
Chaos
thank you,
says Fort
Divine.
Hood.
Yeah, Valara, go ahead. This is your time.
The difference would be, because you're not understanding something, is that in the real world, when you report sexual trauma for a woman, you don't get imprisoned, lose your identity, get treated like a criminal for months while you're awaiting the result. In the Army, that is the case. You get put on the bleachers. You're not allowed to continue training, and you wait months. It could be 6 months. It could be a year, however long the investigative officer decides to take, and you just lose your life until that investigation's over. And guess what? If you look at a girl and she thinks you're looking at her the wrong way and she reports you again, you stay there another year, and they can just keep doing it. So I'm not saying that that's happening all the time. I'm just saying the system is not in favor of men in the Army for that type of sexual assault. So would you like to respond to what I'm saying based off that?
But that's what I brought up this article for, is that there were reports in Hawaii, and in the article, and it's posted on my page if you want to go look. Then they looked at it, dismissed it immediately, and then PCS'd him for him to do it again. The man was taking photos of women during a gynecological exam.
Okay. Blackwing, go ahead.
They're not always sidelined in the military. If it's a undercover
I'm just tired. Here's the thing.
investigation, then they don't have anything happen to them.
All right, thank you. Blackwing, go ahead.
There's two things I'm tired of. One, basically, a person literally apologizing for a dude taking out his thing and involuntary inserting it into a woman, and then acting like there isn't such thing as a grape kit. It's such thing as DNA evidence. It's such thing as basically a damn investigation. It ain't an investigation where you just ask them questions, try to get a confession out of them. No, it's a whole investigation. That means basically there is DNA evidence to basically tie him to the crime. There is evidence tying that person to the crime. There is time damn stamps that ties him to the crime. There's police involved. There's JAG involved. There's damn, like, literally, this is happening in the damn in actual damn time, because it's happening in real life. And I'm really getting sick of the fact that basically there are grape apologists in the military and in real life.
Okay, thank you, Blackwing.
Right.
Valar, did you want to say anything about it? Yep,
yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So to prove that you're intellectual, Blackwing, you're not just speaking off emotions. Let's prove to the people that you're not just some unintelligent loser, right? So give me one person who is accused of essay in the
So
Army.
you're going with insults and stuff like that?
Hold on, Blackwing.
Wait. So let's give the name of one person in the Army who is accused of essay who got a DNA test. Go ahead, Blackwing.
She just brought up a whole article.
Did he get DNA tested?
Yes. All of them do.
Nope. That's not how it works, buddy. Not all of them.
Okay,
how
did we even get into this conversation anyway? Why are we
really don't fucking know.
Yeah, why are we talking about military?
Are you in the Army?
Look,
no. Why are we talking about this when we have proof now that Donald Trump was engaged in the trafficking and the sexual assault of children? Why are we talking about this?
Sure, we can talk about that. Sure, we can talk, but do you want to concede?
I tried to, but then you brought up military shit, or somebody did. I don't know who the fuck did. But why do we keep going back to this? I don't get it.
Sure, but do you concede on the fact that the military system for SA is not in favor of men, and it actually is?
No, I don't know. I don't know. I'm not so familiar with that.
I just gave you the evidence for that.
You didn't give me any evidence for anything, sir.
Sorry, Valara,
I explained how the system works firsthand.
Of
I didn't get accused.
And your life was ended, and you were kicked out of the military, and now you have to work as a troll for Trump. We're really sorry about that.
Okay, Lonnie, I thought that's what happened. Okay, guys, we're moving on from the military stuff. Look, it's a problem. It's a problem.
Good one. Good one.
The kid from Oklahoma. So it's not just the military. This happens in the civilian world too. These kids got convicted by a judge.
Yes.
And given no time served. No time to serve. They were just released because they're good.
I'm not arguing that. I didn't argue that. So you're just making random statements, and you're hoping that people are going to agree with you. So good job. Let's move on to the host.
Yeah, let me go to Jonathan. You're in the hot takes, 90 seconds. Now, if you want, there's an open slot down here if you'd like to be on the panel. You're welcome to it.
Yeah, I'll actually drop it. Just go on the panel real quick.
Okay. All right. Then I'll get to Potivity. Yeah. Thank you. Potivity, go ahead.
Well, I was actually coming up because I had kind of a weird idea, but we're talking about something really way more important, and that is that we have evidence that Donald Trump trafficked children with Jeffrey Epstein. Like that, we would consider before Donald Trump's presidency that kind of person was the worst possible person in our society. That anybody who trafficked children for sexual use is the lowest life of the low lives. And now he is president of the United States and basically tells all the sexual predators that it's fine, that it's not going to stop your life from having progress, that you can still be successful with millions of admirers. And I think that's very serious for our society.
Yeah, no, I agree. That's what we were talking about. I don't know what the hell happened. I don't know why we got off of that. I'm not sure who brought that up, but thank you, Positivity. Let me get to John.
Can I respond? Or?
Well, she wasn't saying anything to you at all. I'm not sure what you're going to respond to. Like none of that was directed to you.
All
right? It was about am I wrong? I thought it was about.
I'll let it slide.
Oh, thank you.
I'll let it slide.
Yeah, man, I appreciate that. Shit, I'm glad you approve. John, go ahead.
Yeah, well, I mean, basically, that's the truth of it, what Positivity said, and of course, what it also means is that it's a clear sign, not that we needed one, but it's a much clearer sign that criminality is the standard of not only the White House but the billionaire class that inhabit the cabinet. And so they're quite happy to be criminals. They're quite happy to perpetuate criminality, and essentially all the people who support them are also quite happy to accept that criminality. Whether it's criminality against women, whether it's criminality against children, whether it's criminality against various classes of people, it's all criminality. And so what we have is that we have a criminal regime who are also a fascist regime. And what we really have on the panel is we have a coconut house slave cunt who's here trying to troll to stop that coming up.
John, your insults are top tier. Freaking hilarious.
They're nearly Shakespearean. They're really good. They're really good.
Now, Volara,
Jonathan, you look like a dork. Like no, but you clearly voted for Kamala. You're not offensive.
Oh, you look like a dork.
What?
Nobody's offended by what you're saying.
Volara, 45 seconds if you want to respond.
Yeah, I do want to respond. So bad character traits and poor decisions does not equal poor qualifications as president. So it doesn't really matter what you're saying.
Yes, it does.
You're just going to interrupt me
does.
because you're a Kamala
Yes,
supporter
it
and you're mad. Yep, just interrupt me. Sure. Your president, Kamala, advocates for all types of pedophilia. She advocates for the LGBTQ community, which has a higher rate of mishandling than the regular community. And when she advocates for that, it's going to spread over the population. So you don't want to talk about that. You just want to talk about Trump's poor character, not about anything he's done as actual president, right? Let's talk about what he did as president.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, he's destroying the country. Yeah, he's destroying the country. Yeah. Let's talk about that. This guy had to be told to feed people, right? That's the kind. Not only does he think he has a right to grab women by the vagina, which he said himself. Not only does he doesn't want to feed people. He doesn't want to feed kids. He doesn't want to feed adults.
Not true.
He had to be forced.
Don't you know that
No.
pedo-3POs are hetero?
Aaron is next.
He doesn't want to enable. He doesn't want to enable.
Our allies
All right.
around the world.
Yep. Okay. Aaron, go ahead.
I just think it is absolutely hysterical in a sad way that you asked him about researching a candidate and how he could defend the 3PO and vote for them willingly and with his entire chest. And we have devolved down into military. We have devolved away from Donald Trump. And it's telling. Because John, I don't know what you're crinkling, but it's loud. It's very, very telling
Ding dong.
because
He's
yeah, because
crinkling
there's no
a ding
substance
dong.
there. There's no substance there. They can't defend, so they have to deflect. Because you can't tell me any policies you disagree with Kamala on. You can't tell me if you're a black man in America how Donald Trump had, and that's hard air quotes, how Donald Trump's policies of coming after black people and bringing back stop and frisk as mandatory policing, which overwhelmingly affects the black community, black and brown community, was good for you as a black man in America. It's wild. Absolutely wild.
10 seconds, you good?
I'm good.
All right, thank you. Valora, did you want to respond?
Making emotional points again. They're all emotional. Typical Kamala supporter. Nothing educational there. So
you don't have a point.
You're breaking up. Climb out of Trump's ass. Go towards the light.
Oh my God.
Hilarious.
This is the best he's seen in all life.
Yes, those are polyps, sir. But grab them and pull. It'll help
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. I'll reset your time. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So she's just making emotional points. She's not making anything educational. To go with what you said, Trump doesn't want to enable freeloading in the country anymore. He doesn't want to give people free food stamps and stuff because that's just going to enable them not to work. Let me finish.
Yeah. Hold on.
Shut up.
Go ahead,
You're a freeloader. That's why you're offended. So he doesn't want to enable freeloaders who are using food stamps, not working, not contributing to society. And if he continue giving them free food, there's going to be more of them. There's going to be less people contributing to society and more people freeloading and leeching. So let's address that. Let's not get emotional. Don't get emotional. I know this hurts, but let's address my points. Go ahead.
Yeah, the biggest freeloaders are billion-dollar corporations. Holy shit. Okay, yeah, the biggest freeloaders in this country, Valora, that cost the taxpayers the most money is fucking Israel and corporations. That's the biggest fucking freeloader. Jonathan, go ahead.
What? Oh, thank you. I just wanted to say that this individual is clearly a very unserious individual. Typical Trump supporter, very trashy. Sounds like he was at the Columbine massacre in the 1990s, right? Average Trump supporter sounds like he spends all day on his computer, right? And watches, horrible videos and gets radicalized and whatnot. So I'm not going to take this individual seriously. Average Trump supporter. He called me a dork, but he can't even show his face, probably because he knows he looks like his parents are brother and sister and they met at his family reunion. So that's what I'll say.
You're corny. You have no educated points. You look like a dork. Nobody wants to hear you.
Well, hey.
Your name is Jonathan.
Hey, shh. His timer's still going, Jonathan.
Right. He can't keep his little mouth.
Black. I really don't.
He's a little boy, so he can't keep his little mouth shut, of course. He's been on the planet for 3 minutes, so of course he knows nothing about life or anything, and he probably lives in his parents' basement. And he can't even show his face either. So if you're a really big, tough man, Valora, turn your camera on, show us your face, and I'll yield my time.
All right.
All right. So
go ahead, Valora.
We're gonna make personal comments. Jonathan, your name is literally Jonathan. You look like a dork. Go comb your hair, you fucking loser. You don't get any girls. You were wearing a suit.
That was
You're
really
a fucking
good.
clown.
That was
never
really
talked
good.
to any females. You've never touched any women. Name 5 girls that you've been with.
Okay. So as if we were doing an insult contest, Jonathan won.
Jonathan, name
whooped
5
your
girls
ass
you've been with. First
because
name.
he
Go
actually
ahead.
has wit. All you have is words. Jonathan comes with wit, and you are unequipped to have that conversation.
Nice try.
Looks like a dork.
You are
Nice try, Bubba.
very unequipped for this conversation.
Nice try,
He
Bubba.
never touched a woman.
Okay.
Oh,
I'm
my
gonna
fucking
end
God,
this
dude.
in one second. If I saw Jonathan in real life, I'd bash your face and break that forehead. You
Okay.
wouldn't do anything.
And
So
bye-bye.
Oh, so he's going into
And-
violent
yeah.
threats.
Okay, that's so funny. Hold on, guys. A guest in your live has violated our harassment and bullying policy. Repeated violations. That was Valora, which is interesting because I dropped him before I got that. Yeah, you can't do that.
This is why I said he was present at the Columbine massacre in the 90s, because he's so inherently violent. So
Hey,
This dude said he was black. He don't sound like he black though.
No,
I'm just going like this. This dude did not turn on his camera. He did not prove that he was black.
But people thought Scratch was white too.
No,
to say
here's
something
no.
really quick.
Hey,
Say your
Valeria,
live goal.
Oh shit!
Hey,
Thank you.
no.
Hey,
Thank
can I
you.
say something
You
really
think
quick, guys? Hey,
Uh,
I gotta go. I
who's
gotta go
that?
to work. I just want to. It's me over here,
Uh,
PNW Fire. Hey, I just wanted to address him, and he's talking about facts. 1 in 4 women, you can look it up, have had experienced SA in their lifetime. Now you think about that. You're in the grocery store, even in the service. 1 in 4. So I really was insulted by you saying the woman who got grabbed in the fire department was lying, and her experience is not your experience. Who knows how different things are in different militaries, especially at different times. So for you to insult her and saying that wasn't true when the stats prove otherwise is extremely insulting to women. So I just want to let you know there's a lot of us women who have experienced this in our lifetime, and you think about that next time you're around 4 women. Look at this panel. Look at the stats. 1 in 4. Okay. So please think about that next time you think another woman is not telling the truth. Okay. Because it's not your experience. And it does sound like you're kind of defending yourself, but I'll leave it at that. And as far as research goes, can you please get off social media for your research and double check things? Look at independent sources the best you can before you try to make a decision or a judgment, particularly when it comes to voting. That's all I got to say. I got to go to work. Thank you.
thank you, PNW. Have a good one.
Thank you.
See ya. All right, real quick PSA, guys. We have over 100 people in here. We have still not reached 25K. I see a lot of people that are requesting up that have 0 likes in there. So if you guys if you can't gift, please just tap. If you appreciate the conversation, tap. I mean, it's free. Smash me right in the face. Also, the gifting goal is about to be reset, so look out for that. I do have the Crash App and Vimo, which I'm very, very far away from my daily goal. So if you want to support me that way, that's $LibLoudMouth and @LibLoudMouth on Crash App and Vimo. Let me go back to Divine. Go ahead.
Hey, so that was a perfect. Oh, damn! I just hit my elbow. So that was a perfect segue into my second point. I told you I had 1 of 3, and next time let me do the PSA. I got a really funny one. But anyway, so did y'all see the Sean Duffy interview? I think it was CBS where they caught him in the hallway, where he basically said that air traffic controllers were lazy and unpatriotic for calling out while they're not being paid. They're using PTO, guys. For all the mag in the chat, they're given PTO to call out during this shutdown when ATC controllers are well known to be one of the most stressful jobs. They have always been in the top 5 for self-unaliving because of the stress. Now you're not paying them in a chronically understaffed job. This is absolutely atrocious that a reality star, remember this guy was on Road Rules, I believe, one of those MTV shows, is now calling our air traffic controllers unpatriotic and lazy, and now Trump is looking at disciplining them because they called out with PTO during the shutdown. It's absolutely fucking disgusting in my eyes. But y'all can take it away.
Yep.
All in there.
And matter of fact, I had that article. We were going to cover that at some point, so I'm glad you brought that up.
Yeah,
It's fucking nuts. I mean, that's essentially, slavery. You got to work and not be paid, and if you don't work, you're going to be punished, even though you're not getting paid. This man there's no bottom here with this guy. There really isn't. It's fucking
he's
sad.
from MTV Road Rules. That's how he got famous on a reality show.
Yeah.
Well, there is.
Insane.
There is a. Sorry, I was going to say there is. So I was going to say, Tim, there is a bottom, and it's Valaro, the Bukaki bottom. Trump's Bukaki bottom.
That's true. Good point, John. Bad Bunny, welcome in, and thanks for being patient. I know you were requesting up for a minute, so go ahead.
How you doing, man?
Doing fine.
Good. Valara is the biggest troll on here now. You should hear his stance on the LGBTQ. It's disgusting. Anyway, I wanted to bring up a couple of things. Number one, your guys' thoughts on the Oval Office guest yesterday from the Al Qaeda. I thought that was quite interesting to have a a former member of Al Qaeda, visiting with the Donald, or I call him the Orange Oompa Loompa. But anyway, I couldn't get over the fact that here we are as human beings going on and on and on about Mr. Mondani in New York, and yet it's okay to have an Al Qaeda in our Oval Office. I mean, where the hell are we going as a society in America now? I'll yield my time. Thank you.
And not to mention one who he gives glowing reviews about and said he's a great man. That man single-handedly was responsible for booming the unalignment of over 700 of our service people.
Yeah.
And this man and this traitor that MAGA has, this pedophile rapist that's in the most used to be the most respected office in the world, is literally making a mockery out of us about making friends with our enemies, those who have done us irreparable harm. Now, we're not damn near perfect. We got a lot of shit wrong with us. But there's a modicum of respect that comes with being the president of the United States and what it represents to be palled around with dictators and autocrats and just deplorable individuals. It's crazy.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you. Well, Blackwing would be next. Let me get to you, Poetivity. Blackwing, go ahead.
I'm just going like this. I'm tired. Let them have this fucking country. Let them burn it down to flames right now. Because we just had a guy come up here basically apologizing for what apologizing for the rapist that he's met over in life. And not only that, I don't even think he was basically over the age of 18. It's just it's the fact that this man literally has women issues and also has basically psychological issues. But is that every Trump supporter? That's what I'm afraid of. Do every Trump supporter think just like him?
They don't all think like that. They don't all think like that.
Tommy guy, whining dams. We're not whining. We're literally laying out facts.
Okay, well, it's on your timer. I appreciate you. Yeah. Blackwing, did you want to say something else? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm good.
All right, thank you. Poetivity, go ahead.
Oh, I have so much to say.
So little time to say it.
So little time to say it. So it made me wonder, honestly, if like his response to the Twin Towers falling was, oh, now I have the tallest building in New York. It makes me wonder because the Twin Towers were the center of like financial record hub in the United States. That's why it was attacked. And it makes me wonder if he's happy the building burnt with all of the records because he was probably doing some criminal activity. It makes me wonder if he worked with the people to make that happen. It makes me wonder how much of a traitor this man is, because he has alienated all of our allies and embraced who have historically been our enemies. He has embraced gas and oil. He has embraced, I mean, he's basically destroying the planet. The man is a level of evil that we cannot even comprehend.
Abso-fucking-lutely. Poetivity, thank you. Let me get to, real quick, actually. Carrie, thank you for the $25 through the Crash App. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And thank God I'm back. These people who've been trying to take me down, fuck them. I bet they hate it when people come in here and still watch this show. John, go ahead.
Well, mate, I was just going to make a slight pivot, not because Trump doesn't deserve the attention, but because I think you guys will continue on doing that. I'm going to have to bail shortly. It's 2:15 in the morning here. But
I feel your pain, John. I feel your pain.
I know that, mate. I know that. But I did want to comment on the fact that the Democrats have sold out. You know, the deal that was done. I thought a couple of your videos were quite right. Obviously, Schumer's coordinated it, as far as I'm concerned, because of the way that it was all people who weren't up for re-election.
Yep.
You know, and basically the question is, what did they get in return? They obviously got a series of payoffs to the billionaire class, access, future employment, you know, donations to their next part of life. So I just think that it's time to make sure from now on that your primary only progressives, and it's 3 tests. Do they take it? Are they prepared to vote against insider trading pass laws and not take money when they're in Congress? Are they prepared to support universal health care? And are they prepared not to take corporate donations or lobbyist donations? If the answer's not yes to all 3, then they're not on your side. Fuck them off.
That's right.
Piss them off.
Fucking A right,
Hey,
John. Well said.
John,
Yep.
have some bangers and mash on me. Bangers and mash on me, bro.
Cheers to you.
That's
Mate,
funny.
no.
Yeah.
All right, well, I might drop Tim. Just I've got to get some snoozes.
Man, as always, it's good to see you. I appreciate you being up here.
Indeed, I love you. I love you live, dude.
You're the greatest cunt I know. Okay.
You too, mate. I love you, cunts.
All right,
see you later.
See you later, mate. Aaron, go ahead.
Hey, mate.
So I have a slightly different take. 100% primary and get the old farts out. They're not doing shit. Absolutely. That's one of the reasons why I'm not a Democrat, because I cannot stand the Democratic Party leadership. A lot of them they're feckless. They have forgotten what the Democratic Party was about, which was actually the working class and actually moving the country more progressively forward. They're just trying to do what Martin Luther King said and just have the absence of tension, which is bad. However, I think that this deal was a good deal, and this is why. We know the Republicans are not going to call a vote on the subsidies. They haven't for 2 years. We know that this is their plan. They're never going to balk on that. I think now what they've done since October was they fired people and they stopped funding SNAP, right? That was something the administration did during this holdout that was truly affecting not only Democrats, but the most vulnerable in our country. We know those soulless bastards aren't going to care. They don't care. They're still getting paid. I think that what you can call it a cower, a bow, whatever. I believe this was a finesse of the Republicans, because the Republicans went from we're not doing absolutely anything to funding SNAP for fiscal year 2026, which ends during the midterms. They've only funded the government until the end of January. And then if they do not call a vote and extend the tax subsidies as it is now in December, then in January, you shut this shit down and they can go home. And now you cannot dangle our most vulnerable, which are the poor, for feeding their families. You no longer have that bargaining chip because it's been funded, and you cannot undo those fundings.
Yeah. No, I appreciate it.
So
Aaron.
That's why I think I agree, but I slightly disagree, because I think that this bow for a moment was necessary to make sure people get fed, and now you're right back on the front lines and you're not bending.
No, fuck that.
That's just the way I see it. I don't.
Yeah,
no one agrees.
They caved. They caved. All of this was for nothing. They had leverage. Now they don't have it. Now the narrative gets flipped. We gained absolutely nothing from that. And what they're going to do is, this trove of Epstein files that they were voting on. Is it all going to come out? Don't think so. Jonathan, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, here's my thing: is that the Democrats suck because they forget to realize that there is no long-term gain without some short-term pain, right? So yeah, the shutdown sucks. The shutdown was bad, but I'm willing to buckle up and sacrifice if it means that we get health care in the end, and if it means we have some leverage over Trump and the MAGA movement in Congress. The reality behind it, though, is by them caving, they have now given the Trump Republicans in Congress more leverage and more power and more influence. And a lot of these Democrats, I've noticed, a lot of them are corporate Democrats that caved to the Republicans in Congress. And I just think that the corporate Democrats are the biggest problem within the Democratic Party, and they need to be taken care of yesterday, in my opinion.
Yep. Fucking right. Let me, Jonathan, you're good. You had 15 seconds left.
Oh, I'll yield. I'll yield to someone else. Maverick.
Yeah, Maverick will be next. Maverick, you're in the hot take, so you get 90 seconds.
First of all, let's call bullshit on all of these people who betrayed us once again. I don't even believe that 7 of these Democrats are rogue. I think this is a plan, because like people said before, if you notice, none of them are up for re-election, or they're not going to be primaried or anything like that. So this is a whole Democrat Party that does this shit to the people. You were just on a blue wave with Mamdani. You had all the other wins, and then you caved. The people were starting to turn on MAGA Trump in the GOP, but yet they caved. Bullshit about suffering. They don't give a fuck about suffering. People have been suffering forever in this country. Once again, this is the kick the can down the road bullshit. And this is why we're going to always be fucked unless we start getting people in these positions who are, number one, going to be totally against Israel being in our government. Get them the fuck out. We don't need Zionists running this country. We don't need to send money to all these other countries and feed everybody else, but we can't feed our own fucking homeless and poor. It's outrageous that we keep falling for this shit. And stop focusing on Trump. This is not about Trump. This is a movement of stupid ass people, but they're strategic. They're very strategic. Trump is just the forefront. He's just the person who's doing they got a celebrity. They got a
Right.
reality star.
The
We need
charismatic
to get
showman.
serious. Yes.
Oh, look. Like Erica Kirk coming out to all them
Yes.
fucking fireworks. It's just all for show.
Yeah, like
you're
at the WWE concert.
Right.
Right.
Oh, dude, I'm surprised he hasn't ripped his fucking shirt off yet or tried to. He'd be like, oh. He'd call JD Vance over there. Will you grab the other side, please? I'm too busy putting on my mascara.
Can I?
Fucking couch fucker. Now, Maverick, real quick, I do have to drop you because you're in the hot takes, but we have two slots that are open. If you'd like up on the panel,
I'll
request
let
back up.
some other people come in. I know the queue is full.
All right. Thank you,
Guys,
Maverick.
we have to get the 50K likes, guys. 50K likes. 50K likes. We're moving slow today.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, I appreciate it. We'll see ya. In PSA time, since we've gotten around the room, and I'm about to open it up for open discussion for 10 minutes or so. Guys, we are at 28K. Let's get to 50K. We're moving a little faster than we were. We've got almost 130 people in here, so let's get to tapping if you can, please. I am not even halfway to my daily goal, but Carrie and Justina, thank you guys for that. I appreciate it. $sign Lib Loudmouth at Lib Loudmouth. That's Crash App and Vimo. If you want to support, please do. And then donuts. I'm looking for 50 donuts. So 10 minutes, guys. Just, try not to talk all over each other, but go ahead.
Can I introduce something, an idea?
Sure. Go for it.
Okay, so I was reading a book called The Great Influenza. It was about the 1819 flu or whatever, and how it raced like a pandemic. And at the end of the book, in the afterword, the author talked about what would need to happen to be prepared for a pandemic. And the things that were listed were absolutely amazing to me because they were things that our government hadn't done. And so I was thinking about it afterwards because this was published before the COVID pandemic. And I was thinking, why did the Republicans lie to their base and say that it wasn't anything but a flu? And why do they lie to their base about what's going on with the climate? And why do they lie to their base about all of these things? And I really had this idea that this is strategic because somebody, the United States is like a proud country. We have access to all sorts of resources in our country. We've actually bought foreign oil because they can pump it cheaply over there, and we get to sit on our reserves of oil and be the richest country in the world, basically, like Trump has said, that we've got solid gold underneath us because we haven't tapped it. And so foreign countries wanting to take the place of the United States in the world have influenced our politics and have introduced those ideas. Well, the people with the most pew-pews, and as we saw, Trump got the most of the YT male vote and the YT female vote, and the people with the pew-pew owners vote, and all of those things. And they also got the most false information about the pandemic. But if they hadn't given false information to their base, we probably would have erupted into violence and into criminality, and our whole society would have collapsed because we weren't prepared for the pandemic. If everybody was on the same page of truth and they understood that.
Okay, let's wrap that up. You've been almost 2.5 minutes now. Let's wrap it up.
But if we had all been on the same page of truth, there would have been a rush at the hospitals. There would have been a rush for the vaccines. There would have been a rush for ventilators and all of the stuff that we didn't have and we weren't prepared. So when they lied to their base, they actually prevented societal breakdown, which to me was a revelation. So then why the other lies is the thing that I was trying to understand. And
I think it's to generate chaos, to be quite honest with you.
Well,
it's a controlled chaos because look what we're doing. Like
it actually stops chaos. If we all realized initially at the same time how violently bad climate change is, our entire society would have to economically collapse in order to deal with the true problem of climate change, and we're not prepared to do it that way. And so
okay. Well, let's wrap it up because you've gone for almost 4 minutes now.
I'm sorry, but a foreign government now is in the best position to come take us over because they could introduce smallpox, they could introduce anthrax, they could introduce things, and the people with the most pew-pews and the YT people who are the most apt to be violent would be the first ones to
4 minutes
pass
is
away.
long enough. If you can't make your point in 4 minutes, I don't know what to say. But
they would be the first ones to pass away. We're ready to be taken over by a foreign government. That's the thing.
If that's your point, okay. Thank you.
So one thing I want to bring up about the shutdown is that something that well, I don't know when it came out, but I just read it yesterday. Is that yes, we know they caved with no promises. But coming out of the GOP, I know Jonathan and I were both former GOP, so we still kind of keep track on the enemy. They're now saying they will fund the ACA with stricter AB abortions. And that is something I'm worried about because, like Aaron said, we've lost all respect, trust, whatever word you want to insert here, in our Democratic leadership at the current. This is why I think we should primary fucking half of them. Is the fact that if they will cave on this, will they cave on the stricter AB laws just to make sure that the ACA is funded? And hear me out, because a lot of the times we say the good of the many outweighs the need of the few, or whatever that quote is. I'm thinking that AB is not as big of an issue for the Dems as ACA is, because ACA does affect a lot more people. And as someone who feels very strongly about AB, I could understand them caving on this aspect. And I wanted to hear everybody else's thoughts.
Yeah, no, and that's the leverage that will be given to Republicans over Democrats. And then they'll have an excuse. Yeah, but we were being held over a barrel because it was either that or this. And they always have that excuse. They always use that excuse. And then people just accept it, and it's fucked up.
Well, and if you look at it, like the GOP is trying to make us like the Middle East. Like they have child marriage, and you see Republican states making that legal and trying to lower the age of consent. You see Republican states embracing oil. You see Republican states supporting policies that the Taliban would be perfectly happy with in the Middle East, and it's a male-dominated society there, and women are subservient, and there are multiple wives per male, and you're home having children, and you don't have the same rights.
That's not the entire Middle East. As someone who's lived over there, that's not all of them. A lot of the women over there they may not have a job outside the home.
And we should start calling it. We should start calling it SWANA.
You need to address the extremist and quit saying that religion or those people or things like that, because that's bordering on Islamophobia, to be perfectly fucking honest.
Well, even in India, they have like women that are like pour cooking oil on them and burn them when they don't like their wives. Like They don't have the same rights
But
as men.
you're assuming that, okay. In our eyes, they don't have the same rights as men. But over there, as someone who has many Muslim friends, who has been to a Muslim wedding when I worked for the UAE military and worked for them as the only female over there, that they respected to teach them about aircraft. I can respectfully tell you to please fucking stand down with this generalization. You're sounding like a GOP member at this point. They don't outwardly have the same hold on society that we do as like CEOs and leaders and things like that.
Yeah.
But to say that that's the whole country or the whole religion is just, frankly, just quite gross. I mean, they do respect women. Women do run the home. They are revered because in the Islamic religion, you put your mother before everyone else except Allah.
No, they don't respect women. When they tell women that they cannot show their body, show their hair, they show their face, that's not
But
respect. Sorry.
it's not about respect. It's about modesty, sir. If it, trust me, as someone who is a female from the military, went over there to teach their military about our aircraft, I can honestly say I had the utmost respect. And then actually got invited to one of those service members' weddings and had his now wife had her whole family welcome me with open arms, teach me all of their ways, help me dress appropriately and conservatively for their religion and their society. If we want people to come over here and assimilate, which I frankly think is gross. The thing is the reason why the world hates Americans is because we want to go everywhere and make them think the way that we do. And we're doing it right now here.
Do you meet other wife or just one?
Huh?
Do you meet other wife, like the 10 wife that they have, or just one?
But not all of them take 10 wives. That's what I'm trying to explain. You're coming at this
Because not all
from
of them can afford to have 10 wife, but the ones that can,
it's
they
not
do.
even, a lot of them don't even want
That's
10
exactly
wives.
right.
The guys that I served with would honestly tell you they wouldn't have multiple wives because they can't keep up with them or give them what their religion tells them to give them. So you're just assuming and putting this on everybody over there. It's frankly disgusting. You know nothing about the Middle East.
Okay, so what
And
is there a problem with? Oh, sorry, Jonathan. Go ahead. You hadn't spoken yet. Go ahead.
there's a lot of diversity within the Muslim religion. As somebody who has studied Islam, the people who practice Islam in Indonesia, right? For example, women play a big role in their society. Women, have a lot of rights. They play a big role in their society. I would say it has less to do with Islam and more to do with culture, right? There are some cultures, right, where women are seen differently than other cultures. I don't think it's necessarily an Islam thing.
That's actually the point I was going to make.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
because
didn't
Yeah,
there
bro,
are
can I pick?
and
I did not mention religion at all.
yeah. Somebody had asked Lib what? Who was that?
Hi,
JT.
liberal. Yes, sir. Thank you. You have me on your panel before. Thank you, first of all, for having me. So I always welcome the hosts or hostess when they welcome me into their home. I mean, I always greet them. But I wanted to piggyback on what Divine was saying, and who's that? Yustini or whatever. It's nothing wrong with the Muslims wanting to want their wives and daughters or moms or whatever covered up, because the woman's body is sacred. Okay, back in the day, this is a little history lesson. Back in the day, when back in the king era and stuff, the medieval era or whatever, a lot of kings kept their queens and their daughters or princesses from leaving the castle. Why? Because they didn't know how precious their wives and their daughters were. Back then, the biggest way you could take down a kingdom, or to make the most strongest, most powerful, ruthless king vulnerable and weak, was to snatch or kidnap his queen or his daughter. That was the only way you could make a king vulnerable back then. So fast forward today, they do that because they know that a woman's body is sacred. That's why a lot of religions have their women, their daughters, their wives and moms and stuff cover up their beautiful sacredness, because they they know that that's one way to get to them is by coming for the women of their family. It has nothing to do with being dominant or controlling. So do a little research on that before you actually just come into an opinion about, they being dominant and they have to have their women covered up or whatever. And my plane has landed.
All right.
Can I pop in here really quick, Lib?
Who is that?
This is Unplottable.
Okay. Yeah. So what I'm going to do now is I've written everybody's name down, and instead of going in order, if you're wanting to jump in, just let me know, and then I'll check you off so that everybody gets at least one time to go. So go ahead, Unplottable.
Thank you, Lib.
Yep.
I just want to speak on this question around patriarchy. We're at a point in our own country here in the U.S., for those that are in the U.S., where people are openly discussing repealing the 19th Amendment, which is women's right to vote. So they're openly discussing disenfranchisement for half of the population. And you've got all types of weirdos getting online or speaking to congregations about this from various issues. And a lot of times they cloak extremely harmful and destructive ideologies against women in very, nice terms like, oh, women are sacred. We want to protect women. We want to honor women. We love women. When actually, when you look at what they are proposing to do, it is all about controlling women and putting them back in the home and disenfranchising them. I think this goes for any patriarchal religion, especially the Abrahamic religions, whether it is Islam, whether it is Christianity, whether in some cases it's Judaism. And it's really dangerous. And I think we need to call it what it is. And to your point, JT, in Iran, no, that's not what was going on. What was her name? Masa Amini, who I think it was 2022, something like that, was not wearing her hijab properly, and she was beat almost to death by the morality police. She died in hospital. The government tried to lie about it, and it was one of the factors that set off a huge protest amongst Iran citizens that lasted for a very long time, and they also imprisoned like dozens or hundreds of people. So that's not what's going on in every country.
Thank you, Unplottable.
Thank you.
Okay, so
Can I go next?
Thank you.
Denny. Yeah, go ahead, man.
Hey, how you doing, man? Long time no see.
Glad to see you back.
So it's funny. So I came up here once, and you probably remember, and I was talking about women today, how they dress, showing their body, and everybody jump on me and say, "Oh, you cannot tell women how to dress," blah 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 blah. But now, when we're talking about this, the Middle East, it is perfectly fine. Men tell women, do not show any single part of your body. Not a single part. Not even you can just see with your eyes. But when I was saying like, oh, the little kids showing the booty and this and that, everybody jump on me. That's okay. That's fine. That's the right. So, but now the Islam's women don't have rights to show at least their arms or their feet or their legs or their hair, the beautiful hair that they have. I'm not saying get naked, but at least have the right to do whatever they want, like we have in here. But no, now everybody's, oh, it's okay for them to say you cannot show nothing.
Use Danny, are you?
That's a hypocrisy. Hold on, I'm not done. That I don't like, because I came here to say my mind, and I know Trump is a piece of shit. I voted for him because I think it was better than Kamala Harris. And I don't like him as a man, never like it, but it was my best option as a president, right? I didn't vote for the man of the year. But like, we only attack one side. And I appreciate what you did about the Democrats team, telling that they're also a piece of shit. I saw the video, and it was awesome.
Yeah.
And that's all I had to say.
Well, the parties are ruled by, interests, right? And it's not our interest. It's somebody else's interest, sadly.
I agree with you.
Yeah. So that's why I'm like, we should not, like, choose somebody because they're part of the party.
Yep.
Fuck that. Anyway, Denny, thank you. Anybody want to counter that
Me?
or respond?
Me?
Who's me? Divine, go ahead.
Yvonne? So I wanted to break this down for a lot of people that are confusing the Muslim religion. I have literally 4 Muslim friends here in the US that are women that are very well respected in their respective mosques across the country who choose not to wear a covering except when they go to the mosque. So this is a highly American view of patriarchy. While I agree with it, and personally I subscribe to it, I fuck them in. But I have also traveled over there and met them. Like when I went to Dubai and worked there for a year, all of the people in the HR area were women, and they were so excited to see a woman in aircraft maintenance. And at the same time, none of them said, well, I wish I could do that. Like they loved their jobs. It's very cultural, just in the same way that my German family doesn't think the same way that I think, being raised in America. So I think we need to stop judging people based on their own cultures, unless we're talking about like Iran or Saudi, where it's their government suppressing them. It's a very big difference, and we just need to let people do their own culture.
So
No,
Agreed.
I
thank
would
you.
like to.
Jonathan. I'm
Can I
sorry.
jump in?
Yeah, Eric, go
Hilarious.
ahead.
So yeah, I want to second what Divine says, because it's a take of someone who has never spent time with people who are Muslim, with women who wear the hijab or wear the full covering. It is a choice. Now, granted, in some regimes, like in Iran, which guess what? We are the ones that installed these people because we got involved. The democracy that they had, we overthrew. America overthrew it because they wanted oil. So before you go on a half cocked understanding, you need to go visit. I was just in Jordan a few months ago. And again, in the Muslim community, in the Islam, people who practice Islam, it is a choice whether to wear the hijab. And guess what? The women really have more power because the men work. They have to give their money to the wife, and if the wife has control of everything. So you don't even understand the culture nor the religion. You understand the outliers, those who abuse, who are just abusive men, and you make the determination on that because we aren't learned in America. So you really should not repeat that again because it really sounds ignorant.
And
Okay.
I really wanted to
Now,
piggyback off what.
real quick,
go
we've
ahead.
got Poetivity and Jonathan have not gone yet, and then the hot takes box. So, do you all want to add to this?
I'll go ahead and yield.
Okay, Poetivity, did you want to add? Poetivity?
You got to unmute your mic, probably.
You're breaking up real bad. Yeah, yeah, we can't hear you.
I can't comment, but
Oh, there we go.
I do have. Okay, yeah. Okay. Well, can you hear me now?
Yes. Did you want to add to what was being talked about, or no?
Yeah, I did. I just am in a parking garage, so I don't know if it can hear me.
Gotcha. Well, go ahead.
Can
I'll
you
start
hear
your
me?
timer. Yes, we can hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay. I once upon a time was part of a very strict religious cult, I guess you'd say. And when I was part of that cult, I was a woman who voluntarily wore modest clothing and all of this. But I also believed in the religious saying that the man was the head of the household and had this power and had that power and had this power. And really, if we're going to get to a more progressive place, we have to stop adhering to these religious traditions of women need to cover, women need to do this, women need to do that, women are this, women are that, here's the defining role, here's the, we need to let humans be humans and humans do what they want to do and choose to do and stop dictating it. But when you look at the GOP, the laws that they're making, the things that they're trying to take as a society from us, take our choice away and take girls' choices away. And
like
it's
Christian
not
Sharia
about,
law.
yeah, it's not about freeing up women or letting women have the choice to do those things. It's limiting their choices so that they are under control. And
Right.
and
Yes.
and that's what the GOP is trying to do.
Yeah. No, I agreed. Now, Two Puffs, you're in the hot takes. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean it's pretty simple. I mean, we've gone kind of into a whole thing on Christianity and Islam or whatever, but like you can't you can't sit here and be like they as a whole community when not all of them practice the extremists. You know, just like with Christianity, just like with Catholicism, not everybody in one, you know, Christian nation or Muslim nation practices all the extremism, you know, the extremism. Like, and so generalizing that every single person that, you know, follows Islam are all about not respecting women, et cetera, is frankly kind of bullshit. Because the same argument could be made about our current leaders in power in the United States. And with that, I yield.
Yeah, thank you, Two Puffs. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'll go ahead
I
and drop you
definitely
down
agree.
now. Well, Unplottable had her hand up. So let me go to Unplottable or Unplottable. Yeah, it was Unplottable. And then JT, you can go after Unplottable. Go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Me next.
Yeah, I just want to say I really agree with how Poetivity framed that. I don't think that I haven't really heard anybody on the panel trying to say that literally everybody who belongs to one specific religion is holding these beliefs in the most extreme way. But I think that people need to wrap their heads around the fact that when you have religions, and I include Christianity in this, and I was brought up Christian, that the entire foundation of it is subjugating women as a second class within society. It is dangerous, and we are seeing how it can be weaponized in real time, even against a liberal democracy. So it is really important to talk about. And I was a youth worker. I worked with kids who were from families who had immigrated from all over the world. One of our big populations where I am is the Hmong religion, or the Hmong ethnicity. And in that particular culture, a lot of young women are forced to do all of the housework. They're forced to participate in childcare. They don't get to necessarily, in the stricter households, they don't get to do sports or do after school. And it's a very patriarchal family structure. In some of those, we have a lot of East African immigrants. Some of those families were the same, Nepali, Bhutanese. And it literally limited the opportunities that those young women had to develop themselves into what they wanted to be as adults. And so I think that you need to be very careful about how you apply the culture thing, because a whole bunch of injustices can be done. And the last thing I'll just put out there is, I think it was Somalia where they tried to outlaw child marriage and say that no person could get married before the age of 18. And a bunch of old men in Somalia went online and made videos about how this was so bad for their culture and it was destroying their culture, that they weren't going to marry children. So I just want to put that out there, that like we really need to be careful about how we have the conversation. Thank you.
Yeah. So be careful with pointing out that there are people that mistreat women. And relate that to the religion. Is that what you mean? Is that what you're saying?
I think what I'm trying to say is that people can't just, I think people who are well-meaning and wanting to defend the rights of folks to have different types of cultures and not to have the West impose its values need to be careful about how they have the conversation, because that can be flipped where anybody who wants to oppress anybody can just say, well, this is my culture, this is my religion. Like, we need to develop a sense of universal ethics. And I think not treating women as second-class citizens is a universal ethic that should be universally applied.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's like in the countries that I've discussed, it really isn't universal over there. A lot of the women have a choice, especially if you are like young and 18 and just leaving, your mother and father's house. things like that, they choose not to. And so they marry into families that believe those same beliefs. So it's not just taking up for an entire culture. I'm just saying, and I'm not saying that you directed it at me, I'm just clarifying my own statements, is that I'm saying that you've got to separate the extremist from the actual culture. Like I was just speaking of women in Dubai who are working and thriving in HR. And most people would say, "Oh, well that's a fully Muslim country and women can't work and women have no rights." And like all of the women that I spoke to, I mean, there were women heads of departments over there. So I'm just saying, like, let's not espouse a certain belief to an entire country when there are extremists in every fucking religion, to be quite honest.
Okay. Yeah.
I agree.
JT, did you want to go?
Yeah, real quick.
Yeah.
And I agree, like, on both what Unplottable and Divine was saying. I mean, I come across a lot because I grew up in the Baptist church as well, before I left Christianity. And I agree, like, I come across some that think that women shouldn't even be pastors, even though Matthew 28 says, go and tell the whole world about, about the Father, the Ghost, and the Holy Spirit, or whatever, the Son. I mean, and one was asked in particular, who I actually went to school with, was asked, why do you think women shouldn't be pastors or whatever? And he blatantly said, because it's unbiblical, even though a lot some verses in the Bible says anything who has breath should praise God. Now, I will say that sometimes if a lot of women wouldn't get so emotional, they would be great leaders. I've been under female leadership, and a lot of times they ran their business with with emotionals rather than business oriented mindsets.
You're about
You
to
see what
get
I'm
dragged,
saying?
man.
No. I'm not against women being leaders. They should be leaders, but then people should ask themselves, why is it when they open the Bible, there's little to so many little female leaders in the Bible? Why? Because the Bible was written by men. You hear a whole lot about these male prophets like John and Peter, whoever or whatever, but you really don't hear a lot about female leaders. Why?
Okay.
Because the Bible was written by men and didn't think that women should be leaders or whatever. That's why you don't read a lot about female leadership in the Bible or the Quran.
Okay.
And I yield.
Damned emotional women.
Khadijah in the Bible was a business owner before she ever married Muhammad.
Can I come up and speak from a European viewpoint on this?
Lota, 90 seconds. Go ahead.
Okay, sure. Okay. Well, I live in Europe, and we have a situation here that's pretty controversial, that a lot of European countries now are actually banning totally to wear niqab and burqa publicly. In the Netherlands, France, Denmark, Belgium, and it's actually on the table in Sweden also to vote whether women are even allowed to wear them in public. And this is controversial for me because I'm pro women's choice, no matter what choice it has to do with. And I'm sick and tired of actually men voting over what our choices and decisions are, whether it's clothing or our rights to our health. But at the same time, it's a sacrifice of women that choose to do this, actually, from free will, that I think I feel bad for them, that it's becoming a law that some women can't do it, even though they want to do it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
That's it? You good?
Yep. Well,
all right. Thank you, Lota.
The reason is because there are a lot of violent crimes when Muslim women in Scandinavia choose to maybe date a man that's not Muslim, and they become unalived because it's an honorary. And
Interesting.
and that's why everyone's going full force now that to protect and defend women because they're are subject to crime due to culture and religion, and I think that's extremely sad. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Lota. I'll go ahead and drop you down now. I appreciate it. Appreciate you coming
Oh,
up.
thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Now, Maverick, I've accepted your request twice. You just buffering and then dropping, so I don't know. You might try again. Does anybody else want to follow that up? Use Danny? Use Danny?
Yes.
Go ahead, man.
Yeah. I need your help over here because my geography is really bad. Connecticut is in the New York State, right?
Connecticut is, yes, near New York State. Correct.
And it's a blue state, right?
Yes, I believe so.
So has productivity the left was saying that the GOP is lowering the age of consent for child to have person to have relation with another person. So Connecticut is a Democrat state, and it's been on the 17 years old kids can have relation with an adult for many years. So how we Republicans are the one that is doing this when this has been on Democrat state for many years? And to
What are you talking about?
Yeah, I don't have any idea what you're talking about.
Because Connecticut has not lowered the age of consent.
Okay, well,
The
he's
age
got
of
a
consent is
timer.
16.
He's got a timer.
It's 16. The age of consent on Connecticut is 16.
Yeah, in most states, that's true.
Most states it's 16.
Yeah.
No, it's 18.
No.
No.
So
not.
To a
Adult
kid to
is
have
18
relation
and
with
voting.
an adult has to be 18.
Okay, so here's what I'm going to do for you. I'm gonna pull this statute up, okay? Because the age of consent is kind of a misnomer. That means in many states that have that age of consent, it means that you can consent to SMEX. That doesn't mean that you can consent to SMEX with an adult. That just means that you're able to consent to SMEX, meaning a 16-year-old and a 16-year-old can have SMEX without it being a crime. But in some states, if a 13-year-old and a 13-year-old are having SMEX, they're both committing crimes.
Correct. But on Connecticut, a 16 years old girl or guy can be with a 30 years old person. And it's legal.
Let's see. Okay, so let me read it. Person is guilty of sexual assault in the first degree when such person compels another person, engages in sexual intercourse with another person, and such other person is under 13 years of age, and the actor is more than 2 years older than such person, or commits assault in the second degree as provided if two or more persons actually present, engages in intercourse when another person is mentally incapacitated. Let me do a search for 16.
No,
here we go. Yes. I'm looking at Connecticut general statutes. Yes. 1 second. Sexual assault in the first degree is a Class A felony if the offense is a violation of subdivision of subsection of this section, and the victim of the offense is under 16 years of age, or the offense is a violation of subdivision. Any person found guilty, blah blah blah, is under 16. Okay. Any person found guilty under this section shall be sentenced to a term of prison. Okay, so from here it lacks anything for 16 years old. It doesn't appear to have.
It doesn't have a statutory
Right.
rape law.
When the
but
victim
it has
is,
the age of consent.
yeah, let's
Consent of
see.
16.
And non-suspendable
And
sentence.
Kansas and
if
Hawaii.
The victim is under 16 years of age. Okay, so it appears, 16 years old is legal in Connecticut for, I guess, anybody. Yeah.
And Kansas and Hawaii are the only two states. I'm looking it up right now. Kansas and Hawaii are the only two states where you can be a minimum of 15 with parental consent, I guess, as far as marriage. The other states there's really no minimum age is California, Mississippi, New Mexico, and Oklahoma.
There's 30 states who have the age of consent at the age of 16. That is 16 or 16. That is typically the standard because in the 1970s, listen, you brought this up. Now let's let you understand what you read. 30 states have the age of consent at the age of 16 for sexual intercourse.
Yep.
Anything under the age of 16 is illegal, and you cannot do it in all states.
Correct.
Connecticut has not changed their age of consent since the 1970s, where it was lowered from 18 to 16. in 1970. What are you talking about?
Yeah, Alabama, same thing. Same thing as Connecticut. Arkansas, Alaska, Georgia.
Most of these
You
states
can
with
go
the
through.
16-year-old.
Yeah, that's pretty standard, man.
Sorry, most of these. Sorry, Tim, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, you're fine.
Most of these states with the 16-year-old law have a like 3 or 4 year buffer, which means like a 19-year-old can sleep with a 16-year-old because they're only 3 years apart. It is not saying that a 50-year-old. Well, okay, there may be a couple of states that allow this, but they're the backwoods rednecks version that we don't claim. But very few states have a law where a 50-year-old can have sex with a 16-year-old and get away with it. Now, we know they get away with it once it goes to court, but we're saying, like, in the eyes of the law, most of these states, it's called a Romeo and Juliet law. Thank you, Ray Day. You reminded me what the law was called. It just means that if you're 19 and just graduated high school and your girlfriend happens to be a couple of years younger than you, you're not going to get put on the PDF registry.
Now, unless you are
Exactly.
part
Like
of the
when a freshman dates a
administration,
senior or something.
unless you are part of the administration that you, Denny, voted for, and RFK is actually out here advocating for high sperm count in older men to procreate with young women who are more fertile at the age of 16 or below, because that is what RFK said a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, see, I just find it interesting
And
that
if
you
that's what he said,
that
that's
you
fucking
point to a
wrong.
blue state that has a law that is similar to most every state in the country, and you're like, see, look, it's blue states, it's Democrats that are doing this. When you voted for a man that was besties with a fucking P3DO trafficker and who we now know engaged in it himself and was over at the house when these things were going. We've got the emails now, Denny. You may have missed that. We've got the emails now. So it's confirmed that Donald Trump absolutely fucking knew, and you voted for that fucking man, even though all of this came out, these implications came out before you voted for him, and you
Liberal,
still voted
let's
for
not forget, but Liberal, real quick, let me piggyback on what you're saying, my brother. Let's not forget that Ted Cruz came out on live television and said for us to stop attacking pedophiles. Y'all remember when he said that?
I feel like that's not what he said.
He sure did. Ted Cruz absolutely said that.
He said it. Yeah, I shared the video on my page. I shared the video on my page. He said that.
Well,
I stitched the video. I stitched the video, matter of fact.
Okay, let's stop
I just got a
attacking
question for anybody
pedophiles.
who has an issue with age gaps. Do you have that same issue with Kash Patel dating a woman 19 years his junior who he met at a conservative function? 19 years his junior.
Okay, let me play this clip because I feel like there's context there. I don't think Ted Cruz is so stupid to say that. But yeah, I could be wrong.
The context I get.
Senator
Well,
Boehner
hold on.
also said we should have bipartisan agreement. I think that's a great idea. We should have bipartisan agreement. How about we all come together and say, let's stop murders? How about we all come together and say, let's stop rape? How about we all come together and say, let's stop attacking pedophiles? I want you to look at what happened.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
See what you did there, Liv.
Yeah, I mean, look.
That was velour.
Can we finish that video because I we don't know what he say
That's
after.
the entire video. I
That's
played
all
the
he
whole
said,
video.
and then he moved on to the
Yeah,
point.
that's the whole video.
Oh,
And that's
we
on
don't know what he
C-SPAN.
say after that.
Well, no,
Yeah.
I'm certain that he did not mean to say that.
Yes,
That's
me too.
what came out. Like,
But it was a Freudian slip, so I mean.
you could say
took the
that.
word right out of my mouth.
You
This is
can,
exactly what I was
yes,
gonna say.
there's an argument to be made that that's true. He's like, damn it, all my friends, they're attacking all my friends. And then he says
So
that
basically-
as
so
he's
basically
thinking,
the
it's
context
like,
I
"Man,
get-
I wish I could still go back to Jeffrey's Island. Fucking these people
the
are
context
gross.
I got is stop being so hard. Stop being so hard on these men and women out here that are forcing themselves on our children and our nieces and our nephews and That's the context I got. Like, stop being so hard on them. Why? Like the fuck? Why? I got cousins with young daughters that's going through puberty and maturity. Why the fuck would I be go take it easy on somebody that's coming up that's coming after my little cousin that's starting to grow and look like my 14-year-old look like a grown ass man because he's 6'4". Why the fuck would I not? Why the fuck would I not come at a grown ass woman think he's handsome enough to be touched? No, the fuck out of my son's face. He's still a child. The fuck?
But
Yeah, you have a shotgun?
let's not forget this is an epidemic because you've also got Mike Johnson who has an app installed on his phone and his
To watch his son's corn habits. We
That
gotta hold each other accountable. We gotta hold each other accountable.
like the double standards of this GOP party
Is
is
it weird?
sickening.
Yeah, these people are weird.
And then, not to mention that in states like Florida and other states, the state legislatures are actually introducing bills to lower the ban or remove or lower the age of consent to allow child marriage. That's only coming from the side you voted on, Denny.
So you mean between childs? Because I live in Florida. And
Let me put this out again real quick. I just want to real quick. This is from J.E. to Ghislaine Maxwell. I want you to realize that dog that hasn't barked is Trump. Victim's name spent hours at my house with him. He has never once been mentioned, police chief, etc. I'm 75% there. Let's go back over this other one real quick in case you guys missed it. This is from Michael Wolff, who was interviewing the guy, to J.E. I think you should let him hang himself. If he says he hasn't been on the plane or to the house, then that gives you a valuable PR and political currency. You can hang him in a way that potentially generates a positive benefit for you, or if it really looks like he could win, you could save him generating a debt. Of course, it's possible that when asked, he'll say Jeffrey is a great guy and has gotten a raw deal and is a victim of political correctness, which is to be outlawed in a Trump regime. And the J.E. wrote, if we were able to craft an answer for him, what do you think it should be? This was like, what the fuck? Michael Wolff said, I hear CNN planning to ask Trump tonight about his relationship with you, either on air or in scrum afterwards. Right? This motherfucker.
Public relations. What does PR stand for? Probable reason or plausible reason?
No, it's public relations. He was talking about PR.
One second, JT.
Okay.
Liv, you're reading that backwards. So in an email, the first response is at the bottom.
Well, sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I just assumed that was understood because I have to assume people know how emails work.
Well,
the timestamps weren't going on there, going backwards, so we kind of understood it.
Right. No, but I mean, that's a fair point to make, and I appreciate you making it. Let me go back to, because this is another thing that's a side point. I'll get to it because I've got it pulled up here somewhere.
So one thing on this subject, I just moved to Washington State for all that's, wondering why I talk about Tennessee so much. When I was living in Memphis, there was a bill put forth to lower the age of marriage, and there was and God help me, I can't remember his name. I'll look it up and put it in the Discord. But there was a rep in the Tennessee State House that was talking about fertility and all that shit. He got shouted down, thankfully. But at the same time that was happening, Tennessee also put into effect House Bill H78 that allowed a county court clerk to deny an LGBTQ marriage, which all runs into the same thing of this morality issue where conservatives, well, not conservatives, let me take that back, where MAGA love to protect the P3DOs, meanwhile condemning LGBTQ marriage.
Right. It's gross. And real quick, I want to make this point. Raskin had railed on about this. I don't know if he's serious, if he's just trying to play good cop, bad cop. Who fucking knows? But then that Senate bill, they did allow lawsuits over secret phone record subpoenas. So if you were a senator and you got your phone logs looked at, You can sue now the government for $500,000. This was in that bill that the Democrats caved on. Somebody wanted me to bring this up, and I had it ready to go, but we hadn't brought it up yet. Yeah, right here. Senate deal
That's why I
allowing
love you,
lawsuits
liberal.
over.
You always come with receipts. That's why I love you, bro.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, the top Democrat in the House Judiciary slammed Senate-approved plan to reopen the government that would also pave the way for 8 GOP senators to earn significant sums from litigation challenging the search of their phone records related to January 6th. Dems caved on this. They went ahead with this. And it wasn't just the 8 that we know of. It was all of them. It was all fucking part of their fucking plan. These people are scumbags.
Man, I've been trying to tell people that they're the left wing and the right wing of the same fucking bird, the same eagle, the same vulture.
They're both owned by Israel, guys. Because look at what
Right.
Epstein, guys, look, he was in cahoots and in communication with Ehud Barak, former prime minister of Israel. They've been using children and SMEX allegations and all of these things to get people to do what they want. And they've been doing it for a long fucking time now. And so I don't think those Epstein files I don't think it's gonna come out. The Democrats don't want them to come out either. That's just a political football for them. That's my read on it. I could be wrong there.
Because there's also Democrats allegedly on that list as well as Republicans.
Yeah.
I mean, there were allegations that Obama was on that list. I don't know. I'm not going to confirm and deny
Bill
that.
Gates.
But at the same time, I don't dismiss anything. I hear Bill Gates, Steve Jobs, Elon Musk. I mean, a lot of rich people are on that list. You know what I'm saying? Back in 2019, about 2017, 2019 or whatever, it was said that the trafficking game with children or whatever was a $17 trillion empire. So, and the more pure the child, the more money that they're sold for. So a son or a daughter that has not been touched, that was snatched from their family or whatever, they can be sold for $500 million if they've never been touched before. I'm just saying.
Gross. Anybody else want to jump in there?
Good morning, liberal.
What's up, Johnny?
Yeah, it is gross.
I wanted to
How's
pop
it going,
in about just about some of these questions around misogyny and everything. Like, did you guys see the article that the New York Times put out about did women ruin the workplace? And they also had to change the title of this 3 times. It was an article transcript / it was an interview conversation with Ross Douthat, who I abhor. He's a conservative Christian who does a lot of the interviews with the New York Times. But like the thing that I find so disturbing is this past year, this thing with New York Times, CNN platformed Pastor Doug Wilson, who founded the church that Pete Hegseth belongs to. It's a council of churches. Doug Wilson is one of those people that believes that we should have a quote unquote family vote, which basically means repeal the 19th Amendment. Women don't get to vote anymore. Yeah, that was the 3rd title that they finally changed it to, was did liberal feminism ruin the workplace? They started with did women ruin the workplace? So I truly want to emphasize that we are in a really dangerous time for women and girls, specifically in this country, as well, of course, queer and LGBTQ. But
we're in a dangerous time for everybody.
For everybody, literally for everybody. It's a crazy fascist thing. But I do think that talking about some of the risks that women and girls face uniquely is also important as well, just because the bodily sovereignty question is so big. And it's like, part of the reason they're discussing lowering the age of consent is when women are educated, when women have their own money and their own financial independence, and when women have seen enough of the world, right, to be uncontrollable, that's when they start creating friction for these systems, for these men that are invested in these oppressive systems, right? And, after Mamdani won New York, all of these crazy pastors and crazy conservative YouTubers went online and said, see, this is exactly why we need to repeal the 19th Amendment. So I want everyone to be on their guard, because like this is really serious, and women do overwhelmingly vote left. So like, be paying attention to this issue, call out any forms of misogyny that you see, or any forms of like propping up the patriarchy that you
Well,
hear
I'm a
in people's
misogynist.
things. You're a misogynist?
That's what they tell me.
Who does?
Paula,
Who's Paula?
my
I've never
old
gotten that from
mod.
you.
No, liberal, don't do that. You quote unquote taking her words out of context.
Oh no, 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 no,
And
no, no.
well, Christine came up here the other day, called
No,
him a
they always say that
misogynist,
though.
and then when asked for proof, she goes, "Oh well, I don't know. Like she's done at least 5 times in the last 2 fucking years to
Yeah, no.
random
So
different men."
the reason
There's chaos
look,
agents.
the only reason that I bring this up is because we're gonna get called misogynist no matter fucking what. And when you have that, when everything you see is misogyny, like interrupting a woman on the panel or something like that, you're a misogynist, then it's really hard to have those conversations because that's an unhealthy like call out of misogyny when you're just you know what I mean, like yeah, I was talking and he interrupted and that means he hates women. Like it's fucking
Well,
weird.
just during
There's
this
a balance
live
there. I think
Well, just during this live alone, I have gotten 5 DMs from people who are supposedly friends saying, "I thought you were a feminist. Why are you protecting the patriarchy?" I was literally just explaining how the Middle East fucking works because I've actually been there in and out of uniform and lived there. And a bunch of fucking Americans that I know have never fucking been there are now accusing me of protecting the patriarchy. So every one of you that DM me can go sit the fuck down until you catch a flight to Dubai.
And Divine, check it out. And anytime like you bring receipts or debunk people's wild ass, biased ass minded claims or whatever, they quick to say, well, you're taking it out of context. You didn't look into it in the context as they were speaking it on. Like the fuck?
Well, there is context. Like I literally gave my fucking resume. I went to the UAE to teach their military as the only woman that they have ever allowed over there. They had to make my own trailer. That's how the UAE works. I couldn't even do anything in the mail trailer like for breaks or a locker. They gave me, I went over there a month late because they gave me my own trailer for just me. That's how badly they wanted me. And then I talked about how I met the women in the HR for the company that I worked for over there. But these women that have never fucking been over there with their Americanized views of patriarchy want to come at me and tell me how my American Muslim friends live here in the US. They want to tell me how Muslims over there live. And I just find it, frankly, disgusting and performative because everyone who knows me knows I am fuck the men. I'm bisexual, by the way, but I am like, fuck the man, I can do this on my own. And they're now coming at me and my fucking, that's number 6 right there that just popped up. That is now coming at me just for telling them to stand the fuck down. You don't know what you're talking about.
You're
Like, I love
a
the
threat to
performative
them.
aspect of all these people on TikTok.
Now, JT,
because
did you
you're a
say
threat
that?
to
Did
them.
you, JT? Did you say that I took what Paula said to me out of context about being a misogynist? Was that you?
No. I was making jokes. How anytime anytime.
Oh,
No.
I
I
see.
wasn't coming
Okay.
at you.
No, I got you. No,
sir.
I got you.
Yeah, I was just making a joke. I was using their own words against them, but like, you're taking it out of context. Like when CK said all those bias-minded things about the black culture or whatever, and then we would debunk them on it or whatever, and they would be like, "Oh, you taking these words out of context." But then we'll show another clip in a different podcast or interview where he
Saying
said
the
the same
same
exact
shit.
thing.
Right.
Same
Yeah.
exact. So I was just making
Dude,
jokes, you know what I'm
say
saying?
that to me all the time. JT, they say that to me. Hi, Angel 33 Ishide. They say that to me all the time when I like try to debate about like Kirk or whatever. Like I'm a survivor of stuff as a kid, right? And they try to say, "Oh, he took it out of context when he mentioned that a 10-year-old rape victim should be forced to give birth." Like there is no way to take that out of context. I am so sorry.
Yeah,
Like that's
he said it about his own daughter, Parker, or somebody
I know
asked him
that's
when he
his
was.
daughter's better off without him.
And then he said he was asked, so if if your child was seated with somebody that forced himself on her, would you let her keep the baby? He was like, yes, absolutely. But that would be the only thing. that would be the only reason I would be with the abortion thing. Because if you were held against your will and you end up getting knocked up behind it, then yeah, I feel that okay, you should go ahead abort the baby for the simple fact,
I don't think we should be having any restrictions at all. It's their fucking body. It is
Yeah.
their
Exactly.
body.
Well,
I don't give a
exactly.
fuck if it was because they were knocked up or they just didn't want to have the baby. Unless they're getting into like your fucking ass into the second and beginning of third trimester, that's a fucking much different topic. And most women don't do that. By then they've made that choice. It's their fucking body.
My cutoff would
Some
be
do.
like 20,
Has an
24
option.
weeks. I feel like that's a good cutoff.
Right. Like,
Let's not forget that Charlie Kirk also said that women, when a 17-year-old went to one of his rallies and asked him on advice for journalism, he then redirected into the MSRS degree, the MRS degree, and said basically, leave it alone, go to college to get married. It's disgusting.
Yeah,
I remember that.
it's and then you have other people and they like treat women like they don't have any autonomy themselves and can't make bad choices for their own, right? You know what I mean? Like you're in your early 20s or whatever. Sometimes we just make really bad fucking choices, and that's how life goes.
Yeah.
You know, in being able to hold somebody to their own responsibilities, I think is also important. But a lot of
Well, yeah.
times
Tell them
we
that it's
act as if
human
they're like,
nature.
oh no, these are damsels in distress, and therefore, you know what I mean? Like, there's also that aspect of it too.
Like, dude, I've been trying to get a hysterectomy or getting my tubes tied, and I'm 33, and I've been asking for years and years and years.
And they won't
they're
fucking
like,
do it.
oh, well, no, what about your... They're like, what about your future husband? I'm like, babes, I'm going to marry a
Crazy.
woman. What do you mean?
That's crazy
Yeah.
because my sister-in-law, matter of fact, after she had her second child, and all of her pregnancies were really, really, really tough. Like they were very rough, and all of them were really preemies in you know the little in the NICU preemies. And so after the second one, that was way worse than the first, she wanted to get her tubes tied, and the doctor says, "No, because you might want to have another baby. You might want to have a boy."
Oh no,
Yeah,
I
because
lied to
she
my
had
What
two
the hell?
girls at this point, and this motherfucker says, and this was years ago. This was 16 years ago. And this motherfucker says, you might want to have a boy, so I'm not going to do that. And then when she did have her boy, I mean, this child, you know, has all kinds of medical problems because it was such a preemie baby. I mean, was in the NICU for a long ass time. Got a tube running down its fucking head into its stomach to drain the I guess fluid buildup and stuff. Yeah. These
My oldest
this
was a
you know we're
preemie,
living
and he
in a
has
fucking
autism.
society where these men think they get to just tell women whatever, like, oh well, we know
look
it's
at,
better
look
for
at
you.
Adriana Smith.
You're fucking.
Look
We,
at
My oldest
Adriana
was a
I
Smith.
get your
preemie. He's
you know your late 20s, but we're gonna decide for you what's appropriate.
baby.
Fuck
Dude,
that shit.
like, look at Adriana Smith. Perfect example.
Yeah. Oh, you're gonna have the baby. Oh, you can't hear her because she's
We're gonna use your
unalived.
corpse. Yeah,
Yeah.
we're literally gonna use your corpse as an incubator.
Absolutely
Like, what?
gross.
It's
I was gonna say they still do.
Real
They
quick,
still
real
do
quick.
that today.
I want to give a shout out. Poetivity, thank you for the $20 on Vimo. I appreciate that. Guys, if you want to support the show, that's $ Lib Loudmouth on Crash App and at Lib Loudmouth on Vimo. I appreciate it. And I still have that gifting goal up. Okay, go ahead, guys.
Hey, and tap that screen too, man. We got 80 people
Yeah,
in here.
we're
We
not
need to
even
get
at
at least
50K.
50,000.
What is going on down there in the comments? Come on,
I know
y'all.
y'all
was
liking the
gonna say that-
build. I know y'all like how we building up in here, man. Take that screen, man.
Probably 50 of them are hate watchers. They're recording it. How can we get him fucked today? Anyway, Johnny, I haven't heard from you yet. Did you want to jump in there?
Yeah, liberal. I was actually pretty excited to see you live this morning. I've been listening for quite some time. Sorry I didn't smash the like button. I know it's my bad. I just can't do it all the time because I go on other lives and I feel like I'm the only one doing it. So I do apologize. But I was pretty excited. I felt like, holy crap, Poetivity and me might have one thing in common. And I'm not trying to call her out because she's not here. But when she went into the early flu pandemic preparedness,
right, yeah.
monologue, I was paying very close attention because I thought that she was coming to some great points, or the possibility of an epiphany, and I was really just it was like a punch in the gut to hear the conclusion, but like I said, a lot of you people don't know me here. I don't, and that's fine. I'm not a Trumper. I'm a conservative with some
scruples.
I'd say morally conservative with some liberal, social economic ideologies. I don't know how to describe that, but anyways. But yeah, I mean, when she got to the end, it said, that basically white Christian men with the pew owners would be the first to perish, and that she was ready for a foreign country to take over our nation. I was like, oh my God, that is not where I thought this was going at all. Holy crap. But anyways, yeah, so when she got into the climate, see, look, I don't know if people realize this on the left, that a lot of average conservatives actually do care about and appreciate the environment. And to me, when you look at either the pandemic or you look at climate change, a lot of people are looking at it through a careful lens, a concerned lens, right? So when you just do a broad stroke and say, "Oh, these damn Reds, they're adopting oil and gas." Oil and gas is actually, one of the biggest proponents of environmental protections and things like that, and green energy, because they're profiting off both ends of the spectrum, and they want, a supply, or they want a limited supply to create a higher demand.
Or a higher price.
Believe me, I'm not saying they're benevolent at all. I'm not saying
they
they're
are
benevolent at all.
Yeah,
But,
these greedy fuckers.
So I saw Tucker. Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, they all are. And
These damn
liberal, you're spot
poachers.
on. The corporate interests are controlling both parties, and it's fucking sickening.
Hey.
But I saw Tucker give an interview to a guy. I think his name is Dave Wigington or something like that. Okay, so I'll just give you a little backdrop. The man 25 years ago was basically your typical environmentalist. Went off grid, Northern California, did everything green, everything solar, tried to live off the land, actually doing something on his own to protect the environment instead of just shouting about it.
You silly
and
liberal.
What he goes into.
All right, let's land the plane, Johnny.
Yeah.
You're running out
listen,
of fuel. Land the plane.
Scary. Yep, it's very scary. I would just say, I'm sorry. I would just say that, he brought up some very, very deep and dark points that, there is part of our military industrial complex in Raytheon is actually causing on purpose, climate change in certain, aspects to dominate the world, to dominate the battlefield, to dominate the population. And I would say, if you're open-minded enough, believe me, I don't trust Tucker completely, but that interview I think is one of the most
You said it's
consequential interviews of
Wiggins?
our time. Yeah, it's like Dave Wigington or something like that.
Wigington? I'm trying to look it up, but I'll check that
Hey,
out.
guys, can I just jump in real quick?
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I just wanted to give you kudos for your statement there about conservatives and the way we see each other generally in the United States. We have a tendency to, paint everybody with a broad brush. And I think the notion of conservative, I remember talking scornfully about, those conservatives with my grandfather back in the 70s. I remember this. And he said, well, wait a minute, Mike. What conservative, what does that mean, really? It means someone who wants to conserve, and hopefully it's the things that are right with America, the things that are positive, the things that are good. And so, that got me thinking, Well, maybe I should not be so quick to jump on the bandwagon where we put people into categories, because even if they do tend to rally around certain talking points, we should realize that, people generally are thoughtful, hopefully, and not to, and I just don't think we should be so quick to assume that the other people are not as thoughtful as we are. They have arrived at their positions in a different way. They may be informed by, a different set of influences, but nevertheless, this is the world we live in. We got to be able to speak with other people and to have a respectful conversation. So I really appreciate his bringing up that point.
Yeah. Now, you said you are
Thank you,
conservative.
sir.
Are you? Would you say you're a Trump supporter or used to be?
No.
You never were a Trump supporter?
No. I was very thrilled to hear some of his promises on the campaign trail. I was thrilled to hear that he was open to having a working relationship with those we consider to be our enemies, because I think that's the first step toward peace, is to have that dialogue. Joe Biden infamously shut the doors to all kinds of negotiations. I don't think he made a phone call to Russia ever, during the entirety of the Ukraine conflict. So Trump has not been.
There's one thing about that is that you don't want to give a despot or a dictator
Yeah, well, who
validation.
are we
Can I
calling?
finish? Can I
Yeah,
finish?
sure. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
You don't want to give a dictator or a despot validation on the world stage, like when Trump went to North Korea. The world, on purpose, blocked out the Kim regime. Accepting Putin onto U.S. soil, and now there is, well, I'll say that in a minute,
Yeah.
with
Okay.
a red carpet welcome. Then several months later, we find out that there is now a contract between Trump, Elon, and Putin for a tunnel to go from Alaska to Russia. These are the kind of reasons why we don't put these people on the world stage and talk to them.
Yeah.
So
Well,
to just
okay.
blatantly
Fair
say
enough.
that Biden shut the doors
Yeah.
is kind of ignorant if you don't know why those doors were sealed shut. There's a good
Okay.
reason for it.
Thank
On
you.
Divine,
Let me address that.
Divine,
Let me address
yeah,
that.
let me ask you. It's Divine something so she can answer it later. Being in the military, what would because there's obviously a larger problem with the black budget and the DoD, and the amount of secrecy that Congress and the Army is able to have. What is the solution to have more transparency and have more of like a public referendum or a democratic style of foreign policy?
I tell them the truth
I'm
and not
so
sugarcoat
excited
shit.
that you asked. So personally, what I would do is I would take all of the military contractors, remove them from the DoD budget, put them into the regular budget like regular companies. First of all, because the DoD likes to say that, well, we need all this money because of contractors. And I myself have been a contractor with DynCorp. So I completely understand. My stepdad was a truck driver for a contractor in the middle of Iraq and Afghanistan. He was former military. So I think if we remove Lockheed, DynCorp, BlackRock, all of them from the DoD budget, that gives us much more awareness of what they're doing. First off. Second of all, and I'll make this quick, at the end of the day, we did not need a bomber, tanker, and a fighter all in 1 year to be released. And now we have BJT Jr. with a drone contract. And I'll land there.
Okay. Now, mechanic, you are in the hot takes box, so I'm going to go ahead and drop you down now. That's just a temporary slot that people can use to make a statement, and then they get dropped. So, if you want, I'll give you 45 seconds to respond if you want to, and then I'll drop you.
Yeah, sure. If you need to drop me, that's okay. But I could respond to that
Yeah, go
very
ahead.
briefly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
if I can respond.
Yeah,
Sorry, couldn't hear you.
this is your timer. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, thank you. You know, we have to be careful of who we're calling despots. It turned out that we were wrong about a half a dozen of them back in the 80s, 90s, 20 in the 2000s. This war on terror made us a bunch of boogeymen. And this notion of boogeymen is really strange because on the one hand we have these boogeymen that we are absolutely they're like untouchables, right? They're in a caste, but we welcomed Netanyahu with open arms. He got standing ovations by our Congress people. That's sick, you know, a giant double standard.
All right. Well, thank you, Mechanic. I appreciate it. I'm going to go ahead and
Thank
drop
you.
you down now. And thank you for coming up. I hope you come back. We'll see. Oh, and a slot just opened up actually right below you. So you can click that box if you want to come back onto the panel. See ya.
And you know what, liberals?
Who's that?
Someone had
JT?
mentioned about. Yes, sir.
Yeah, go ahead.
Someone
What's
had
up?
mentioned about the climate control or whatever, climate change. And the thing is, that's no different than anything else where they create a problem and then offer the people a solution. They've been able to control the climate. Here's my receipt. They've been able to control the climate since the 50s with these machines. They've been able to control the weather.
You got to be careful with that. TikTok is going to ding me or you for that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, it was we mentioned about the Freudian slip before, and a lot of times, several times, a lot of these weather forecasters, when during the summertime or whatever, they would slip up and say, "Well, it looked like it's gonna be a heat wave across the country. We have shut off the rain. We have shut off the clouds." I mean, they slip up and said that a lot of times without realizing what they said. And we were like, what you mean you didn't shut off? Like, you see what I said? This heat drop going on because y'all controlling when it rains and all that stuff. So I'm just saying, they've been able to do that, but they come out and say, well, we gotta do something about climate change. Yeah, because y'all motherfuckers are controlling what's going on.
Okay.
like y'all controlling.
So I tell you, we got to be careful, and you keep going.
Oh shit. But
Because
no,
what you're talking about is, yes, they can seed and cause rain and stuff, but what you're talking about sounds more broad than that. I don't have any evidence to suggest that they're able to do what you're talking about. I've heard those claims, but I've never seen the evidence.
I won't play the video. I won't play the video, but
and
right
respectfully, that's what that interview with Tucker entails. From somebody that's gathered 25 years of scientific evidence and interviewed all the lawyers from the top environmental firms, and spent his life devoted to the environment. So that's why I think it's a very consequential interview, and I think it's worthwhile to take a peek at it.
Yeah, I'll take a look at it. But again, I mean, instead of looking at the oil companies, instead of looking at things we're burning shit into our atmosphere, no, it can't be that. It can't be this toxic shit that we're spewing into our earth. No, it's got to be a secret government plot to do it.
Hey, Lib, do you know?
I mean, come on.
Tucker Carlson's dad, wasn't he in the CIA or has connections to the CIA or something like that? Tucker Carlson, I've heard him. My dad is a major conservative. I hate Tucker Carlson with a passion. And I know he's been flipping his script on some issues, but I would really, really caution people against taking Candace Owens, any people that have been playing for the fascists seriously, because there's far better intersectional voices to listen to, to get your news, including people that are willing to push out, more radical narratives than what the mainstream is supplying. So,
well, what do you think from Tucker makes it so that you shouldn't believe what he says?
Because he was a conservative pundit for decades, and he was part of building this entire media apparatus that led to the rise of Trump, that led to the rise of MAGA. So he's complete. I don't think he has integrity. I think at the end of the day, he's a white male supremacist. And I wouldn't trust him further than I could throw him, and then I think that some of the softball interviews he did around like Putin and Russia is really interesting and suspect. So it's like, even though he's been starting to, change his tune on, the blue and white state and whatever, I just don't think that he's trustworthy. And I think there's far better journalists out there that are questioning the mainstream narrative that would be much better to listen to. Like Don Lemon, Joy Reid, like, I would say at this point, like, stop listening to white men that have connections to Fox News or the conservative media apparatus. Just stop listening to them point blank, unless it's to figure out, okay, what's the other side listening to? What are the talking points? But if you're going and listening to them and taking on their ideas, that's problematic.
What has Don Lemon or Joy Reid brought up that questions like the mainstream narrative? Because again, they were part of that establishment too.
They were part of the establishment as well, but I think that by virtue, they're both people of color. They're both Black Americans, and they're both done dirty by the mainstream media establishment as well. They don't go nearly as.
So
as
they
far
didn't
as
say anything until after they got shit canned. Prior to that, they were silent about it. Yes.
Well, they were on the payroll. Yeah.
Well, wouldn't that be what you said? You called into question Tucker's integrity, which I agree with. But does that not also call into question their integrity as well?
I mean, it could. I guess the way that I look at it is, I have really been appreciating the takes that they have had since they have gone independent. And I don't think that they are a super far cry from where they were when they were working for establishment media. But if you're looking for other like options, I really like Novara Media, their British broadcast. Abby Martin, she's been really anti the blue and white state for, I think, about 15 years now, and has done documentaries. Like, I'm just saying that there's so many people that are out there in the media landscape, like breaking points. Like, if you want to have a little bit of a conservative perspective in there, but Tucker Carlson, like, I just don't think he's trustworthy. Candace Owens, what she's done.
I think that's fair to have that view of them, but I also am not going to buy into Joy Reid and Don Lemon shit because they were part of that for the whole time. And then, the moment they get the moment they get shit canned,
this is the problem.
you
can look at yourself, Unplottable. You can look at these people. You can look at their interviews. You can see what they're saying, but you seem to have an elitist type attitude where it's okay. I'll watch it. I'll filter it and tell you what you can and can't watch. Do you think that people cannot, come up with their own objective analysis of how
Johnny, to be honest,
they're
both of my
affecting
parents,
their everyday life?
Johnny, to be honest, both of my parents exclusively watch Fox News, and no, I don't think every person has a good media literacy and is able to critically think through narratives that they are presented. I think that media literacy is a thing that is missing in a lot of Americans, especially a lot of older Americans. And I believe we've got a blue MAGA problem, but the red MAGA is like, it is a very specific lack of media literacy. And I don't think
that's true.
Tucker Carlson is a trustworthy person to be tuning into on a regular basis.
Well, yeah, I stated that. I stated that, I believe I know he was a neocon, and I have a very I felt betrayed and hurt by him. When I found out that he was actually one of the ones that was, mocking the 9/11 for Truth families, the victims of the towers, mocking them out of the mainstream narrative, that really, really upset me. But I'm just saying, I'm not advocating for Tucker. I'm advocating for the guy that he interviewed. That's it. I'm not asking you to become a subscriber or join his fan club. I'm just saying the guests that he had on, to me, seemed like he had a lot of integrity, cared about the environment, and had a lot of scientific evidence, and also did not, negate the fact that, we are partly responsible, for hairsprays and exhaust and coal factories and everything else. But he's looking at it through a very objective lens and putting blame where it lies, instead of just saying like mega bad or left bad.
Tucker, like, this is a dude that on the show when he was on network, he was, repeating the Republican narrative, but then in private was texting they hated fucking Trump. He thought Trump was a liar, and he didn't say any of that on the. So, Unplottable makes a really great point, and I accept it, but we also need to apply this to everybody. That's why, to me, if you want to listen to somebody, it should be somebody that was independent, like Kyle Kulinski, for example. He's somebody that's been consistent throughout all this, and really, he reports and opines on subjects. He's not a journalist per se, but he does much of what Tucker Carlson does. But I just call a spade a spade. I'm good with that.
And you know what? While a lot of us have been distracted with the government shutdown, this was been going on behind the closed doors. Now, the UK has suspended sharing their intelligence with us over a month ago. It was just reported yesterday.
Yeah, because of the boats.
Yeah. But I'm saying we've been distracted that one of our allies basically has stopped fucking with us over the past month. Because we've been distracted with the SNAP benefits, the government shutdown, everything. And that's what they do, man. They give us distractions while behind closed doors, either we're losing our friends or they're doing something else more fucked up and diabolical, that when people start doing research, doing all these distractions or whatever, they're coming up with something more. They're coming up with some more fuckery. Right here, the United Kingdom has president taking a step of pausing to some intelligence sharing with the United States over fears of being implicated that potentially illegal targetings against vessels accused of ferrying
rugs. Yes, it's the boats. They're talking about the boats. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, we didn't miss that.
A lot of them.
At least not here. We didn't miss that. I mean, this is, and good on them, because look, we're going around unaliving people. We've gotten 10 boats now? Over 70 people
and all of them are not even transporting paraphernalia. They just excusing that they are.
Yeah, they're just, they might
there's
be out
a boat
there
fishing.
And there's people of color in that boat. Bye. But I'm not sure what this has to do with what we were talking about, but sure. Yeah, it's funny.
I'm just saying it's about the distractions, like they were.
Joanna, you're absolutely fucking right. Still sharing intelligence when it comes to Israel. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
I'll say this real quick. I'm really surprised nobody's brought up the filibuster today. I think that's an absolute abomination that Trump is trying to nuke the filibuster. That's part of our freaking our political culture. From our founding to defend the minority parties. Like,
right?
What the F? But I'll digress here.
No. Yeah, I mean, you're right. There's an argument to be made on both sides, though, and I think there's merit to both. Democracy, majority rules, majority of votes get it, but when you get a minority party, then they don't get heard, even though they still represent a percentage of the population, and they should be heard. And I think that's fair, too.
Let them tell it. It's DEI motivated or something. They come up with some reasons, so many crazy things when they don't have a logical. When we actually come at their throats, they always just come up with just crazy bullshit instead of answering the question. They good at pivoting.
True. Use Denny. You've been quiet, man. What's up?
I know. You guys talking a whole lot here that I don't know a little bit.
I'm not sure where the fuck we are either, but we can get back on track.
So I have a question for you. Actually, a few questions. Let's say this boat was actually bringing drugs, right? I don't know. We don't know.
Rugs.
Rugs.
Okay, let's accept this premise that there are rugs on those boats. Okay.
Will you be okay with them being taken out?
Nope.
Okay. Well, let me ask you a question.
We have, wait a minute. The military has rules of engagement when it comes to things like this.
That's right.
Everything that they have done is against every rule of engagement that we have.
And international law.
It's not allowed. And I will reiterate the fact that the 9/11 terrorists got more due process than those people on the boats did.
That's right.
Yeah, the one that the Biden
Saddam
pattern, and
Hussein
then
himself got more rights than the terrorists
the one the
than
Biden
the people
pattern,
on those
and now
boats.
they're not gonna
Yeah.
be
Anyway, use
judged.
Denny. What was your question? Go ahead.
My second question: what happened if your daughter on a month fell on one of those rocks because it's out of your hands, and
Wait,
will you still feel the same?
well, hold on. Wait, Divine, hold on. Wait, what? What if my
If you
daughter
lose
does
your
what with a
daughter,
rock?
yeah, if you lose your daughter with one of those rugs that are coming in, but we didn't take it out, how will you feel now?
Well, I would be sad that my okay. I'm
Sorry. This is why I was muted for a
well,
long
Divine,
time.
go ahead. That's like the
No, I
third
wanted
time.
y'all to go back and
That's
forth
like the
on
third
this. I
time.
wanted y'all
Go
to
ahead,
go back and
Divine.
forth on this. I was waiting.
Well, I'd love to
I'm
answer,
just saying, as
but
someone,
every time I start talking,
someone
somebody
who
starts.
has a family member that dealt with this, I will say the exact same thing I said to him. It is a choice to take that D-Rug. You cannot blame those people for bringing it over. That is a
Oh,
fully
really?
human choice. Yes, that is a fully human choice. So, no, I do agree that we do need addict support in the U.S., but taking out the boat is not the way to do it.
So
And
when
how we
people,
getting
when
these?
this, hold on,
And
hold on, because I've been quiet for a while. When these people is giving this thing, they lose like candy to our kids, and these kids are losing their life. Do you think that's not their fault?
Do you have a
Now
problem
say
with
that
the
again.
U.S.
Do
using
what now?
Sudafed to make it?
When these people is giving these things that look like candy, literally I have seen it on the news. They look like candy. They look like freaking candy that you can get in the store. And these kids are losing their life over this.
The
It's
person
not
they
these
handed
people's
it to
fault.
them, that person that handed it to them would be implicated in a crime and would be convicted. What are you talking about?
yes, Aline, let me ask
Yeah,
you.
well, let me
But
ask you, use Denny. If somebody is unalived by a pew-pew, do you go and you blow up the manufacturer of that pew-pew? Or
No.
the truck drivers? Do you unalive the truck drivers who are transporting those pew-pews?
No.
Is that what you do? Well, then why in the fuck would you do it with the boats?
Because these people are bringing stuff that are illegal.
That people
If
want,
the pew
that
pew,
there
You
is
have
a
no proof.
demand for, use Denny, that you have a demand for. The people want this stuff. That's why they sell this stuff. Those people are actively consuming these products.
Besides that, how do you think how do you think they're getting into the country without an inside man within the government or the customs?
oh, everybody that is implied will get in the same boat. I'll put everybody in the same boat.
You're not answering my question. How do you think this poison is getting in and out the country without somebody high up allegedly with the FBI or the CIA or somebody on the inside that's allowing it to get past, that has all the passwords to get to bypass the
Okay,
systems to allow these shit to get in and out the
you're
country?
talking about the government conspiracy now. Okay.
I just answered the question. I just answered your question. I would put anybody that is involved on the same boat. I didn't say did not. I said I would put everybody that's involved on the same boat. So I agree with you. That is
So
people
you
involved.
just want to go around and unalive people?
No.
Sounds like blue and white country.
Yeah. You don't want due process. We have due process in this country. It sounds like you don't want due process. You just want to unalive somebody that does something that you don't like. That's what you're saying.
Not necessarily.
Yeah. Yes, because in this country we have what's called due process. You have to go to court. The accuser has to present evidence of a crime, and the person has a right to confront their accuser and defend themselves. In this scenario, you're saying, no, fuck all that. No, just unalive them. We're just going to skip all of that shit, and we're going to unalive them. That's what you're
Trump
advocating.
said that out of his own mouth too, liberal.
Hold on.
Trump said that out of his own mouth.
Okay, yes. Use Denny. Right?
Well, they've been named as a T group, and that's what they're doing to them.
Okay, so if they name you a T group, do they get to just unalive you, Denny?
If I wasn't a T group, yeah, absolutely.
And without evidence that you're a T group.
It's evidence that they are.
So you're an authoritarian pusher. You want authoritarian dictatorship, is what I'm hearing from you. You don't want. We aren't a nation of laws. No, fuck that. This right here does not matter. It's whatever Denny and his beliefs want, and just unalive them. Just unalive them. Just unalive them. Fuck it. We don't need evidence because you don't know that there's any rugs on that boat. You're saying, well, if they have rugs on the boat, and that's key. You said you preface this disproving your own fucking point by saying, let's assume that those boats did have rugs on them because you don't know. And
like I
yet
said,
you're okay with them
if-
being unalived.
I'm not saying that being okay. I'm asking you.
You don't know if there's rugs on the boat.
It was.
So even in your own instance,
that
even in
wasn't
your
my question.
own circumstance, you're against it because you don't even know.
What I say was, would you be okay if you knew there were drugs in those boats? I wasn't saying that I'm okay or not okay, right? I was saying, would you be?
Your framework doesn't even make logical sense. So think about it this way. If they were actually trying to do something about the rug trade, right, would it make sense to blow up a boat of people who might have contacts who could tell you under interrogation, you know, who's selling what and moving stuff where, and actually get to the bottom or the root of the issue? Like, they're not doing this to actually solve a rug issue. I've seen reporting on this where it's like the area of the country that those boats are leaving from is not even where most of the rugs are moved. Like 5% of the trade moves from that area. 95% moves from other areas that they're not targeting. What this is about is they're trying to provoke a war with Venezuela because they've got oil. Okay, we've got AI centers that are cropping up all over the country that are incredibly energy intensive. That's why Bill Gates is coming online now and saying, oh, actually, like, fossil fuels isn't that bad for climate change.
Yeah, he already flipped. Yeah, he sure as fuck did.
He already flipped. That's probably one of the reasons he's been buying up agricultural land for the last number of decades, right?
Yeah,
that they can push through their techno-fascist wet dream.
Yeah, Denny, there is a plan in place for those rich fuckers who wouldn't have you to dinner even if you paid them to take over all the fucking resources, and they're using things just like this to do those things, to put all these pieces in place so that they control the food, they control the water, they control your the air that you breathe and whether it's clean or not. They control all of that stuff, and you're playing right into it.
No, I'm not playing right into it, right? I don't know if it is true or not.
Does he? Well, wait. You Demi. Do you have the same smoke for the people that are American citizens making the M drug in their bathtubs?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Anybody. This is my point, all right? And this is how I think. I was asking just a question about if he knew, right? If he was okay with that or not, and he's still not okay with that. Cool. That's his point of view.
But you said that you were okay with it.
If they are drugs in there, yes. If they're not, no, of course not.
But you don't know, and they don't know.
Exactly.
And yet
That's the point he was making.
they're unaliving them without any of that evidence.
And
mind you,
I'm
your
in the
president said. But hold on, you Danny. Mind you, your president said when he was asked on live TV, what happened to due process, what happened to investigation, like all poison crimes or whatever are subject to investigation. He said no, basically they don't deserve an investigation. He's just gonna run up in there and boom, DEAD is how he's gonna handle the situation. That's why we have all these boats just exploding into nothing but matter all in the ocean, because he refuses to investigate them to see if they actually carrying poison or not.
So this is my thing, right? If I'm at my house, lock the doors, and I don't know you coming to my house and you cross my front door or the back patio door or whatever door you might want to cross, you will be leaving the house in a bag.
Oh, I mean, that's
a straw man argument, bro.
Let me
if somebody
pull.
comes in your house uninvited, if somebody comes in your house uninvited or whatever, this is your straw man argument. Somebody comes in your house uninvited and you don't know the intentions. Of course, you're gonna pull out, get anything you get your hands on, preferably a projectile object.
Okay.
And handle your situation.
Okay, this is a bad analogy anyway.
Exactly.
Use Denny.
Exactly.
Use Denny. Where's the front door of our house? Huh? Is it
everywhere?
Because look right here. This is no. This is right here. those little bitty ass boats. You realize how fucking far away this is
Yeah.
from us? Look at this. Dude, those
Over
boats
2,000
cannot
miles.
make it to the U.S. They are stopping somewhere else to do something, assuming that they even have rugs. So your analogy of, well, if they cross over into my front door, which would mean land on the United States, but that's not where they're booming them, is it?
Right.
No, it's like,
That was
no.
the what?
He's over in the field across down yonder in the back 40 of my neighbor's fucking pasture on the other side of the county.
Yeah, that
But
was like a
no, they were
1,500 mile
coming.
radius.
They were coming. Use Danny said they were coming. So let's boom them in their little
And
fucking
that was
go
like a
kart. They got
1,500
go karts and they're fucking driving through the field, my neighbor's fucking field. Come on.
Right, liberal. That was like a 1,500 mile radius or something. Them speedboats that they showing are disappearing out in the ocean or whatever. Them things barely can go 100 or 200 miles away from shore without having to refuel. Even yachts
Them
can't even make
outboard
it that
motors
far.
suck
Even
fuel.
big ass yachts can't even make it 1,500 miles without refuel.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay,
Well,
so
first off, how do you
critical.
cure
Go ahead.
them from coming in the country? First off, it's called supply and demand. Why there's such a big demand for these things? Because there's no education in our system. They did have the DARE program back in the, what was it, late 80s to say no.
Oh, God.
And they went into schools, elementary
In
schools.
the 90s, too, I
trying to
think.
teach the kids not to do with that, and it fell
Still
short.
have that.
If the people stop doing them, that's what they need to promote. Stop doing because there's thousands of ways to get this shit in there in this country.
Yeah, and most of it is not a boat.
If I can popcorn in on this topic, I'm like a consciousness advocate. I think hard rugs are definitely a public health issue and concern. But I think other things, I think people should have control over if they decide that they want to alter their consciousness or not. And then to your point, talking about what drives people to do these things. Have you guys heard of it's the cocaine mice experiment that they did, where they basically, what they did a control experiment with mice, and in one environment, basically mice were in cages, nothing fun was going on, they didn't have good food, it just kind of sucked to be alive. And what they saw is that mice repeatedly basically did cocaine until they died, right? And then
happy
another
powder.
experiment, they actually gave mice like
Happy
this
powder.
amazing
Happy powder.
what?
Booger sugar.
Booger sugar,
Booger
sorry, I'll do
sugar,
booger
happy
sugar.
powder.
Nose
whatever.
candy.
powder.
Nose candy.
My bad, Lib. Sorry about that. So in the other group of mice, they gave them basically a mouse palace where they had all of these fun interactive things. They could run around, they could interact, they had great food. And what did they see? That none of the mice chose the booger sugar. Okay, they actually were like, oh, I'm happy because my environment is healthy and conducive to a good life. Therefore, I'm not drawn to this substance. Right. And so I think that's the other thing we really need to ground when we're understanding rug policy is that it's really should be a public health conversation. People go into it because of trauma. People go into it because of hopelessness, depression, SI. Right. And and then also so that the government has an excuse to legislate against certain groups of people. So we know, for example, that YT folks and BIPOC folks use rugs at the same rate. But the government used the war on rugs in order to specifically go after Black and brown communities, even though people across races
Thanks
are
to
using it at
Reagan.
the same rate. Yeah.
Thanks to Reagan's administration.
Free
And
strikes.
that was a great analogy. Unpalatable because when you think about it, we're all lab rats to them. They'll put something in front of us and try to have us fight out the maze to see what experiment works, what experiment doesn't work, and if the experiment works, they constantly keep on putting that shit into our neighborhoods, into our country, or whatever, for us to destroy each other. Basically, again, creating a problem, and then coming with a solution like they're the fucking heroes.
We have a broken
I have a
system.
question. I
You
just
got to
want to
put
know
that in your
how
mind.
booing
Common
these
sense.
folks.
Use your common sense.
Can I say
We
something?
have a broken political system. I mean, look who's president.
Can
How
I ask
broken is our
something?
system?
How
After
is blowing up
J6,
these boats going to fix this problem? The cops in my city just took 2,000 car Fenty pills off the street, and they didn't do that without They did that without blowing up anything or unaliving anybody.
What's that tell you?
So,
Why is he doing that? What's motivating
okay,
this orange
what I'm saying
POS
is,
to do
how
that?
is blowing up?
Why is he doing it?
Let me
Why?
finish. How is
He's
Well,
blowing
you
trying
up?
to make
actually,
himself look like a
itty bitty,
hardliner.
itty bitty. You
I was trying
actually,
to talk and
yeah, okay, shh. You interrupted him. Okay, you interrupted him. He was talking. So
Go
don't
ahead,
then
brother.
bitch about him interrupting you when you interrupted him. Now, I don't care which of you finish this, but don't do that. So,
Well,
Critical,
finish
would you
this.
like to finish what you were saying and then we
Oh
can
yeah,
get
I
to
mean,
itty bitty?
what's motivating him to do that? I mean, with Trump, it's hard to tell because he's unpredictable, and is he doing it to feed his supporters? He's a hardliner. I'm tough. I'm tougher than little Kim over there. I'm tougher than Putin. What is it? I don't know. I mean, hard
I
to
don't,
say to
Don't
him.
forget narcissistic.
I don't think it really matters what's motivating him. I'm saying, like, what is this going to change? Him doing this, how does it stop this rug problem? I don't think it has anything with wanting, it has nothing to do with wanting to stop the flow of rugs. It's a show of force and him wanting to do a regime change in Venezuela. And that's about all it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to read something real quick. This is from Ehrlichman, the Nixon's right-hand man, right? We need to know what happened. It said, quote, "You want to know what this was really about? The Nixon campaign in 1968 and the Nixon White House after that had two enemies, the anti-war left and black people. You understand what I'm saying? We knew we couldn't make it illegal to be either against the war or black, but by getting the public to associate the hippies with MJ and the blacks with Hero and then criminalizing both heavily, we could disrupt those communities. We could arrest their leaders, raid their homes, break up their meetings, and vilify them night after night on the evening shows. Did we know we were lying about the rugs? Of course we did. They admitted to this. And so here's what you do. You legalize every fucking thing. You strip all of the money out of the CTELs that are causing all of the problems. You legalize it because people are going to find it. And then you use the fucking tax money to then turn around and fix those communities that have been harmed by the shit.
Totally agree, Lip. Amazing.
Yeah.
That right there can imply that who that Nixon, that right there can imply that Nixon had some people on the inside bringing it into certain neighborhoods just so they can lock them up.
Didn't they
And
already?
then
They did that. Yeah, the crack epidemic.
Then Reagan's administration fulfilled that quote unquote prophecy that Nixon already had in place when he did war on C booger sugar. Well, it was actually not booger sugar once it's turned into that form.
Yeah, crack.
Well, yeah, I try not to say that because I'm not trying to get you reported or
Well,
flagged.
I think
so
crack is okay because that's a word that,
down my language.
that there's, I have a butt crack, so we can
I was gonna say, 'cause
call
crack,
it a butt crack.
you crack
But
your ass, yeah.
the butt crack epidemic.
Didn't somebody survive
They
one
call
of those?
rocks in another country, so.
Didn't somebody survive one of those attacks in the Caribbean?
Yes.
Two, supposedly.
Yeah, and
So
we
if
didn't.
he was-
we didn't hold a trial for him or anything. We gave
Right.
him
Yeah,
over to the country, and they didn't either.
home.
Yeah, and they didn't hold a. Yeah.
I want to talk to that guy.
So
Like, how is
basically,
not everybody try to talk to him, right? Like, has anybody even seen a picture of the person?
I think I saw a video of him getting taken out of the ocean or something.
So basically,
Now, itty bitty, did you get to finish what you were saying? Because your box does not light up because it's like black. So I can't.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
You did. Okay.
I was just asking the point of what is boom booing these boats in the ocean doing.
well, I can answer the point to that. They would
Wait,
think twice to get in the water.
Well, let her finish. I don't think she's done yet.
And I'm sorry, Critical. I didn't hear you speaking earlier. I wasn't trying to be a bitch. I guess I couldn't hear you because of the noise. Anyways, I was just saying that the cops in my town took these rugs off the street without unaliving anybody, and they educate people. They have stands out here with Narcan kits that they hand out to people, and they educate them on how to use them. Things like that, education is how you do this. I definitely, that's about all I have to say is
you know, it has nothing to do with stopping the flow of drugs. It's all about regime change and snatching that oil, I suppose.
Right. And add to it the fact that, like Denny, you were talking about, people, a lot of people will unalive because they don't realize that it's got fent in it, right? And they think it's something else. You can fix that by legalizing all the drugs or the rugs, and then when they go and get the stuff that they need, you know, to feed their addiction, what have you, it's going to be top tier. It's not going to be filled with anything else. It's not going to come from some, you know, backwood pharmacy that they've built in the middle of the fucking forest somewhere. Right.
Well, and also,
you know it's good.
I think if they legalized it, but actually, I think if they legalized it, people start losing interest. It's almost like when you sneak out the house, it's all fun, but then when your parents give you lifted your curfew or whatever, now you kind of lose interest because it's not as fun sneaking behind. It's not as fun to do the same things you once did when you were sneaking behind their backs to do it.
And to
Like,
obtain
I
it,
would
you
disagree
don't
on
have
that
to
one.
go through all of these other steps either, which causes a lot of problems. It costs a lot of money to do that, and they could end up going to jail for it. And then that creates more poverty. It's like a fucking, you get rid of all that stuff and it fixes a lot of problems, in my opinion. Plus, who the fuck is somebody in the government to tell anybody what they can ingest? It's my body.
You know, the
I should be allowed to
companies-
ingest whatever the fuck I want to.
How
Right?
about the pharmaceutical companies that were doing all the, you know, the D's?
Yeah, and they were
Yeah,
pushing
and
it.
if you look at a lot of those prescribed pill bottles or whatever, it has a lot of
pharmaceutical
TEMH
companies make billions on it.
within the prescribed medicine that they charge people. So it's legal for them to put in a medication that got y'all addicted to
Right.
depression and anxiety and PTSD, but it's illegal to cook it. To cook that same shit to cook it yourself
They want to
in your
patent it.
basement.
They want to
Yeah.
patent it and profit off of it.
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
Well,
what
and
they
it's
should
like,
do,
we're all
you know,
their
they-
lab
make it
rats.
legal.
you know, we know, for example, that mushrooms are not addictive. There's no known lethal dose. And we know that there is huge therapeutic and spiritual healing potential in those substances, but they're still federally illegal. There's a ton of studies around the MDMA.
Just like
substance.
MJ. Yep.
Yep, just like MJ, that there are therapeutic applications for this, let alone like recreational and spiritual, just like people having sovereignty over their own consciousness. That's really important. But part of, like, George Carlin does a really great bit on this where it's like, okay, why is alcohol legal but MJ isn't? And it's like, well, you look at alcohol and it, you know, it's very damaging physically, and a lot of people will end up having their relationships ruined, or, you know, lose their jobs over an alcohol addiction, things like that. But you do mushrooms or you do MJ, and all of a sudden you're talking about like one unity consciousness. You're anti-war. You're like, let's protect Mother Nature, right? And those are all very threatening ideals to an oppressive regime that wants to have carte blanche to destroy our ecosystems, to strip our resources bare, to abuse women and children with impunity, as well as all working class
Agreed.
people. You know, yeah, and
Agreed.
so. Yeah, and so that's where it's just like we need to start rejecting mainstream narratives around all of this stuff, because it's just moral panic to control people's votes. It's the same thing with AB as it is with rugs, as it is with, you know, the immigrant conversation and debate. And we really need to start, you know, organizing ourselves. This is a top-down fight, you know?
And I speak firsthand. I'm firsthand experience. MJ was my go-to vice to deal with my depression, to deal with my anxiety, to deal with my fucking the other thing I was going through, anger management. You see what I'm saying? You think I went to a therapist to talk about tell a complete
What's wrong with
stranger
going to
about my
therapy?
depression? No. I went straight to my plug. I went straight to my plug to handle my own depression.
That
and
doesn't
my,
make sense.
you know.
I mean, the people in this country are just dumb. They turn to alcohol or D's, you know. And just deal with it. You know, if you need help, you'll see somebody who can give you help.
If you have the money. It's
I
cheaper to
don't
get
think
rugs.
It's just dumb. I
Well, they
don't
got
think
money
it's
for
dumb.
D's.
It's cheaper. Rugs are cheaper than a
That's
therapist.
That's the thing. They would prescribe you some shit to
Yeah,
take.
well, hold on, JT.
which a
Hold on,
lot of
JT.
people-
Hold on,
Go
JT. Use Denny. Go ahead.
I don't think the people is dumb itself. It's just
Really?
and
We got Trump as a president. Are you kidding? How dumb could these
Hey,
people be?
well,
that's a
you wanted to
fair
vote for
point.
Kamala Harris.
Touche.
Touche,
Touche.
touche. I was about to say it too.
Wait though, he voted for him. So I'm sorry.
Yes, I did. Absolutely, and I will again. We'll never vote for Kamala
You
Harris.
wait.
She's useless.
You will vote for Trump again, even though that's
Absolutely.
unconstitutional.
If
Dumb.
it's against, if it's no. If the
Are
election
you
was again,
admitting
not
to being
Wait.
willing to
about.
do
Hold on.
illegal?
I'm not talking about
Hold on,
her.
guys. Wait. You will vote for Donald Trump a third time, even though he
No,
cannot
That's not
constitutionally
what I
run.
say. That's
You
That's
said
not
I
what I
will
say.
vote for him again. That's what you said.
Yeah, you did.
If
You literally said that.
if
It's
the
on
election
record.
were
It's
I
on
tomorrow,
record,
listened to
brother.
him
It's
for
on
2
record.
seconds and I knew right away he's a Trump
Are
guy.
you are you bullshitting
No.
me? You standing? Come on.
I said
I like
no.
you,
Tim,
man.
what I'm saying is, I like you too. What I'm and you putting words on my mouth. What I'm saying is,
I
if the
do.
election were
Whoa.
tomorrow,
Hold on. Wait. I did not put words in your mouth, sir. You said I
you
will.
said I
No.
will-
You said I will vote for him again. You said it twice,
I
if the
heard him.
election were tomorrow, that's what I'm trying to say.
I heard him say that.
and I said if. So
No,
you're
no.
saying
If
that
the
you would vote
second
for him a
time,
third time.
not a third time,
Oh, you're saying if
because
you could go back and vote again for the second time, you would vote.
that's what I'm saying. Yes,
Oh, okay.
that's what I'm saying.
Okay. Well, that's not what you
If it
said.
goes, well, that's what
But
I'm saying.
I understand.
I
Yes,
didn't say it. I didn't say
fair.
it third
Okay,
time.
so
either.
if he's on the ballot this next
Yes,
time,
correct.
you would vote for him
Not the
again or
next
no?
time. I don't think he's gonna be the next time.
Okay. You wouldn't vote for him though?
No.
Okay. Fair enough. Okay.
But
We have a
I will vote for somebody
baseline
else in
of
the
crazy and you're just above that. Okay. I'm just
Well, I don't know
That's
about that one, but and the primaries
We're
I
all a
will
little
vote for
crazy.
somebody else. Yeah. So what I'm saying is, it's not much about, and I'm not talking about the rocks at all, right? That's people that did die and they got hugged to it. But it's not the people is dumb. Let's say people that do alcohol, they started with that. Oh, I came from work, I'm tired, let me do a beer. Next day they do 3 beers. Next time they
No,
do
it
5 beers.
doesn't work that way, dude. No.
Yes, it
But
does.
some people aren't wired. Like me, I can have 2 or 3 beers, and then
Every day?
somebody would say, "Hey, you want another one?" No, I got to work in the morning. See, I'm wired.
Is that
different.
every day?
There's other
Is that
people
every
are
day?
wired different when they have a problem with it.
Do
They
you
can't.
do you do that every day?
What
I got
me?
a
No, I
question.
don't drink at all.
So the people that do 2 3 beers every day, they are alcoholic. They cannot live with
Yeah,
that. They don't think
exactly.
they are. And so that's what I'm saying. They start with 1 today, 2 tomorrow, 3, 4, 5. They maybe stop on 5, right? Maybe
Well, you
stop on
stimmy,
3.
you stimmy. What
No,
you're
they
I don't
don't
what
know.
you're
stop at all.
doing
They keep
is
drinking till they
you're.
pass out.
Well, hang on, guys. So you stimmy. I've heard you this whole time, and I
Mm-hmm.
think you have a really conservative view of certain things, and I get that's the way you think. But what you're
Mm-hmm.
trying to do is impose that on everyone else. Like personally, I have PTSD. You
Okay.
can't just treat all forms of PTSD with pharmaceutical drugs because some things don't work for certain people. So, me personally, I like to garden. That's the only thing that works for me. Now, what I don't do is garden before work. What I do is I will garden after work, and if I feel an issue coming on, I will call out and use my company sponsored given PTO to deal with it. But what I think you're doing, and I do have a family member who has dealt with addiction and overcame it and is now thank the Lord. I don't believe in him, but my dad does. You know, thank the gods that be that he is now 25 years sober. But what I do recognize is that there are issues that mentally we cannot handle, and we do try to find an easy way out. Now, is that good for everybody? No, but I really think you're coming at this as very judgmental, saying, oh, well, if you have 2 beers a night, you're an alcoholic. Okay, well, you're off the clock, you have no responsibilities. Maybe, you don't have kids, you don't have a spouse, you don't have a job that's going on at that time. So I really don't see what the issue is. And I think you really need to keep your views to yourself instead of just screaming at the panel as you have done.
Well, can I
And
say
you know
this?
what,
about
Divine?
certain
Wait,
I
things.
don't think he. I don't
Because
think
when
he.
it
I didn't take what
He
he said
doesn't
as
drink.
screaming.
If you
I would
have
say
you
the people
figured
is
that
not
out?
dumb.
He's a
I was
Muslim. Are you a Muslim?
well,
not at
he
all.
has been yelling.
No.
But the thing,
Oh,
but
never
when
mind,
it
never
all
mind.
comes down to it, what it all comes down to it, what you Demi has, I mean, when I asked him, you said okay, but everybody in the U.S. is forgetting. There are people right now in their bathtubs making the same stuff that is coming from overseas. The military should not be used for this because we have rules of engagement, and it is,
Yeah.
and I will tell you right now that as soon as the Trump admin is out of office, every single person that said okay, gave the okay, the whole chain of command is going forth for the UCMJ.
Yeah, because
This
Steve
in the
Bannon actually
Constitution.
said that. Remember when
But
Steve
this in
Bannon
the,
not too long ago said they're all in up Shit's Creek
but
if
this in
Trump.
that's in the Constitution, ain't it? Like Amendment 6 or 7 that says no sitting president should ever use any military forces on the citizens of the United States of America. It's in the Constitution. But it seems like Trump has been doing that.
Well, they let him do it. The Republicans are gone.
And
You've got MAGA. They
they
don't
support it.
defy him at all. They're all scared
Do,
shitless of him. Are you kidding?
do you mean in
We're
Chicago? Do
scared
you
of
mean
him.
on Washington?
I think he is a Trojan horse. Like Trump is an idiot. He's an idiot who is ruled by more
You got
vices
my
than you can
vote.
possibly count. Yeah, he is a puppet president, and I mean, all you gotta do is listen to the man and know that he doesn't have a unique thought in his head, right? He is a reality TV show nepo baby, and it's the people who are behind him, the tech fascists, the Christian nationalists, the folks that are trying to pave a very totalitarian future with all of this AI. You get into this stuff. Look into transhumanism and this Peter Thiel stuff. Like, these tech nerds are so crazy about technology and AI that they sincerely want to merge with it. I've been following this content creator who's talking about the connections between basically disappearing and kidnapping immigrants with Neuralink, and basically questioning whether or not they're actually pulling some of the people that they are abducting off of our streets and then using them for Neuralink experiments, right? I mean, these people are really nuts, and they're the ones that
who
are
put
running
him
the
in there.
country.
He was put in
Are you
by
talking about
Elon,
Dre?
Peter Thiel, Russell
Dre, I think
Ball,
it is Dre, actually. Yeah.
Larry Fink of BlackRock. Yeah, when I heard he was involved, I said, you know what, Miss Kamala, she's done. She's done.
And you know what? It's funny. It's funny because about a year or so ago, I read an article about Elon Musk regarding his humanoids, quote unquote humanoid production, and said that he plans to revolutionize the workforce or whatever. And at my old job, which I used to have to garden up every morning before I went in, because my bosses were bullies, and gardening up actually helped my anger management towards them. But anyways, but John, he has said that, about the revolutionizing the workforce with these humanoid bots that he currently have in production. When I used to mention that to people, they were like, "Nah, they can't do that. They cost too much money." I'm like, "Look here, bro. It would cost the company. It would be cheaper for the company to pay $10 million for a robot to do your job rather than paying $10 million in labor for every single employee up in here every day."
That's true.
Or
Well,
something. They
what
was
we
like,
need is what's called a labor tariff. I'm coining that term. I've never seen anybody else use a labor tariff. So every person's job that gets unalived and replaced by AI, you tariff it. You tariff that replaced job so that it's just as expensive or more expensive to replace it with AI and robots than it is to just keep the employee. And so when they pay that labor tariff, that tax, what have you, they pay it in, then that can be used to fund the UBI. That's how you combat that.
I think that's
a lot of people don't want to
interesting.
hear
They putting it in our place right now,
and
though.
I want to point,
like when you see all these,
they are, yes, and we have to. Andrew Yang talked about this, which I supported, and we have to deal with that. This is a problem. But see, they don't give a fuck. People like Trump, they don't give a shit. And look what they're doing now. Like they're using our ChatGPT. Like Israel, for example, is spending tens of millions of dollars to retrain ChatGPT to become a fucking pro fucking
propaganda machine.
That's right.
They're putting the truth in
So-
plain sight.
So they're
Like,
using
look at all
this
these
AI,
self-checkout lines.
and what they're also doing is simultaneously getting people to rely so much on, for example, ChatGPT, that they don't question it because it's neutral. It's not lying to me, even though it's trained to literally lie to you, and they paid for it.
I've
So-
asked it stuff about
Yeah.
Peter Thiel, and it's straight up censors. Like there's a
Yeah,
number, like
it
Peter
does.
Thiel, Larry Ellison, Sam Altman. Like it'll give you
Anything
little
with Israel.
dribbles. Yeah, exactly. It's really problematic.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
Like
They
I told
also
it to shut the
want
fuck
you to-
up. Like
Wait, I need to
it,
talk to Tim, on my small company, I have replaced not employees, but some of the work that I used to outsource to somebody else with AI because it's more efficient for once. You want me to pay terrorism on that?
Fuck yeah.
Let's see who's gonna send you a galaxy.
And then
motherfucker.
Walmart. That's funny. Well, Walmart.
Let's talk now.
Okay, so the galaxies are no more. If you snipe somebody, you have to do it through Crash App or Vimo, and it is. Just,
I was
yeah.
looking for.
Speaking of Walmart,
there's one here.
look
Hold
at
on,
all
hold on.
these-
One second. Sorry. I
Go
was
ahead.
gonna send you
Galaxy,
a.
yeah, why are you talking about it now?
I was gonna send you. Where did it go? The dragon.
Oh, that's my favorite one, actually. Yeah.
I think it's pretty cool.
Yeah, no, it
When
is
I want to
pretty cool.
snatch somebody, I'm gonna send you a dragon.
All right, yeah.
But liberal, when you mention Walmart, look at all these Walmarts now that have replaced human cashiers with self checkout lines.
Right,
Look at
that's
all
on
these McDonald's and
retroactively
Burger
tax those
Kings.
fuckers. That's right.
Look at all of these Burger Kings and McDonald's and stuff that got kiosk machines making your food instead of actual grill workers and human. These are basically like slight experiments
Labor
or whatever.
tariffs.
How long will it be before they implement that into our manufactured industry?
Oh, it's already happening.
that build
China,
that-
hell, 10 years ago, China replaced an entire fucking manufacturing facility. 90% of its employees gone. Replaced them
With
all with
robots and
robots.
androids.
Yep. This
And this
was
is what I'm
this
gonna
was
say,
like
too.
2008 or something. Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
think.
They had a maid. They had a robot maid like Rosie from the Jetsons.
Well, it's not even about that. They have dark factories.
America
where
just now
they
catching
call
up
them,
to it.
They call them dark factories because they keep it dark in there. Like they do all the manufacturing and shit. All the robots make everything, and the only people that are there, they just monitor them and then fix them as they need.
Well, and you know what I want to say about this too is I don't think like capitalism is not compatible with life on Earth or AI, and I don't really think that UBI in and of itself goes far enough. Like I truly think that we need to have socialized systems for everything. Like food should be free. It should be not like a commodity. Healthcare, education, childcare, elder care, the whole works because nobody can compete with AI. Like you can't have like a startup AI business, right? Because like all of the earth metals are so rare and precious. You need to have these specialized manufacturing. Some of those only exist in certain areas of the world, let alone the country. Like there's no way to compete in sort of the true capitalist sense with these systems. And so I think, we really have to get comfortable with the idea of socializing things. You look at China, you look what they've been able to achieve. It's quite amazing, right? And
But
so
they
that's why
still
I just don't
operate
feel like it
with
goes far
like
enough to say.
It's like a
I
hybrid
jump in?
capitalism in China.
So far away.
Can I jump in?
Sure.
About the free food.
Sure.
Who's gonna give you the free food?
Fucking
And
people.
who's gonna work for?
And you, Stanley, would you? Okay, if somebody said, "Hey, I'll feed you for a year. You'll have vegetables, and meat, and whatever, and you come out here and you work every day," would you do that?
And why
Like,
No,
yeah,
but
Yeah, why are you talking
But the point
look,
is that we do not
you're
commodify food, that every
right,
individual is some sort of economic capitalist, that they need to manage
right.
every aspect of those things. Like, it's not even efficient. We waste 30 to 40 to 50% of all food produced in this country because of inefficient capitalism.
Yeah,
If we
like
had
throwing out
socialized food,
perfectly good
yes,
food into
yeah,
a bin and then spray it with bleach and shit so nobody can get to it.
exactly. Because
And it's edible
otherwise,
food.
right. Otherwise, you're going to impact the capitalist process of controlling supply and demand and creating artificial scarcity. It's completely nonsensical and idiotic. It harms not only people and families, but it destroys the environment. Like, we're now eating food that has 50% less nutrition because of capitalist industrial ways of farming that have stripped our soils of nutrients. We are killing ourselves slowly because we put profit over people. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah. Now,
And that's why you
Well,
right
hold
about
on.
it.
Usteni
It's
was
very true.
talking, and then we jumped in there, and I don't think he made his point. Go ahead,Usteni.
Yeah, because what I think is like when you start giving free stuff to people and like not having to work for, because if you work for to get it, yeah, that's not free. Things goes away at one point, which I
Use Danny,
because I live.
you're puking out your regurgitated propaganda, man. I'm sorry to tell you.
Exactly.
Okay, so
As a
yeah,
fiscal
so Johnny,
conservative,
just so you know, I'm from Cuba, where things were free pretty much, and things started disappearing really quickly. So we're at the point that you cannot find sugar,
yeah,
rice,
but you have to
eggs.
participate, right? So, like, you have to participate. It's not just sit around and wait for your monthly ration. I don't think Unplottable is getting that. And I don't mean to interrupt you at all. I just wanted to say I had some signal teleportation errors earlier. And Divine, I thought your stance on taking a stab and a chunk out of, the military contractors is very, very sensible and logical, and would be easy to implement if we had people with integrity in office. Unplottable, I commend you for being somebody on the left talking about Peter Thiel and Sam Altman and AI and all these kinds of things. I love to hear the left and the right talking about the same things that can actually unify this country for the people. So, yeah, I'll stop interrupting you now, Danny.
Yeah. Well, inUsteni, maybe I can frame it this way. Everybody
Yeah,
has a role to play in a company, right? So your
right.
fry cook. Your fry cook makes the fries. The other person
Hmm.
serves the guests, takes the money, does all that stuff, right? So they all have kind of equal roles there, and it's a different job. Your manager manages the people. It's still a
Hmm.
job. It's just as important as the next person because the job has to get done. So in a
Correct.
society like what Implautable's talking about, everybody has a role and your shit gets taken care of. And even though you may not be the one like picking the strawberries, you may be the one that's chopping down the trees or planking the wood or building the house or fixing the car, right? Everybody has a role to play. It's a different role, but it's an equal role. And the problem with capitalism is that it takes the work that you do and it extracts right off the top much of the value of the work that you're doing, whatever it is that you're bringing and putting forth. So, in just for the sake of somebody else to be able to capitalize on that work that you do. And so
Hmm.
it's a more fair system to say, well, you should be, compensated certainly far more than we are now as a percentage of whatever it is that you're creating, the value that you're producing. And so a society that has a more, equalized playing field to say, yeah, even though you're managing these other people, that role is just as important as the people you're managing. It's just a different role. Does that make sense?
It absolutely makes sense. But you see, when you say we should all get food for free, that's not what you say at all.
But it's not for
You say it
free.
way different.
Right.
Not
Well,
free.
okay. So people say free, but we all
Yes,
understand. We all
We
understand that
I
need
it's
don't.
not free. Right.
decommodify the food, Danny. Like,
Right.
decommodify food, that it should not be something that can be financialized by Wall Street. It is a human right,
Hmm.
and we need to organize around that fact. And secondly, the other thing that conservatives kind of miss with this beat is that, like, for example, children cannot work and should not work, I would argue. I mean,
Of course not.
the working class
Un-
in this country and around the world organize themselves in order to prevent children from being exploited for their labor. Because what did they used to do even just 100 years ago? Companies, to save money, would hire women and children and pay them half as much as men. right?
You're
That was
right.
common practice in order to extract as much profit and value for the capitalist class, right? And we outlawed that because we found that to be immoral, right? And there's a lot of conservatives here in America even that are trying to repeal those laws. Also, somebody's making a ton of noise.
JT,
Any chance you
can
can
you mute
mute
that?
yourself?
JT,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah. And so that's one thing. So children and labor exploitations. The other thing is that we are all those who identify as being able-bodied and able-minded, you are temporarily able-bodied and able-minded. We are all aging. We are all put in positions where we could get disabled for life, whether on the job or just driving to work, right? And so, and again, when we all get to a certain age, our productivity dips. We're no longer able to do certain types of work. So we need to create societies that reflect and honor these differences in different life stages, and also differences amongst individuals. Some people are born and they do not have the same capacity. Now, I don't think that means that they should be consigned to live a life without dignity and without the resources to exist on this planet. I mean, it's literally immoral. And it's like, I love the quote where it's like socialism or barbarism. It really comes down to that. It's socialism or it's barbarism.
Yeah.
And you know what? It is somewhat immoral unless that child wants to take it upon him or herself to work and make their own money so they won't have to ask their parents for money. When my son was like 12 or 13, I wrote him a short-term goal. I made him like write a short-term goal list, and this is one of the things he put on his list is me or his mom didn't put him up to it at all. One of the things said when he turns 15 or 16, he wants to start working because he likes having his own money to buy his video games and stuff. So he won't have to ask us, "Hey, can I get this game?" He likes to have the glory of spending his own money on something, whether it's a pair of shoes, where you see what I'm saying. Which we don't have a problem with buying this stuff.
Well,
Yeah.
so
But
let me
now
try to
forcing your
explain
child to work is different.
So
Well, it's not about forcing your child so much as I just want to say, like, the Florida laws, like, just to say one thing about this, like the Florida laws, what they're trying to do right now is repeal child labor that basically prevents kids from working in dangerous industries, like say meat, right? And then allowing them to work, well into the night or overnight shifts. Like, that's not okay.
It may be the difference, though, because whenever I was young, I had to work. At 13 years old, I was working in a chicken factory. I was the one overnight. I worked fucking graveyard during the summertime, and I did it not because I wanted spending money. I did it because we had to fucking pay bills. My mom was unable to work, so my brother and I both fucking worked full-time jobs in order to pay the fucking bills, okay? So the difference is, are you working because you have to, or are you working because you want to? That's the difference when it comes to children. It was not okay for those people to hire me, but I needed them to. We needed them to because we had to fucking feed ourselves, put a roof over our head, pay for electric, right? It's fucked up. And like these kids right here in this picture, this is in Mississippi. This is oyster farms. They used to take the whole families and they would put them in these fucking shacks on the beach, and these kids would shuck these oysters. They got pictures of them. They'd put them on little step ladders, and they'd be there every fucking day. They'd go to school, they'd come home, they'd fucking shuck oysters. Before they went to school, they'd shuck oysters, and they weren't doing it for spending money. They were doing it because they had to, because otherwise they would be fucking homeless and have nothing. So this exploitation is problematic. This is problematic here, right? But I don't know that it's problematic just for children to work. I think that's good. It builds character. But it's the
background noise. But
sorry,
I had my first job when I was 14 as a farmhand, doing that to male pigs, the N-word to male pigs and stuff. Those was the most horrible screams. I would never forget those screams too. But I did it because of spending money. My mom didn't make me go out and work.
And that's
it was
the
a deacon
difference.
at our church, and he was like, "Hey,
there's a difference in that, in having to do it because you have to pay your fucking bills."
Right. And that's what's wrong with our country, right? Because you have to, if a kid has to go work because they're paying the bills, not for extra money, like you were saying, right? That's the issue.
Now, I may have been 14 or 15. But I remember, like, I actually got fired from that job because I was I get sick, shitting my guts out, right? But I went there. It was a chicken plant. It was, all those chicken farms or whatever. I'd be working the graveyard shift, and then I was mixing all of the chicken feed shit, into those big bins, and then we would. The truckers would come and dump their feed or whatever it was they were dumping at the time. And I guess one of them told me I could go to sleep, and then I wake up, some dude kicking me in the side of the head. It was like, "Get up!" I guess I fell
So
asleep.
hard.
It was like 6, 7 in the morning, and I'm like, "What the fuck is going on?" And then they didn't let me come back. I worked there for I don't know, maybe a month and a
Those
half.
chickens make horrible screens too. I did a tour through a Tyson factory before. I never got the job, but doing orientation, and I went towards the chicken shack, man. And when they was unaliving those chickens, man, they made the most horrible screams, man. I would never forget that. I was like 21 years old. I'm 45 now, and those screams, rather from the pigs of the chickens, they still sit in the back of my head like I just heard it for the first time yesterday. I never forget those horrible screams.
Well, and that's part of it too, where it's like food sovereignty is an element of this, right? Like people used to have a little bit of land, and enough to kind of generally support themselves. Now where I live, our township, I was part of a group that helped to fight for us to be able to have just up to 3 chickens in our backyard, even though a lot of folks have enough land in this area that they could do that. Not living in a super highly dense environment. Minneapolis passed it like 10 years before our township did. And we're reliant on these industrial systems that are really abusive to animals, they're abusive to people. Lib, thank you so much for sharing your story too, because you should have never been put in that position where the safety and health of your family rested on 2 teenage folks. Denny, I think your background noise is going again.
Okay.
And that's what we're trying to protect here with, basically if kids want to work, fine, but we need to do it in a way that is protective, right? And then also it's like, I worked in youth development for about 7 years. And part of what we were doing was creating jobs that were enriching and fulfilling for young people, that was helping to build their character, to help them prepare for, working in a professional, just workplace environment. So social skills, also fun things, also things where it was helping them to shape their worldview, right? And when we put kids into rote positions where it's just, doing something very mechanical or very rote, they're not actually being able to expand their abilities, right? And then it keeps them locked into certain socioeconomic brackets. Like you look at wealthy people, they're paying tens of thousands of dollars for their kids to get private tutors, to go to fancy summer camps and all this types of stuff, to try to give them all of these other experiences to further themselves in their lives. Right. And that's what working class people need to start fighting for, is that we fucking deserve way more than the slop they've been handing out to all of us.
That part.
Right?
Can I jump in real quick?
Yeah, go ahead, use Danny.
So you guys all for socialism and all that, right? So growing up in a socialistic country, at the age of 12, I was forced to work on the country for 2 months at the year if I want to pass my grades through the school. If I didn't go to work in the country, like the farm, the ground, and all that, I wasn't able to pass my year.
And see, that's fucked up.
How is that? You guys want socialism?
Not that.
That's part of it.
No. What you're saying though, okay, so look, that is something that is different than what we're talking about, used any. So you're stuck on a label, right? So that was a dictatorship, essentially, what you were under. You can call it whatever you want, but at the end of the day, that's what it was. And people were mistreated, and this person up here had all of the shit, and everybody else was struggling to eat. That's not what we're talking about, man.
Before you keep going, sorry to interrupt. Which
everybody's constitution has different guidelines.
Socialism country.
Let you finish.
Which socialism country is not under a dictatorship?
Well, this one would be not.
Well, there actually isn't
That's what
any
you
full
think.
Right? So you
That's how
like
they always start.
you don't
Can I give my perspective on this, please?
But that's why you don't do full on anything. It's a hybrid of it. That's why you don't just go full on, socialism like people that claim to be Marxist. This is bullshit because it'll never turn out that way. You'll always have some jackass at the top. But that's what you. No, Mondani is a socialist
China?
Democrat.
So China
you,
is
Demi.
Well, and
You
we
Demi,
have
hang
we
on,
have
let other
socialist
people talk.
policies.
Hang on,
Right.
hang on,
We
hang
have
on.
socialist
So,
policies.
Yes, we do.
Okay.
hang
Go
on.
ahead, Divine.
So Usemi brought up a very good point, even though it's wrong. So he said, "What socialist country is not underneath a dictator?" There is no full socialist country in the fucking world. You're putting labels again, my dear, and this is what I've been trying to get you to stop doing the entire time you've been up here. I'm not finished. Wait. What's going on? So you've actually got halfway socialism in a lot of European countries that have no semblance of a dictatorship. I need you to get off these labels and start calling countries what they are. It's a hybrid model. Nobody purely does socialism. Nobody fully does Marxism. None of that. Just please stop with the generalization labels, and I think we'll get a lot further in this conversation.
Okay, can I get my perspective on this, please?
Yeah, Johnny, you haven't talked.
All right, so and use Denny. I mean, I feel for you, man. I feel for your people. I think the difference
welcome to
between
the panel,
America
by the
and
way, Johnny. Welcome.
Oh, thanks, JT. So the difference between Cuba and America is the reason that the entire world isn't under an absolute dictatorship, in my opinion. Somehow these founders of this country, whether you want to call them white supremacists or Sephardic whatevers or Illuminati or whatever, the men actually put together a document that protected the people, instead of it protecting the elite. Now granted, there are some things that I don't like about it, especially the secrecy. That's my big gripe about the original documents. Now I think socialism has been demonized, as like a gateway route to communism. We
It's a great way to put it.
If you're a student of history, yeah, I mean that's what it is. I mean that's from a conservative standpoint. That's why I've always been afraid of it. And now learning more about actual history instead of just from the victors. The communists and the capitalists always work hand in hand. It's good cop, bad cop. That's all it is. They want to say that socialism is the name that shall not be named. I would disagree that your country was socialist. I'd say it was more communist. And I'd like to throw this out because I spent a lot of time trying to think what could actually heal and fix our country for the majority of people, and not just for man haters or for people that are pro-life or the homeless or the business owners or the working class. Granted, the working class has been used as a tool, the most powerful weapon in the world. If you get control of the working class, you're a wrecking ball. Unfortunately, great atrocities have been committed because of that. So we have to be very careful about how and who we elect as our leaders. I'm at the point where I don't care if it's Democrat, Republican, whoever, because I could say today I'm a pro-life conservative. Tomorrow I could say I'm a liberal. I mean, to me, that doesn't mean anything. But there are standards, to even hold a state position in this country. You have to have a 4-year degree. You have to have a baccalaureate to be like even a park ranger, for instance. So
crazy.
Obviously, these politicians, these elites are not going to vote themselves out of a job. But we could do public referendums state by state to add some new work requirements, to hold public office. For instance, maybe you have to do 4 years of blue collar work as defined by the Bureau of Labor Statistics.
How about rug tests? Weekly rug tests. You walk through the door, rug test, you've a hair follicle. Fucking bastard.
We have to be very careful who we allow to lead us.
I bet they feeling their nose and their brain with booger sugar right now, right before they step into the Congress office
right.
to go against Jackson.
You know what? If you did that hair follicle test for all of the representatives, every motherfucker in there would be bald.
They would be terminated so goddamn quick.
Ah, shit,
bro. They would be.
They'd be shaving their head off.
Fucking. But you know what's ironic is in 2022 or 2023 when Orange Face announced his next presidential run or whatever, he mentioned that when he become president again, that he was gonna personally fire and terminate all crooked law enforcement agents. That means the marshals, the FBI, CIA, or whatever. But now when he's in office, he's actually done the opposite and terminated all the good guys that are against his views. He terminated every chief of staff of the U.S. military.
Yeah. Now, well, real quick, I and forgive me, I think this is my fault. I was making a joke from what Johnny was talking about, but Johnny, your point is well made, and I take it.
Fucking elites out of Congress.
I actually, Johnny, think
that's
it's
the best I could come up with.
I think it's actually a really good idea, and I've heard like various pitches of this kind of idea. So it's like we have AmeriCorps right now, right? And there's different positions that you can have within AmeriCorps, but this idea that people should have an element of public service, right? And add a different and in a working class environment, at working class wages. Specifically, before you're able to get into a position of making decisions for the entire country. Because like right now, it's like what most of Congress makes over $200,000 a year. They get health insurance for life, the best that you could possibly ask for. In addition to that, they have insider trading, and they're all able to afford really great standards of living. Whereas like our federal minimum wage is still at what, $7.65 or something insane like that. So I think that's a really interesting
Let's
idea.
say 4 years of working minimum fucking wage. How about that? Wouldn't that be great?
I have an idea. I say stop
Just
supporting
call it
those.
community service.
I said stop supporting and voting for those that's calling all the shots, because it's almost like back when Rosa Parks stopped supporting the bus system, right? Even though that's a smaller scale. But when she did and got a whole lot of people on their team, they started seeing changes because they realized, well, damn, most of our income is coming from Rosa Parks and her people. So let's just make changes and have them sit anywhere they want to. So with that type of energy, if we had that with Congress and stop supporting them or whatever and stop voting for them, then they won't have no support. See, when they in these seats and we vote for them or whatever, and no changes are made and we voting for them, in their mind, they be like, oh, well, they voted for us anyway, so we must be doing something right. Let's keep doing what we're doing.
I don't know why this fucking thing keeps saying I'm
that's
having
just my theory.
internet issues. Yeah, what's up? Yeah, can you hear me?
Can I still use that unused Galaxy? Yes.
No, you've got to crash app it to me.
Well, I did that before a while ago. I wouldn't use it, remember?
Crash app.
You did what now?
The Galaxy that I sent you wasn't used because you weren't paying attention.
No, I already. God damn it! Can you hear me? Can you guys hear me right now? I don't know what's going on. My fucking why is
You
this?
keep freezing up.
Hold on.
No, they fucking with your live, liberal.
Yeah, I don't know what's.
Hey, liberal, they fucking with your live, man. They making you glitch and shit.
Yeah, it keeps.
Shit over here.
I don't know because I'm connected directly into my router and it's saying I have bad signal. Yeah,
I can hear you perfectly.
Yeah,
hon. You've
well,
never
it came
stuttered
back.
it.
I don't
Use
understand.
Demi has
Anyway,
the
use
razor
Denny.
or something.
The galaxies do not. That doesn't work that way anymore. Don't do galaxies anymore. That's what I said. Did you
No,
not
the
hear
one
me?
that I sent you before. Yes, I heard you.
Wait, oh, you mean like weeks ago?
Months ago. Like a month ago.
Man,
I'm just messing with you.
Fuck up, man. I don't remember.
I was gonna send it to you so you can let me talk. I was gonna use it on you so
Okay,
you can let me talk, because
I'm just gonna have to assume that you're being honest. I maybe I should have written it down. I don't remember it
I don't.
because you haven't been up here for over a month.
I know exactly. Last time I was
Yeah.
here, I sent you one. You were like somewhere, and the thing wasn't working right, and all
I see.
that.
Okay, so who would you like to snipe then? I'll go ahead and I'll
I
go
just
ahead
want
and
to talk. I just want to talk because every time I try to talk, somebody's saying that I've been talking too much and I don't let people talk, and I've been on mute here for the last 3 hours.
yeah. No, you haven't said a lot.
Exactly my point.
Okay,
That's all
well,
I
go
needed.
ahead and talk.
No, because I was trying to say before that the hybrid socialist country, they do have dictator like China. China is a hybrid socialist. It's a socialist inside. It's a capitalist outside. They do have a dictator, don't they?
Who? China?
Yes.
I mean, I guess you could say that, sure.
So it's no elections in the country, so that's a dictator.
I mean,
I don't think that you could. I think
There
that they
are.
have totalitarian aspects to China, but they actually, you guys should look up participatory democracy in China. So they actually developed an app back in 2019.
Well, okay, so
where they
let
actually-
me stop you because Denny wasn't done talking and he just asked me to let him talk after the galaxy. So making Denny's point. Okay.
It was yes, exactly. It was question. Everybody can jump on and answer, not like do a monologue.
Okay, so you want to talk or you want other people to, like,
yeah,
what
I
the
want
fuck,
to talk,
bro?
but I want
Okay.
I want to be listened to.
Okay,
Because
unplottable.
I
My
was
apologies. Go
interrupted.
ahead.
Dude, what the fuck? just
yeah,
yeah,
are you
go
done,
ahead.
Denny?
Yeah, no, I was
you
talking
wrapped it
to
up?
Tim.
Okay.
I wasn't with you. Sorry.
Well, oh no, I wanted to respond to the China thing because, like, yes, they are a one-party system. Yes, there's totalitarian aspects to how China runs, but I was really surprised to learn about this the last couple of months. Participatory democracy in China at the local level. They actually developed an app that was a technological version of what they were already doing, which they have like local neighborhood councils where people, like everybody, can come in and talk about things that directly impact the community on a day-to-day basis, and they can actually vote on those things. Then they created an app so that they could streamline that process so they could get more information and data from people, right? And so I think part of the and like one thing that I thought was really interesting, I follow this Chinese Canadian content creator. He talked about corruption in China, and he was like, yeah, we still have it, but in China they made it punishable, like financial corruption. They made it punishable with the death penalty and lifelong prison sentences. And on one hand, there's part of it that's like, ooh, like that's pretty intense. I don't really like that. And then on the other hand, it's kind of like, you know, we allow people to amass. Musk is about to become a trillionaire, right? Which has the economic cost of other people not getting the resources that they need and people dying, right? Because we have such an unfair economic system. And it's like, there's a part of me that's kind of like, well, like, if we want to protect the freedom for the most people, which is the freedom to be able to have a decent life with dignity and economic security, like there's a part of me that does feel like I can have some wiggle room on that. And the other thing I want to say just about Cuba is that Cuba was what's the word? The economic sanctions that the U.S. put on it for,
BS.
almost like
That's
70
BS.
years, 80 years. I mean,
That's
that
BS.
has as much to do with how
Nope.
socialism was able to unfold as the actual,
Not at all.
government that was behind it.
Not at all. Sorry. Everybody says the same that doesn't know the story behind the country, that never lived there. That's not true. We have like tourism coming every single day, millions and millions of people coming to the country spending money. So that is not an issue. That what yeah, they froze the government money, but that has nothing to do with what's going on the country. What is going on in the country is
There have been economic sanctions though against Cuba for decades.
Yes,
Whether or not
you're
tourism
right.
is allowed now, it was for decades, which really
Okay,
kneecapped.
okay, but he asked about China.
Yeah, I know.
Like what?
I responded to China as well, and I just wanted to respond to both of them.
It's okay. It's okay. Because I love this. So, because yes, it is sanctions on Cuba, but that doesn't change the fact that that has nothing to do with what the people is living in Cuba. The government lived rich. They have millions and millions and millions of dollars all over the world, and the people on the country has nothing. Like literally nothing. Basically, you don't even have food to eat sometimes, right? So the sanctions has nothing to do yes, they did frozen money, but that doesn't change the fact that millions and millions of dollars coming to the country every single day. So that but it goes towards the people in the power, the dictators, right? And
I'm
yeah,
sorry,
those
but your
those
voice really reminds me of that meme. What you matter? That's free money.
what I mean.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
So
Keep going.
I'm confused as to
so
what the fuck we're talking about right now.
it's okay. It's just a conversation
So
thing.
you asked about China and you wanted people
Yeah,
to answer, and then we went into Cuba. So I'm not
and
really
that's
sure
fine,
what's
which
the
is fine.
what's the goal? What's the point of the conversation? What was
She
your point?
was she was bringing something up about Cuba, but then about something else that she said, the unplottable or something. My English is pretty bad. So that we're saying we had to protect the people from being able to have a decent life. What is it that is stopping you from being better yourself? Let's not talk about disability or not the stuff. I'm talking about able body, able to do whatever they can.
Well, if you're talking about the U.S. context, Denny, I mean, there's people who work full time at Walmart, but they're getting paid minimum wage and they have to be on SNAP benefits, like
Okay, what
because
does
of
it
our
find a
messed
new
up
job?
capitalist system. So capitalism is a pyramid scheme. It doesn't work for the people at the bottom, and that's just a fact because by the very nature of it, it's about extracting value from labor and natural resources, right? And it's getting worse in this country rather than better, especially because of folks who decided to vote for Trump and make it even
Okay,
worse.
so you see, that's just BS. So I came from a different country. I start from the bottom, from a factory making $5 an hour, and now I have my own company. So nobody stopped me from quitting that job, find a better job, and start growing and growing and growing. Nobody say, "Hey, you cannot do that."
And I'm glad that worked for you, but people do this all the time where they use their personal experience. I mean, I hear folks come on all the time and they're like, well, just be more entrepreneurial. And they're
Same.
saying this to nurses and teachers, okay, who basically have to live out of their cars because they live in certain cities where they're not making enough money to be able to afford rent. Right? There's no
Thanks.
nurse or teacher in the US should have to do that. And that is a product of a problematic, unregulated capitalist system. So it works for some people, but it does not work for a lot of people. And you need to recognize that. And you can't conflate your own personal success with other people's, well, that means if I made it, y'all are just failures because you didn't figure it out the way that I figured it out.
No,
And
I'm
thanks,
not comparing.
Unplottable, because you took my response. Because
I'm not.
Unplottable, she said exactly what I was thinking. Because a lot of people on here be like, well, rather that regardless of culture, they'll be like, well, I got my own business. I make this much, so everybody else should pick themselves up for the bootstraps. And
And
when you
most
come on
businesses
here,
fail anyway. So
and right, and when you come on here and say that, basically boast about what that you started from here and made it here, what you're doing is saying like, hey, it worked out for me, so I really don't have to empathize with what you're going on
No,
right now, just
no.
cause I'm just saying.
I'm asking why it doesn't can not work out for anybody else.
Okay,
But
Houston,
here's the
hold on,
thing,
you got
guys.
some
Hold on,
monologue. I
hold on,
want to
guys.
respond.
Yeah.
I want to respond to you, Denny. Okay, because Unplottable had a very good point earlier about barbarism or socialism. Unchained. I've realized unchained capitalism leads to absolute slavery. Now, if you're looking at your current circumstances, sure, you might be rocketed, you might be able to go on a vacation here or there, or you might be able to give your employees a bonus. But when people like Larry Fink are trying to literally tokenize your fucking house, how long do you think that's going to last? I mean, the ends and the means are the same thing. What happened in your country, unchained capitalism, is leading to the same place. And personally, smart guys, smart women, alpha types, yeah, sure, we could fucking succeed. I made 50 grand off, the markets in a matter of like a month. But, my conscience got the better of me because I realized I was there are winners and there are losers. So I'd rather, live a substandard life, making an honest living, okay? I'd like to do a little, I'd like to be able to have a home that I don't have to worry about the government coming sweeping from underneath of me or tokenizing, to pass to the next private equity firm. But I mean, how long does the system last that you're currently benefiting from before? You're basically in the same boat. Your children, your grandchildren are in the same. Okay, your children and your grandchildren are in the same boat as you were in Cuba.
Okay, so
Real quick, I think
really
Liberal
sure I
wanted
understand.
to respond.
Do what? Well, Divine has had her hand up. So, Divine, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I can answer
Divine. There you go.
quite freaking simply. College is fucking expensive. You can't raise yourself above your station without some kind of fucking education. I think Hamilton said that. I'm just joking. I just made that up. Sounds like it though. But here's the thing is you've got this guy sitting here claiming like, well, why can't you raise yourself up? Why can't you do this? Why can't you do that? Oh my God, do you live in the US, dude? Like, have you been here for a hot minute? Education is like 30 to 60 grand a year.
Mm-hmm.
The only reason I have the resume and the degrees that I have is because I joined the military and I had the GI Bill. And even with the GI Bill, for those that don't know, you only get 36 months. You don't even get a full 4-year college. So I find it quite disingenuous and really fucking pretentious that he's like, well, why don't you just raise yourself up? What's stopping you from moving ahead? A lot of fucking things, dude, and I'm a fucking white girl. There's a lot of things stopping us. Hi, welcome to
And this
America. Have you
facts.
been here long?
So I
Well,
can
here's
answer
the
to the
thing.
question.
I can.
Let me answer to the questions because she asked me a few questions. I've been here for 21 years. Came here when I was 20. Didn't went to college, and yes, my son is on the Navy. He just joined. When he doesn't need to go in the Navy, but he joined the Navy because I can pay him for his college all 4 years. But I'm not paying a college $500,000-$600,000 for something that he can get for free and serve his country at the same time. You know. So people that think that
That's what I'm
like you
saying.
did it,
Don't
you did
just
it. See,
no.
you did it.
What I'm telling you is that your son just joined. I'm telling you, as a
Hmm.
veteran, you don't just get free college. This is where I think a lot of people have an issue with you, is that you
So
make these broad assumptions that are
you don't
not
get,
fucking true.
Also,
I'm not
ma'am.
saying
are you
I'm
a
not saying he's
citizen?
getting free college. Yes, ma'am.
You're an
the
official
whole
He's
time
like,
citizen.
yes, ma'am.
but the whole
Okay.
time you've been up here, you made these broad assumptions about
He's not going to
socialism,
college
about work.
because the
I'm
job that he's
telling you.
taking on
But what
on
is
the
your
Navy,
point,
Oh my
he doesn't
Denny?
need a
God.
college.
Denny, what
My
is your
point
point?
is,
You're saying people can do these things. Look, you did these things. Okay, well, yes, people
yes.
do these things and they want to do these things. What's your point?
Let's say you don't have money and you want to go to college, like she did, like my son did. You can join the military. He's not going to college. Actually, he has
Okay,
a great
okay, so
job.
just
He has
join
a
the
new
military.
job.
Start a business,
No,
join
it's
the
not just an
military,
option.
become a boot maker so that you have straps. What
There's
the fuck,
many
man? I
options
don't
out there.
understand what your point is.
I
Many
like
options out there.
that.
I don't understand
Uzdeni,
what your
I'm sorry.
point is, Denny. What is
so
your
here's
point?
part of my issue. And Johnny, you spoke really eloquently about this. Okay, so
Forgive me. I'm sorry. I didn't just ask him a question. Denny, what is your point?
The point is that nobody's holding you back. You hold back yourself.
From what?
And not
From what? From what?
From growing as a person.
Okay,
as a
and what does
professional.
that mean in the larger scheme of things? You're giving us like these platitudes.
Well,
what is
no,
the point?
She was saying.
What point are you making?
She was saying that we had to look for the people so they're not hold back like they're being held back. Pluribus say
Yes,
that. So
people are being oppressed, Denny. Like you were oppressed in
I
Cuba.
can tell you, I would
Like
never
you were
fucking
oppressed
work
in
for you,
Cuba.
dude.
Denny, were you oppressed in Cuba? Did you
Yes.
feel oppressed? Okay, and you don't think that exists here in the U.S. too?
Nope. I
And
don't
you're
feel
fucking
oppressed
bullshit.
here.
And
It
that's a
does.
lie.
I don't
That's a
feel
lie.
oppressed here.
You're full of shit.
I don't feel oppressed.
That is a lie,
it's not-
and you are full of shit. People have been oppressed in this country for fucking since it's
Right.
born. What the fuck are you talking about, Denny?
I'm not.
Right.
I've
And
never
it's
been.
not
I'm
just-
not.
and
I'm
in this
not.
country-
I'm not one of those people that are oppressed. That means that oppression doesn't happen. Said every fucking European that colonized every fucking country on this goddamn planet.
And you know what? And in America,
You have
it's not
colonizer
just-
mentality, bro. That's what you have.
And it's not just Black people, Hispanic people, Asian people being depressed. Women are being depressed in this country too, because it was a big ass debate for women to make the same pay as men doing the same job. So women are also being depressed in this country. But you have to be living here long enough from the 70s to 80s to even fucking understand that, realize that, and accept that facts.
But I'm not
JC,
talking about
that's
the past. I'm talking about the present. And we're talking about present and future, not the past. We
But
cannot live on the
Yusuni,
past.
that's an
No,
ignorant
present
approach. You
is
need to
true.
understand what was happening in the past, and it is happening in the present. Yeah, to Lib's point, it's happening now in the present. There's something called the feminization of labor, for example. So when women enter into a field, and basically most of the people who work in it are starting to be women. So, for example, education, when women started being allowed to be teachers, the pay for that position started to go down and down and down. I worked for 5 years in the public school district as a teaching assistant. I had a bachelor's degree, but I was a teaching assistant. I didn't have a licensure. I made shit. I had to have a second full-time job in order to do that, which is insane. I don't think there's any job that anybody does in this country that you should not be able to exist comfortably if you are working full-time hours. Anything else that you're arguing for is capitalist bullshit that leads to it leads to oppression. And especially the most marginalized groups, but also your people. People like you will get on here and be like, well, I own my business. I don't want to have to pay more taxes for other people that have healthcare, blah, 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 blah. And then I find out they don't have healthcare, right? Like they don't have healthcare and they choose not to pay healthcare. And they're like, but I have my own business and I'm being so successful under capitalism. And it's like, no, you're not. You're part of the working class. You're barely making it.
And you know what else?
Yeah.
Plausible to add on to what you're saying. There's a lot that goes on to why they don't want women to do this, why they don't want women to do that, right? I looked it up. Women in America own more PhDs, which usually that's doctors of philosophy degrees, if you didn't know what that means. More women hold PhDs in America than men. So that could, and basically proving that a lot of more women, and guys don't come from me about this, but basically stating that women are a lot, can come on being a little more intelligent than the men. That's why a lot of them are against a woman running for president. Because we have these men out here, these misogynist men that think that women are too dumb to do this, too dumb to do that. But when you look up the history, women have always held more PhDs than men, so they can't be too dumb.
They haven't always.
Haven't always, yeah. Okay, so I'll rephrase that.
It flipped in 2008 is when they started earning more PhDs than men. They have like 52%
yeah,
of them.
And to a lot of misogynistic men and narcissistic men, those type of women become a threat because they feel like, oh shit, we can't bully them, we can't outspeak them. That's why CK had so much, felt so much threatened against women like Michelle Obama or any woman with a college degree, because he basically, not just black women, but in his mind, he thinks that women don't have the brain processing power to be taken seriously. Just all women in general. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. So that's what goes back to my original argument.
Down to the comment. JT, Liberal, I'm going to drop down to the comments. Thanks for having me on, man. It's been
is that Johnny?
Discussion today.
Was that Johnny?
That's Johnny.
Yeah, thanks, Johnny. I appreciate it, man. Hope you come back.
If you're one serious health condition away from being bankrupt, then it's not working for you. To Unplautable's comment about the person that had their own business but didn't have insurance, I'm sorry, that business is doing you no good if you're one major health issue away from being bankrupt.
Exactly.
We're all paycheck. Everybody on this panel, everybody in the chat is One paycheck from being thrown out on the street. One paycheck from being a victim. One paycheck from getting their car repoed. One paycheck from getting their lights cut off. So America has never had a sustainable living for their citizens. We just going to call a spade a spade.
Exactly. And anybody who has a job under capitalism, you are producing more value for that company than you are getting paid. It doesn't matter the scale of the company unless you're a worker-owned business where there is pay parity and transparency. By the very nature of you laboring under capitalism, you're basically getting your wages stolen from you, which are then accrued by the capitalist owning class. So just because you own your own business does not make you a capitalist. Just because you might own your own house, you even have the mortgage paid off, that does not make you a capitalist, right? So like people get this really, really confused. Like we're talking about people who've got hundreds of millions to hundreds of billions of dollars, which is more money than anybody on this panel will ever see in their entire lives put together, right?
Yep.
And people need to start understanding that, and that amount of wealth inequality, which is what capitalism creates by its nature, because it is a pyramid scheme. That's what it does. That's what it's designed to do. That is antithetical to an actual democracy. You cannot have democracy. You cannot have equality between people when you have that level of wealth inequality that is enshrined by your economic system.
Well, I like to think the best of people. I try to, at least. This day and age, it's really effing hard. But maybe when Uzmi's talking about oppression, maybe the degree of oppression is less here in the United States than it is Cuba. But you can't argue that there's not oppression here in this country.
I mean, I haven't lived the oppression in this country,
That
so
doesn't mean that it doesn't exist, Denny.
But
I can tell you right now, it does.
you
It
are.
absolutely fucking does.
But
And let me
Demi,
explain
it's
to
a
you.
comparison.
My mother, for example, went to a indigenous boarding school where they beat the fuck out of her. They wouldn't allow her to do things, and this shit traveled down through generations. That trauma followed itself into us and caused issues with me and my brothers. And this shit continues to this very day. You go to the reservation, for example. You talk about oppression, go to a reservation. Go to a black community that has been fucking redlined over the years. Go to North Tulsa. Used to be on the up and up. They had all their businesses, doctors, fucking all kinds of black-owned businesses. White people came over, destroyed it. It's still to this very day hasn't gotten back to where it was. And that's purposeful. The government's doing this, so you may not see it, but it does happen, and it's still happening to this very day.
It does.
But
Let's not forget
only,
about what liberal, not liberal, but what Lyndon B. Johnson said when he said and this is quoted when he said, if you can convince the poorest white man that he's better than the richest black man, neither one will realize that we're in their pockets, and that's what it is, man. We're all in this boat together, but one who brings about anybody who's being oppressed always gonna have that one. Well, I don't see no oppression or whatever with motherfucker. They getting in your pockets too, as they is the woman that you didn't want to promote, as they is the Hispanic you didn't want to promote, as they is this person you didn't want to promote. They in everybody's pockets. Two wings of the same goddamn vulture.
yeah, they're out of my pocket. They take 37% of what I make.
But Uzmi, JT, he has been oppressed. The problem is the oppression was so bad in Cuba that he's not recognizing what he is experiencing is oppression because it's a comparative scale. So if it's so bad in Cuba and it's less here, then you say you're not experiencing it. If you experience the worst you can experience, even if you experience something else that's lesser, you're going to say, oh, well, I'm not experiencing that because it was so much worse in Cuba.
Well, and also, like, Cuba has one of the best medical systems in the world. They send doctors from all over the globe to study the medical system in Cuba. And it's universal health care. Well, I mean, my research, even up to 5 years ago, that was the case. I don't know how much that's changed. But your literacy rate is one of the highest in the developed world. It's like 98% or something like that. Like there's something like, I forget, 50% or something like that of high school American students are not at a 3rd grade reading level.
Oh, you're right
Okay.
about that one.
Yeah,
And that's oppression. That is a form of oppression because you are not educating your population in order to be able to have a good life. And that is by design. That is by design.
And let's dig deeper though, implausible. Let's dig deeper into why they're not giving our kids the education that they should have. They're not getting the education they should have because they're constantly lowering the budget of the education. They're constantly lowering the programs and taking out of these programs that were making students walk with their fucking heads high. These programs that these students love, they cutting. You know what I'm saying? I'm surprised they haven't cut the ROTC program, whether it's Navy, Marine, or Army, or Air Force. I'm surprised they haven't cut those programs from these schools.
Well, of course
Shit,
not,
they cut every fucking thing else.
Yeah, a lot of the oppression here in the U.S. is financial also. Like over the past 40 years, the top 1% has stolen like 30% of the income from the middle class.
Yeah, and we're all in fucking debt to our eyeballs, this country. The country itself is in debt to its eyeballs, to these fucking banksters that you know, it's on a global scale now. They interconnected everything in order to fucking control these countries. That's what they did.
Citizens United has basically made corruption legal.
Right. Yeah,
we,
I mean,
we in $40 billion in more in debt now thanks to Argentina, but that's just my theory.
Well, 49.6% of the people voted for Donald Trump, so I could, of the voting population voted for Donald Trump, so I can believe that 3rd grade reading level statistic.
Correct.
Yeah.
He loves his stupids. He loves his poorly educated, uneducated.
Smart people don't like him.
Smart people don't like him.
And he loves his P3DO traffickers too. And they still voted for the motherfucker. And
Man,
used any.
liberal, why aren't you talking about that today?
Well, we were, but everybody, we did, but
Okay.
everybody sidetracked the conversation for what reason I don't know. But you know, conversations go kind of haywire. Use Denny. Did you see those emails? Were you here when I covered those?
Yeah, I was here.
Yeah, and you said that you would still vote for him.
Like I say, I didn't vote because he was the best man of the year. I think he was the best person for the job.
He's a
P3DO. P3DO.
Listen.
You vote for that?
Before this, I never liked him before. For the first time I came to this country, I never liked him. But I think he's the best person for the president.
What
for the job.
Yo, Usain, let me ask you a question, Usain.
What the fuck? Wait, okay, hold on, guys. Like, the guy's a P3DO, and you're saying, wow, I didn't like him as a person, but I still gonna vote for him. You're voting and supporting a fucking P3DO child trafficker.
Usually, let me ask you something.
Holy fucking shit. God damn.
I mean,
okay.
JFK was a playboy, and he was a womanizer, not necessarily in a bad way as far as abusing women. If Donald Trump would have been just a playboy and going out and dating all kinds of women and a new woman every month, nobody'd say anything about that. We're talking about being a P3DA. We're talking about abusing children.
Yeah, use Denny.
That
doesn't bother you at all?
Hey, Tim, how's it going?
What's up, Ben?
Absolutely, 100%. It does bother me. It does bother me 100%.
Can you?
That
Can you? I just heard about the emails today. Could you go over them for those that weren't here, or if it's not that big of a deal? I can read them later, but I do like your perspective because you can break it down. Because I'm about to make a decision for myself right here, right now.
Yeah, it's let me pull them back up here. I got like 12,000 tabs sitting on my fucking Chrome browser, so give me a second.
Oh, Lord.
Okay, I found it.
Yeah,
no. I think this is it. Let me see. Yes. Okay, so, well, no, this isn't the first one. Hold on. Okay, there's the first one. I think. No, that's the second one. Son of a bitch. Put me on the spot,
I just had
Benjamin.
to ask for him, huh?
Motherfucker.
I know. I did it.
You.
I did it.
You.
Damn it.
All right, here we go. This is, and this is one of many, I'm sure.
Right.
This is from Ghislaine to Jeffrey. I've been thinking about that, and then from Jeffrey to G-Max. This is Ghislaine. I want you to realize that dog that hasn't barked is Trump. And then victim's name was redacted. Spent hours at my house with him. He has never once been mentioned, police chief, etc. I'm 75% there. Right? So that was one email. And I mean, that means that he was there in the fucking house with one of the victims. Right here, Michael Wolff.
Right.
This is the guy that was interviewing Epstein. He has audio recordings of the guy. I'll go backwards, Divine. Thank you. Let me start here. Michael Wolff wrote, I hear CNN planning to ask Trump tonight about his relationship with you, either on air or in Scrum afterwards. Epstein wrote, if we were able to craft an answer for him, what do you think it should be? So Michael Wolff responded, I think you should let him hang himself. He says he hasn't been on the plane or to the house. That then gives you valuable PR and political currency. You can hang him in a way that potentially generates a positive benefit for you, or if it really looks like he could win, you could save him generating a debt. Of course, it is possible that when asked, he'll say, Jeffrey is a great guy and hasn't gotten a raw deal and is a victim of political correctness, which is to be outlawed in a Trump regime. And then finally, this is Michael Wolff from Epstein to Michael Wolff. Victim Mar-a-Lago redacted. Trump said he asked me to resign, never a member ever. Of course he knew about the girls, as he asked Elaine to stop. There you go.
Okay, so here's my take.
I'm sorry, but can I add one thing? That was the exact answer Trump gave, though. Verbatim. That Jeffrey was a great guy who got a raw deal.
Okay, can I say this now? With all that being said, I mean, whatever you take from that, just know that in one way or the other, however far it may have went, Trump most definitely fucking knew what that bastard was doing.
Yeah.
Period. And with that being said, I can't ride with Trump anymore. I can't fucking do it. That should be your breaking point for any normal human being out there, man or woman, anybody. That should be your breaking point. If you for 1 second think that he wasn't hanging out over there, even if he wasn't involved, which, I mean, you don't just hang around people to just shoot the shit.
Right.
The fact that he was in that situation and didn't, like, completely beat the shit out of him and didn't report it and didn't choke him out with his own bare hands, knowing what was going on. Because if there was one, there was two, there was many of these underage girls hanging out over there. It wasn't just one little, oh, she's just a friend, she's here babysitting for so-and-so. No, there was probably, unfortunately, roomfuls, and they were probably in disparity. You could tell they weren't there just hanging out, cutting the yard or whatever, okay?
Why do you think Donald Trump owned Miss Teen USA and invited Epstein
and they
to
were
Teen USA parties?
That's right. They were grooming those kids from those modeling agencies, for the record. And it wasn't just Trump shit. This was the fucking what's that dude's name? The guy that had the biggest modeling agency, the one you'd see in the fucking malls.
You mean the Clintons?
No, it was God damn it, what the fuck was his name? Hold on. Biggest fucking the biggest modeling. Yes. Thank you. Casablancas. Yeah.
But can we not blame both sides for, like, I mean, the Democrats had this shit, right? Or are we just like, I mean,
well,
I wish this was brought out before he got to run again and maybe even locked up over it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Why?
Yeah.
Why wasn't this brought out
Democrats are on the list too, guys. And you watch, they're going to come up with some deal. Oh, well, we didn't have a choice. We had to save your health care in order to not vote for to release the files. That's what they'll tell us.
Yeah.
And if they do that, I mean,
So
there you go.
But Ben,
there you
but
go.
Ben,
Perfect.
you know I love and respect you, hon. You've been here for a long time, longer than I have, I guess. But you've got to remember, these emails contain Ghislaine Maxwell. She was in appeals right up until the fucking election.
It's true.
They could not release a lot of this, and when it came to grand jury testimony, it only applied to the E-man. So the law is not so cut and dry. You know that, hon.
Yeah.
That is true. That is true.
No, it's
I'll repeat.
yeah.
I will repeat that when it came time to vote on it this year, the GOP unanimously voted to keep them sealed. The Democrats unanimously voted to release them. So it's not really a both sides thing in 2025. Now, before that, we can all discuss that. But this year alone, we have proof that it's not really both sides.
Yeah.
Yeah, because here's the thing, guys. You know, Bill Clinton and Donald Trump, the Clintons and Trump used to be really good friends. He donated to them. These people aren't Democrats and Republicans, the ones that are really leading these parties. They aren't. They play that on TV.
They're the
right?
elite.
They play that on TV. It's political footballs. They use this football. The other people use this football. But at the end of the day, they may claim that they hate each other and ideological, but they'll sit back and drink scotch and smoke their cigars together and just, like
That part.
Obama with Donald Trump, just yucking it up at the fucking wherever that was.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's guys, it's like it's all bullshit. These people
That
are
right
full
there
of shit.
shows you.
They're shaking hands at the end of the day. Like, job well done, guys. We got them divided once again.
Right. Yeah. They're all about
with that being said,
they're all about those Benjamins, baby.
With that
Baby,
being
what's
said,
up?
Tim, with that being said, would it be any different voting for Kamala Harris?
Well,
Yes. I guess it would
in
be.
respect to at least she wouldn't have been doing that part. Like I'm trying to watch
You know-
what I say so you don't get in trouble. But I mean, as far as somebody's got some good, somebody's in the bathroom taking a number 2,
Who dropping the deuce?
dropping the deuce or something. No, but I mean, that's where I'm going to get a lot of pushback is because I may no longer be MAGA, but gosh damn, I don't know if we really had a good choice. And that's what I feel the problem is we don't, out of all the people in the United States, these are the people that we have to choose from.
Well, guys, let me remind you.
Go ahead.
That's exactly my point.
There's one subject that Republicans and Democrats will always come together on and agree on, and that is support for fucking Israel. And then there are ties with Epstein and that bullshit and Israel. So I wonder why all of this stuff is happening. These people are running the same fucking game, okay? And that's why I don't like these parties, because it's like a front for bullshit.
But liberals, don't forget, they also came together under one roof in one room with the whole TikTok ban, and then it was banned for 24 hours, came back up, and since it happened, TikTok's actually gotten much worse because now we have to dumb down our language. We have to figure what we have to filter what we say, like simplest words as trafficking or smecks, like simple shit. You know what I'm saying? Then we have to filter it just so nobody will get flagged or banned or reported or struck on their thing. But I had a question for Usini. If we met in the elevator and you had a 10-year-old daughter, and I was on the elevator and I looked at your 10-year-old daughter and I said, hey, I'll be dating you in 10 years, how would you feel?
Be disgusted. Real quick, Bobby, thank you for those glasses. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Usini? Is he having dial-up service? What's going on? Usini? I asked you a direct question.
I'm sorry, I was away from my phone.
I said if we were on the elevator and I saw you and you had a 10-year-old daughter, and I looked at your daughter and I said, hey, I'm gonna be dating you in 10 years, and I'm in my 40s and 50s. How would you feel? How would it make you feel?
You'll be living in a bag.
Exactly.
Okay, so but you support a president that actually did that.
I didn't support him. I voted for him because it was the best for.
Holy shit!
But
Thank
you
you,
voted for
Bobby.
a president
Thank
that
you,
actually
Bobby.
did that. You voted for a president who actually did that, though.
I didn't know about that time, and we are still. I mean, the email can say whatever it wants, whatever it says. I wasn't there. I not say he didn't did it. I didn't say he did it.
Oh
I
my
don't
God.
know. Again, no, Tim. I didn't say he didn't did it. I'm not.
It wasn't in the email. It was on video.
He could have. He could have.
Man, he
was on video.
he was on video saying that if you're a star, you can grab women by the pussy because they'll let you do
Basically.
it. No, that is what he said.
Yeah.
Because when you're a star, they'll let you do it. I came up, I was all over her like a bitch. And you still voted for this fucking assaulter. And then when he goes to civil court over it with E. Jean Carroll, when he literally did that exact thing that he said he can do, y'all were like, nah, this is bullshit. It's a political witch hunt. And then now he surrounded himself with P3DOs and traffickers. Like, nah, that's a witch hunt. Now we got emails. Well, I wasn't there. Denny, what the fuck?
Or you liberal, or it was taken out of context. Y'all read it wrong. Y'all didn't read it in the context that he said.
I don't get it. Denny, please, like, help me understand.
He probably did. That's not the reason why I voted for him.
Does he have to do it to you for you to understand that it's bad and you shouldn't vote for him?
Oh no, I absolutely understand that it's bad.
Does he have to do it to you to get you to not vote for him?
No, if it does
What
it
would
to
it
me,
take then?
if it does it in front of me, if I'm there in the room, I would have done something, right?
Okay, but
I'm
you're
not
still
saying
gonna
it's not
vote
bad.
for the
And
guy,
listen
even though
to
you know it happened.
Yes, you're absolutely right.
Does he
like I
have
said,
to
I'm
do
not
it to
voting-
you
I'm not-
to not get your vote?
No, he would not need my vote. He would need a bag.
Right, but but he does that and then you vote for him. It's like, if I see you do that, I'm going to put you in a bag, but I'll vote for you for president if you run.
Right. That's just like the allegations was with Instagram, right? So check this out, liberal. It was the allegations like about a year or two ago, right? Allegations of people of predators using IG to lure 15 young ladies from the ages of 15 to 19 years old basically, like you meet somebody on the app, y'all try to do a meetup or whatever, try to be a quick date or whatever. Well, it was allegations that was used to lure women between the age of 15, 19, 20 years old or whatever into these parks thinking they finna meet up somebody, have a little fling or whatever, and then they were actually getting snatched up. You think it had to actually happen to my child for me to delete the app and stop using it all together? And at the same time, 38 teenagers in the city of Chicago in that time, 38 teenagers came up missing in a 17-day period, within a 2-week period. And they still missing. A lot of them still have not been found. They were being nabbed, I should say. I don't want to say the K word because I don't want you to get flagged or nothing. But you know what I'm talking about, when people snatch against their will.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. But my point is, to land my plane here, certain shit doesn't have to happen to you individually or to your family individually for you to be against it. I would never say that, get on the elevator and say that to anybody's daughter. I wouldn't want my female cousins, to get on the elevator and say that to anybody's 10-year-old son. It's just fucking wrong and sick, bruh.
It is. And I absolutely agree with you. But that doesn't change the fact that he was the better candidate that we had. Better than Kamala Harris.
Oh my
She
God.
didn't have a plan. She can't even say what the plan she had. She hired
better than him.
No, she wasn't. She hired for the first 99 days.
Oh my God. Okay. Denny, you.
Okay.
I really don't get it. You are saying because there wasn't just two candidates, right? There were more than two candidates that you could have voted for. And you're saying that Jill Stein, Chase Oliver, I mean, there's fucking, I don't know what state you're in, but there were 12,000 other fucking candidates too that ended up on other people's. I don't. If you didn't vote for them, they'd have no chance. But you only saw two. You only see two, right? And one of them is a P3DO and a Salter that this came out before. All of this came out before, and you're like, well, that's okay. Because I like his politics. That is.
I never said it was okay. It's not okay.
If
but you voted for it.
You're making it okay. That's insane.
That's supporting the guy. Like
this is the definition of cognitive dissonance.
Yeah, I don't you said he
and y'all know what's satirical though, liberal, is that they keep on bringing up Kamala Harris, who only had maybe less than a year or a few months to prepare for a campaign compared to a motherfucker who had 4 years to bring up to probably falsify documents to get all his homework together prior to running for president. Kamala Harris as VP or whatever, she was just filling the role of a VP. When she got thrown into that position due to Biden's medical issues or whatever reason he had to step down or whatever, she only had less than a year or a few months to prepare. She was going up against a guy who had 8 years to prepare an argument, who had 8 years to prepare talking points, who had 8 years to prepare presentations against somebody who only had less than a year to do any of that shit. Well, so that's why when she was asking questions or whatever, that's why a lot of times she couldn't answer the question because she didn't have enough time to prepare for this shit. She had to cram a 4-year homework, 8-year homework within a few months. That's not even fair, bro.
Okay. And JT, awesome. Not to mention, I mean, Kamala, she didn't have a lot of time to prepare, but she wiped the floor with Trump every time. Like, she's not the best public speaker in some types of ways, but she's an incredibly intelligent and accomplished person. I did not like her participation in the blue and white state genocide, and it was hard for me as a leftist to vote for her because of that. But there's no contest between Trump and Kamala. They're not even in the same, on the same planet in terms of qualifications. Like, we would be in a completely different place had she been elected. A lot of what Biden wasn't perfect, but the things that he was doing on climate and working class policies was in fact better. The fact that she wasn't an overt white supremacist was a major plus in my book. And the fact that she was not collaborating with Christian nationalists who want to turn our country into a theocracy and want to remove bodily sovereignty at a national level for half of the population. True. That was a plus in my book. So Denny, it's insane to me that you can be up here and you can that these words are even coming out of your mouth. That you should be up here and you should be apologizing on your knees to the rest of the country for your lack of insight at this election, especially with the insight of these emails that Liberal has been providing. Like anything short of that.
Not to mention plausible, we had somebody who had education in history and law against a motherfucker who only got history on grabbing women by the crotch.
Word.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
All right. Well, guys, the live ended at 1 o'clock technically. And the tapping is not moving.
Half of the country.
What's that, Denny?
He just built half of the country, but he doesn't have education.
Built half the country? Look at the White House lawn. Tell me what that looks like.
I'm talking about
on whose expense?
Any city that you go, you see a Trump building. Any city you go.
What the fuck are you talking about? He hasn't built a fucking thing.
Okay.
What did he build? What has Donald Trump built?
You realize other people build this shit and Trump just slaps
puts his fucking name on it. Yeah, what has he built, bro?
Licensing agreement?
Yeah, what did he build? What did he build?
Yeah, he's so freaking dumb.
No, what did Donald Trump build for the United States as president? I'm waiting. You said it.
There's multiple Macy's in every city.
Well, hold on.
Hold on.
Yeah. I answered the question, you Denny. I asked you, what did he build?
Hey, liberal.
Hold on.
You have to wait for.
Hold on. Use Denny. Use Denny. Okay. We're done with that. He hasn't built a fucking thing, guys, for this country.
You have to wait for the
anything
30-second Jeopardy theme music
That's
to stop.
fucking lie. I don't even know what the fuck that was about. I'm sorry. I can't. Motherfuckers talking about, well, you know, there was only two candidates, the P3DO and the lady, and I couldn't vote for the lady. Like, I don't know.
Because in their mind, ladies shouldn't be leaders. That's what I'm saying. These fucking beta male misogynistic motherfuckers.
He's figured it out. He's figured it out. Use Denny.
Yeah, sorry, I dropped by accident.
I dropped you because I asked you the same question like 7 times. You didn't answer. What did he build?
How about the safety and security on many countries where he drop off the National Guard?
He didn't. He built what? He built what? You said he built a bunch of shit. That Trump's name is everywhere. That's what you said. What the fuck are you talking about? National Guard in other countries?
Yeah, all the buildings are all around the country. Who built it?
That he built?
Well, his company did. It's the same shit.
What are you fuck are you talking about?
His name to be used. That's what it is. He didn't build the building. Those companies licensed the Trump name to use to bring in customers. What the fuck?
And most of those companies were actually part of the Russian mafia. There is incredible investigative journalists on this. Trump was broke AF in the 80s and 90s. Everybody knew it. He got tapped by the Russians, the mafia, as well as the government. They basically were like, hey, we'll build buildings, we'll rent properties that are already under your name. You can keep your name on it because we want to like operate under your name. But he had literal KGB and literal mafia people like operating, and he was able to construct the business as such that he can kind of have plausible deniability. But he has been consorting with criminals for decades, and that's on record.
They'll buy property for $9 million that's worth, a few $100,000.
Yeah, Trump Tower in New York was full of Russians.
Yeah, so use Denny. So when you said that he built shit, you said that I took what you said to mean that he did it after he became president. Are you talking
I'm
about?
talking about from his whole life.
Oh, I don't give a fuck if I don't really care about that. We're talking about him as president.
For somebody to have so much money, why did his private jet get repoed?
Right, and the point
we
there
were
is
talking
that
about.
The point there is that he just slaps his name on it. He doesn't build he really doesn't build anything.
Right.
Trump is a third generation Nepo baby, and his family had ties to Nazi Germany. His grandpa himself was a human trafficker. They built their wealth by embezzling government funds to build public housing in New York City. Like there were literally court trials. They were not held legally responsible because there were loopholes. They are all criminals. They are multi-generations of criminals. And in fact, I'd argue most billionaires are actually criminals. They are actually criminals.
He was basically another David Rockefeller. He's basically another Rockefeller, really.
That Forbes released an article in 2023 showing that if he would have just invested the money his daddy gave him in index funds, he would have more money right now than he would throughout that he's built up throughout his entire business career. If he'd have just invested the money in index funds, he'd have more money right now.
Yeah,
that's how horrible of a businessman he is.
Danny's talking about he built a bunch of buildings. Yeah, he also bankrupted fucking casinos, which, how do you do that?
No,
the house always wins. Oh, thank you. See, I'm the Orange King now, motherfucker. But how do you bankrupt a casino when it's literally rigged in the house's favor? Like, you really got to be a dumb motherfucker to bankrupt a casino.
What you said, liberal, like, if you own a casino, man, you a fucking cash cow, bro.
Right. Like that doesn't.
That's what I'm saying. But
Thank
this
you
motherfucker
for the
who
crowns.
always had poor money management skills is sitting in the butthole office trying to dictate people how we spend our money. The fuck? Make it make sense.
Also, he hasn't
Make it
been
make
able to
fucking
find
sense.
like one American woman to marry him and have his children. So he's got to like mail order bride for that.
From what I understood from Michael Wolff's interviews, he actually met her on the Lolita Express. She was one of Epstein's girls.
That's what I heard on the plane.
Yep, and Donald Trump was like, "Ooh, I can get me some of that."
So it's a business arrangement like Beyonce and Jay-Z, then, right?
I mean, I think everything with Trump is a business arrangement. Even his fucking own children. How Hughes Denny can still simp for this guy after like reading those emails is I don't get it, man. I know you're a decent guy. I know you are. That's why I just don't understand it.
Like I say,
some people just don't want to be wrong, man.
That's
it's not that I don't want to be wrong.
That's
I didn't say I don't want to be wrong. Do you see how many people Kamala Harris, the borders are let in this country?
She
by
wasn't
the
the
millions
border
every year.
So let
Yes, she
me
was.
Oh my gosh.
Yes, she was.
Bro,
Oh my God.
her
She
job,
didn't let
Hughes
people
Denny.
in the country.
Yeah, Hughes Denny.
She didn't sit there and sign everybody's immigration paperwork. Stop that.
And that wasn't even her
She did
role.
nothing to stop it.
Hughes Denny,
She
that
did nothing
wasn't.
to stop it.
Okay, look, first we can acknowledge Biden should have done a better job on the border. Yes, that's true. But Kamala Harris's job was to go to the other countries to see why they were fleeing in the first fucking place and try to resolve it. That way they never even tried to go to our border in the first place. That was her job. Not standing on the border. Was she supposed to do, stand on the border? Oh, let me check your papers. Oh, like, would that have made you happy? I don't get it. But you've got Tom Homan. He'll stand on the border and take $50,000. He'll do that.
He's not
That's
staying on
Trump's
the border,
people.
but he's just stopping people coming in.
Oh, he'll stand on the border and take bribes. That's what he'll do, Homan, the guy that Trump put in there. Yeah.
Hughes Denny, as a first generation immigrant, I just think it's kind of rich that it's like you were able to immigrate and now you want to pull up the ladder behind you and you were fine supporting a regime that is violating a whole bunch of human rights, kidnapping, disappearing people off the streets, sending them to labor camps in other countries that they're not even from without any proof. I mean, they've almost how many American citizens, like almost 200, that they also illegally detained for some amount of time. Like there was an old guy in LA that they broke his ribs and almost gave him a heart attack when he tried to intervene when they scooped up his entire workforce. He was like, I got papers for these people. They're here legally, not illegally. Like, I mean, this has been an insane violation of just every single norm in our country. Especially, we are a country built by immigrants like yourself. Like my ancestors, most of mine came over in the late 1800s, early 1900s. Right? Like it's absolutely insane. Like I've had family members that have said, oh, you know, people who come over here, if they can't learn English in a year, I think they should get deported. I'm like, do you think our ancestors learned English in a year? Hell no. Like, yeah. And so it's like, what kind of country are we supporting and creating?
And mind you, unplottable, usually the people, like, y'all basically cut from the same cloth. Like, you know what I'm saying? The Cubans, Mexicans, Puerto Rican, whatever, basically cut for the same cloth. But it seems like you made it safe. It seemed like you made it safe into the boat and then you threw your fellow Hispanics a lifesaver and be like, hey, swim to the boat as best as you can.
So
that's exactly what you're doing.
Just for you guys' information, I didn't came in a boat. I waited 10 years to get
You're
here.
missing the whole metaphor, dumbass.
You're
I missing the whole metaphor I was saying.
I get your
it's
metaphor.
Basically the same. It's basically the same thing as what Unplottable said.
That's a problem.
Unplottable said.
That's a problem.
Hold on, JT. Hold on, JT. Let him finish.
You so uneducated. You going really quick to call name and disrespect when you didn't even let me finish talk. See. Because what I was trying to say is that I waited.
I apologize, but go ahead.
Did my turn, did it the right way. I didn't jump to the border and cross and not better. I was better, even though I was 15 years old when I started the process. Actually, 12 years old, but I was better at 15, 3 years in. And my son, while people was crossing the border, because I had a son in a different country, it was waiting to come here. And he couldn't come in because we closed everything for C-19. But on the other hand, people was crossing left and right. And I was waiting to see my son. So, yes, you want to come? Do the right way. Do your due process on your country.
Crying. They're picking up U.S. born veterans and not giving them the opportunity to show that they are a citizen for 5 fucking days. Stop crying, dude.
And that is wrong. And that is wrong. And if they do that to me, I
That's
will
your
sue the shit out of them.
administration.
And if they do that to me, I will hold them accountable and sue the shit out of them.
I think it's been
Just
longer
like
than
that.
that, Brian. I think it's actually been a couple of weeks that they've been doing that. We only just probably been hearing about it for the last 4 or 5 days. If we just not hearing about it now, it means that it's always safe to say that they've been doing it for a while. Just like how CNN just reported about the UK not sharing their intelligence with us, even though it's been going on for a whole month. So yeah, a lot of shit that we're now hearing about it, they just now trying to sugarcoat the story because it's been going on longer than what they telling us it is.
Yuzumi, I'm
You
gonna
know
give
what
you a
I'm saying?
lifeline. I'm gonna give you a lifeline here, buddy. After all this stuff that you have found out about Trump, violating people's civil rights, being a P3DO, all this stuff, do you still support him?
I don't support him. I think he's better than Kamala Harris for the country.
But you still,
That's
but
it.
you still support. No, I'm saying right now.
Oh,
Right
I
now,
already
with what
asked
you
him
know,
this.
and you had to do it all over again. Would you still vote for Donald Trump?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I already asked him
tried,
that.
Liberal.
Blake,
Tried.
well, no, I already asked him that. He said the same thing earlier. Yeah.
No,
Yeah, I mean,
if
look,
you pull-
if you don't
A
draw a
video.
hard line at like P3D files and fucking trafficking children to be used and raped by white fucking men, especially under some fucking plot by another country to blackmail our politicians to do whatever the fuck we can for this country. If that isn't a line for you, I'm not sure that you are a good person,Usteni. I can't sit here and say that you are a good person because no good
Not everyone
person
is.
that I know of would fucking be okay with that, man.
Look,
Agree,
Listen,
and
if
that's
you
why
wanna
they
say
go
I
after.
didn't
Look,
know,
it's your
I
own
didn't know
fucking
before.
words.
If you had said I didn't know before, I didn't know all this stuff that was going on. Now I know, and now I realize he's a P3DO. He's violating people's rights. He's violating the U.S. Constitution. No, I no longer support him. I would not, if I knew he was going to do this, I wouldn't have voted for him. You know what? Then I could have some respect for you. But because you just didn't know, and that's fine because people work, they can't research everything they need to before the election, all of that, okay. But for you to stand up with 10 toes down and say you still support this man is abhorrent, and you are not a good human.
And that's why it's no secret. That's why it's no secret or no conspiracy why all of these children that have been missing for 3, 4, 5, 10 years and shit. Because
Longer
the
than
younger the
that.
baby, the younger the child. I'm just like using this as an example. The younger the child, the highest they can sell it. The more they can sell it to the highest bid.
God damn this shit.
Y'all probably got them same missing child's posters hanging up in y'all Walmarts and Kroger, or if y'all have Kroger. You know, Kroger's not over on the west. That's mainly a southeast franchise. But a lot of these grocery stores, they got posters of missing children that have not been seen since 2014, 2015, 2020, 2008. You know what I'm saying? 2012 and shit. And the Democrats, the elite Democrat and the elite Republicans are all in it together.
Okay, let me ask y'all this question. Tim, do you think if we find, like,
You're breaking up,
me to
Ben.
be like, okay, that's it. Like, I can no
Okay,
longer stand. Like, you
okay.
guys,
You
Oh,
broke up
crap.
there. I
Am I
missed.
there?
Yeah, you said, Tim, let me ask you a question, and then go ahead and re-ask it.
Okay. Do you think that there may be a point where we get where there's enough damning evidence, like for me, and I would hope the majority that did support Trump are no longer, because that was enough with the emails and
Well, we
so
lost you
forth, and
again.
probably should have made this decision a long time ago. But do you think there will be enough damning evidence for him to actually get kicked out of office, and for things like, I mean, like at what point? I mean, because technically we have 3 more years. If people decide that like, where are we going to go with this?
Maybe, but here's the caveat to this: if we see that happen, if we see Republicans finally turn and remove him, this was something that was in the works before through Peter Thiel, J.D. Vance. This is something that they were doing because J.D. Vance is not really. It's not likely he would be elected. He's just not charismatic enough. This guy. He's too mundane or whatever. So them pushing him into the presidency, I think, would be purposeful because these people all fucking knew that this was happening. They all knew it was happening. So if they then, well, now we've got the evidence. They've had the evidence. They know what he did.
They've had it.
Right.
Yeah.
So it would have, I think that would just be like, plausible deniability bullshit with some other
So you're thinking that
stag, though.
Purpose in the back.
Are you saying that they would push Vance in?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think they would do
You're
it
reaching for the
purposely
stars.
to make sure that Vance, obviously would get in there because he's their guy.
Yeah.
He's the one that they picked. Teal
He's been groomed.
groomed his
Let me
ass.
ask you,
Yes.
who's charismatic on the Democrat Party? If you think Harris was charismatic,
But that's not the
JD
point.
Vance
Oh,
over Harris
I
any
don't
day.
think Harris was charismatic
Harris
at
was
all.
a disaster.
That's not the point Liberal is
right,
making, though.
No, and thank you, Implaudible. No, that's not my point. I think you missed my point.
But it's funny how Vance was with
Well, JT, hold
Kamala
on.
Harris at first.
JT, you just
Sorry.
spoke for like 2 minutes. Unplaudible, go ahead.
Sorry.
Thank you, Ed.
I mean,
Apex,
talk was
hang on.
how
Apex, hang
Hold
on.
on.
What I wanted to say, though, in response to what Liberal was saying, is like when you actually start digging into this, like JD Vance has absolutely been groomed by Teal. Like there is an entire apparatus behind Trump. Trump is a Trojan horse. I think as soon as they have, as soon as they want to depose him, he will be deposed, and an heir apparent will be put in place. These guys are on record. They are literally saying that democracy is a failed experiment. They don't believe in democracy. They believe in tech monarchies. They also call them freedom cities, network states, right? Like the shit that Trump was talking about with Greenland, that's because they are practicing right now. These tech moguls are buying up islands and pieces of land and creating like quote unquote tech utopias, which are totalitarian technocratic states. This is what they want. And these are the people that have the most money in the entire world. And they've got lines into the government. They've got contacts with all of the military industrial complex. So this has been a very, very serious coup and takeover. Now, no one's saying Kamala was a perfect candidate, but she was a hell of a lot better than Trump. There's no competition.
no, she wasn't. She wasn't even close to Trump.
Apex, she's not a fascist.
She blew $3
That's
billion
a big
in
difference.
3 months.
She's
Yeah,
not
I think
a
that's
fascist.
a bias. But here's the thing: that's a bias.
There's no other
thing
thing
because
than
you're
that.
a
She's
liberal and
not
you're a
a
Democrat,
fascist.
so obviously you're going to think Harris was better.
I'm not even
That's
a
why.
Democrat.
That's all that is.
I'm not even a Democrat. Okay, I almost didn't vote for her because of the Democratic Party's complicity with Israel or whatever that state, that country, and the GSAT.
Yeah, most of the Democrats on the APEC payroll. I can show you a list of them.
And majority Republicans are as well. You can't both sides this argument. That's absolutely idiotic. You can't.
Cupping.
This is hilarious. I love this whole argument about how much money she blew when you have to spend the money during the campaign. What else was she going to do with the money besides spend it? People were sending her money. I would have done anything to spend the money also. That's how campaigns work. If you've ever worked with a campaign, which I have, not in the finance role, but you know that everything sent to them, they have to use and document. And really, she didn't blow it. It's all documented with the FEC. And now he leaves. That guy just really hates Kamala. For anybody that doesn't know him, he just can't stand her. And and I don't use this word lightly like Christine does. He's an actual misogynist. He said some really disgusting things about Kamala
But Divine,
in the past. So if
it's
you
funny
see him
that.
on a panel, just take him with a grain of salt, y'all.
Thanks for saying
But hey,
that.
Divine, it's funny, ladies, that he could talk about how much money she blew, but let's talk about all the money Trump blew where he couldn't pay his rent on any of his properties while he had to get his private jet repoed. Let's talk about all the money he blew. He probably blowing it on Epstein now, and who knows?
Well, and
The
like
reason why
Liberal
he
said,
couldn't pay his bills.
he bankrupted casinos. Like, how do you do that? Like,
Cha-ching. I mean, literally rigged in favor of the House, and this guy can't even manage that.
And Divine,
well, don't forget he bankrupted. He bankrupted Trump Water, Trump Airlines,
Trump State,
Trump Towers,
Fraud
Trump
guy,
University.
University. He's probably got
But don't
Trump
forget-
dildos.
Well,
but don't
Divine.
forget, from Trump's campaign, he's also got a massive millions of dollars that he hasn't paid to municipal airports just for landing his jet. It's crazy. Sorry,
Well,
I'll
Divine, to your point, I wanted to say to your point that like I'm not one of those folks that say, oh, if you didn't vote for Kamala, you're automatically a misogynist, you're automatically racist. Because there were issues with her run, but it's like people who are there who are actively saying that she was not a better choice than Trump. I think 8 or 9, 10 out of 10, they're a misogynist and they're a racist for sure. Because you just can't justify it any other way.
I don't think we'll win with that scenario, though. I think we actually have to just majorly attack Trump and his idiocracy without really talking about Kamala. I think we just need to be just downing Trump as much as possible and being real. I don't like this 50-year mortgage. I don't know what you guys think about that.
It's ridiculous. That's absolutely absurd.
That's dumb. I mean,
you're paying
interest
over $1
after you get
million
that?
for a fucking $250,000 house. But you wouldn't even get to $50,000 paid off until like of the principal, or $20,000 by like year 17.
Yeah. So what
It's
do you do with the
absurd.
interest on that? For whoever said that they like the 50-year mortgage, and it only dropped your payment like $300 or $400 a month. Like whoop-de-doo.
And it's perpetual debt
today.
too. You'd never get it fucking paid
20
off.
more years for
today.
$200-300 a month? I don't think so.
I read today that a $450,000 house on a 30-year loan, you pay like $480,000 in interest.
Oh my God!
On that same $450,000 house, if it was a 50-year, you'd pay over $1 million, and you wouldn't have half of it paid off until 30 years of the mortgage.
Right. No, I ran the numbers actually last night, and it was $1,048,000, I believe, $48,000 after the 50 years for a $250,000 house.
$250,000 house, okay.
And because it would be a higher risk, they'll also charge a slightly higher interest
I'm not
rate.
talking about how much. I'm talking about just the interest is over $1 million, not how much you pay for the house total. Just the interest on a $450,000 house. So it'd be $1,500,000 for that $450,000 house by the time it's all said and done.
Hey, wait a minute. This is the same thing as a principal, right? This is the same thing as a principal, right?
No, the principal on a $250,000 house is $250,000.
Okay.
So is 1.048 million was the number that you would pay total. So take $250,000 from that, and that's the amount of interest that you're paying on a $250,000.
It was $1 million interest on a $450,000 house, not the total you'd pay, just the interest.
Right, and 450, that's actually the average home price across the country. So you are going to find some 250,000 in some markets, but the average is actually 450 and going up. And this is why I'm a socialist, and I think we gotta have public housing, quality public housing options for everybody. Like Singapore, 80% of their people live in quality public housing. Vienna, Austria has an amazing public housing program that they've been developing since World War I. Germany, China, like every single developed nation in the world has these different options, and it's insane that we don't, and that they're basically trying to. I mean, it's all a form of slavery, if you ask me. Right? It's a comfortable cage.
Are you saying the housing would be for everybody across the board, or if you decide to go out on your own and make your own way, you're still able to do that? And these are just, see, it just
it's an option.
It's kind of okay
It's a combination, and in other countries we have these where there are these combinations, and it works really, really well.
But the point here, the point though, is that these idiots want. Well, I mean, they're pretty clever actually. These people want other people to be in perpetual debt. That's the point. Because that 50-year mortgage, fucking almost nobody's going to pay for that bitch. Right?
No,
it's never going to get paid off. It'll never be paid off. You'll do a home equity loan because your tire will go flat and you'll have, you know what I mean? You'll miss your fucking mortgage payment or whatever. So you'll refinance it at some point later in the future.
Yeah.
You'll never get out of it. And your family will never get out of it. And they want
Liberal,
I don't want to derail. I don't want to derail, but have you seen what Rob posted in Discord?
What? Who did what?
Raw posted something in Discord more about the e-files. I don't want to derail. Y'all can keep going. I just wanted to let Tim know if he didn't see it. I know he's working. Yeah.
Where?
Why did I repeat
that?
Yeah.
I like that.
Oh, yeah.
But liberal.
Something about.
But check it out though.
Something about you'll see how dirty Epstein is.
Hold on, I don't see Raw. Was it earlier or?
No, just a few minutes ago. Like within the last 15 minutes.
I don't see
the Raw-Raw's in the
anything.
comments.
Raw-Raw's okay. I see the Raw-Raw laughing.
So it might be at the top of the chat list of the chat room. If it's recent, it might be somewhere towards the top then.
Well, I don't see it. Oh, just posted another email. Okay, let me in Discord. Okay. Where at? In live chat? Raw-Raw?
He's breaking news.
Is it breaking news? Okay, let's see here.
Yeah, I'm reading the chat for you because I know you're looking.
I got it. Let's see.
We're gonna figure this out.
And of course, now the fucking TikTok, fucking.
Who phone was that? Was that your phone, liberal?
No, that's fucking TikTok.
Sound like elevator music.
No, that's that's TikTok making me do a fucking. Let me open link here. Okay, I got it. God, I can barely fucking read that. Let's see.
They're trying to stop our fun talk, man. They're trying to.
Yeah.
Okay. They're trying to oppress us.
And one of the emails released today, dated August 2018. This is from J.E. to Kathy Rumler. You see, I know how dirty Donald is. My guess is that non-lawyers, New York biz people have no idea what it means to have your fixer flip. Well, let me start at the bottom. Kathy Rumler wrote, here's a story from New York Times that I thought you'd find interesting. The principled case for impeachment is clear. What's missing is the courage. So Epstein wrote, I think he makes the argument that it was Trump's money, making it not illegal, though he also said he only found out afterwards. And the fact, according to the indictment, was billed as services rendered and grossed up. I'm sure his account has flipped anyway. I did talk in detail to Starr yesterday, re-indictments, how Trump can make a deal. Special counsel Clinton's trash can. Yes, Starr gave me more. Yeah. And then Kathy responded, makes no difference whether it was his money. Issue is failure to disclose. Plus, fact that he has lied his ass off about it makes it clear that he knew it was illegal. And then J.E. said, you see, I know how dirty Donald is. My guess is that non-lawyers, New York biz people have no idea what it means to have your fixer flip.
Yep. Ooh, I know what that means.
Yeah, he's talking about
now with the context. Yeah,
Michael Cohen.
Was that Kenneth Starr that he would have been talking to?
No, it's Kathy Rumler. Oh, Kenneth Starr is who I think he was talking about. Yes.
Talking about the guy that flipped on him.
Let me see. Epstein. because I know Ken Starr had some relation to that, was a member of his legal defense team in the mid-2000s. And he's the one that worked out that sweetheart deal where, you know, they couldn't go after people associated with them in that district in Florida, which is what Dumb Bitch is trying to claim gets her off the hook.
Slime ball alert. Just wanted to throw that out there.
Yeah, these motherfuckers, like, this has been, like, you know, we said this the whole time, and of course, you know, MAGA's just like, come on, give it to me deeper, daddy. I like the orange Cheeto. It's so good.
Come on, liberal.
I'm sorry. I can't. Like, I'm sorry.
That shit funny as fuck, bro.
I just let out a cackle that was Kamala worthy. The way I just like lost my mind.
Oh my God, I'm dying over here.
You could be talking about that email, and then they would turn around and say, "Oh, but let's talk about the missing children."
Shit.
You know,
You got me in tears over here, liberal.
Right.
You got me in tears.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I'm sure that Trump had them in tears too as they were gagging on it. I'm sorry. I could go all day with that.
I could too.
I'll stop.
Oh, y'all see his tail?
I'm sorry. The visuals. The visuals.
Y'all gotta see that.
Oh God. Okay, I gotta gather myself.
Forgive me, guys. That just.
Bruh, I be cracking myself up with so many. They're so fucking cretinous. They make it too easy not to roast them, man. They just make it easy. They constantly do shit that just make material. You don't even got to write your material down. It all might just come up with, you know what? This is how I feel about it.
Well, look at this. I feel bad for being so grotesque about it, but the reality is, look what the fuck these people were doing. They got pictures of this dude with all these young girls walking around. He's got a wet spot on his pants. Have you guys seen that fucking picture? This sick fuck.
Ew.
Yeah. Yes,
I haven't
disgusting.
done that since I was 15.
Yeah. Oh, he's like, they got them girls.
But this is why we all come to Lib's panel, because of the non-filter guys. Like, because sometimes you just gotta call a fucking spade a spade.
And
Lib, can I do
a mushroom?
PSA?
A mushroom. Yes, PSA. Go ahead.
Hey, ladies, boys, and girls, everyone of all sex and genders and sizes.
Oh, God.
I need you guys to tap that screen. Use 1, 2, or 3 fingers, because we know 3 fingers gets it there faster. Go ahead and tap the screen, share the live, send it out.
2 in the pink, 1 in the stink. 2 in the pink, 1 in the stink.
Let me finish, JT. And let me finish. Go ahead and share out the live to all of your friends and even that grandma that's just not getting it that Donald Trump is a piece of shit. Share it out, and especially repost it these days. Reposting adds it to your story and gets more people in. We got a good crew here. Guys, if you want to join the Discord, we're having all kinds of fun over there. Just contact Lib or one of the mods. They can get you an invite. And just anyway, have fun, and just remember that this room is not like the others. We're going to call everybody out if you're right, wrong, or in between. And at the same time, we're all going to take turns, one at a time. Love y'all.
Thank you. And for the record, I will not be sharing my Discord link. Well, we'll see. We'll see, I guess. I know you've been up here before, but just send me a message. And we'll talk about it.
You know what, though? His Republicans been flipping on him for years. I just heard something a couple of weeks ago from Mitt Romney finally growing the set of kahunas and flipping on Trump. Like, I'm like, bro, you know it's bad. You know it's bad when you go to a professional football game and everybody boos the fuck out of you.
That was awesome.
You know that you're a horrible president. This is gonna go down in history. Every prime minister, president, every dictator, prime minister, or president in other world countries are laughing at us right now because this motherfucker is embarrassing our entire country.
He sure
You know it's bad
is.
when Putin comes out and say bad shit about Putin. They used to be his best friend. You know it's bad when he come out and say shit about Orange Face. I'm like, bruh, You know what I'm saying? You got your allies that used to be been our allies for decades, for over 100 years. People who've been our allies, willing to work with us, all of them are taking their alliance elsewhere. As long as this motherfucker is behind the booho office.
Yeah. Now somebody was trying to get in there. Was that Divine?
Yeah.
Was that you? Okay.
Sorry, my
No,
ADHD.
you're good.
Yeah. So one thing about that game that I want you all to be aware of in these debate streets. I woke up really early this morning, couldn't sleep, and was in a couple of friendly lives with some well-known MAGA. So because Donald Trump at that game was doing an enlistment, the new MAGA talking point is that now liberals hate the troops because they were booing him while delivering the oath of enlistment. Now, I know that everyone here is has some comprehension skills, and we all realize that we were booing the man, not the enlistment. But I want you all to be aware that that is the new talking point. They are all saying that we hate the troops, which is absolutely fucking ridiculous because we all know that Donald Trump hates the troops. And I'll land my plane there.
Yeah.
Man, that whole talking point that they're trying to create is just dotish as fuck. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Let's see. Open. You have spoken since you got here, right? I think I heard you
Just
earlier.
a little bit, but I don't need to take up the room. If you need to drop me, you guys go right ahead.
No. I was gonna say go ahead if you hadn't spoken yet because I wasn't sure.
I do like simplifying the message. I don't think we're going to be able to communicate to the people that have knuckle injuries from the drag with a complicated message that makes sense to everybody here on this live, but we need to be just simple as possible. We need to Mondami the message like he did. He was very, very successful in delivering a simple message, and that's how we're going to make it happen. So that's all. I love the complex messages, but you go into history or anything else like that, it's just they're not going to get it. They're just
I agree.
not.
Yeah, get 5 ideas and stick to those, and that's what the campaigns need to do.
Hey,
who is
Daniel
traveling through light speed? Who is that?
Benjamin.
Is that me? My bad. I'm walking outside.
Sounds like you're in a
Sorry.
fucking Star Trek episode.
Oh, that is. Yeah,
beat me up, Scotty.
Sorry, I'm
Yo,
muting
Liberal, did Daniel chime in on any of this? I don't think
I'm
we
not
heard him.
sure. Daniel?
In the bottom right.
And then Benjamin, I know Benjamin had
My wife just came home. Can I take a couple-minute break?
Well, sure.
Just bypass me?
Sure. Yeah, Benjamin, go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me? Hey,
Yeah.
Tim, can you explain to me what is so important about Israel? And I keep hearing Israel. They're working with Israel. What the hell is up with Israel? Why? I just don't understand what's so important about Israel. If that makes sense,
Sure.
how are they controlling us, or what do we owe to them, or how are they,
Well, okay, so I can't say for certain what the goal is. I can assume and speculate what the goal is and then be called an anti-Semite and a conspiracy theorist, right? But what I do know is that this is a nation who has unalived our soldiers, and then the U.S. covered it up for them. I also know that both of our parties suck, and they generally, protect corporations and greedy people. And what I know is that they always seem to come together on this one fucking issue and always support this country. We have states who have passed anti-BDS laws saying that you can't work for the state if you are engaged in or work for a company that will boycott Israeli products. And so there is this concerted effort to coddle the ballsack of this country for some fucking weird-ass reason. And then it turns around and you find out that Epstein, when he was first busted, they had acknowledged that it was part of some intelligence operation, and then zip, thereafter. They didn't say any fucking thing about it. And then the emails come out that he was in connection with Ehud Barak, who's the former prime minister of Israel. So, in fact, they were doing these things, and it was some kind of intelligence operation. And then you go back through history and you realize that every fucking time some crazy fucking shit happens, you've got some fucking weird involvement from people who are from Israel. What that reason is, why they do it, you can come to your own conclusions about that, but I don't know. For example, on 9/11, this is a fact, you can look it up. There were these people that were dancing and joyous as they're watching the fucking towers burn and collapse, clapping and high-fiving and shit. And then when they get pulled over because somebody called and they're like, hey, there's these fucking people in this van. Here's the license plate. So they report it to the police as, the towers are burning and shit. Police pull them over, 5 fucking people from Israel. And it turns out it was part of a, quote, moving company that they then investigated. All this is real. I'm not making this shit up. They investigated this moving company. It turned out that they then would later acknowledge that at least 2 of them were part of some intelligence operation. And they were like, oh, no. Well, we were monitoring Palestinians who were in here doing bad shit. That's what they claimed. And then the other fucking, those dancing Israelis, as they call them, they go on to national TV in Israel and they tell the world, well, we were there to document the event. That's the words that they fucking said. I didn't make it up. I'm not exaggerating. So why they do it and what the purpose is, I don't know. But it seems like every time something happens, you got fingers all over it. So take that what you will.
I just know that it's always, it's like I'm trying to figure out what we stand to gain. I thought it was forever religious reasons, but I don't know. I mean, I get what you're saying. I just still can't figure out what we stand to gain from being under their thumb or
nothing.
But at the end of the day, there's shit that we will go to the grave not understanding. 90% of this world, we're going to go to the grave and never understand what the fuck we were actually dealing with, doing.
Right. And people are unwilling to speculate because they don't want to be called a racist. They don't want to be called a conspiracy theorist. But the fact is that when you have all these coincidences and circumstances, you have to look at it and acknowledge these things. Right.
I mean,
AIPAC is another example. I forget who it was that was being interviewed by Tucker Carlson. He's like, I'm the only one that doesn't have an AIPAC guy. They all have an AIPAC guy, some fucking representative that tells them like what to do, and they run this shit by them first. It's fucking weird, man. It's weird.
So one of the things I got to jump in. I got to drop down. I got to run in for a meeting. Thanks, Liv, for coming on a little early for me today. I greatly appreciate it. Y'all have fun. I will be out of the comments, and I'll see y'all around.
We'll see ya.
Absolutely.
Bye-bye.
Tim, your APAC guy? Oh, you got a connection to come on early?
I need my APAC guy before I can answer that question.
Hey.
I've been hearing. I've been labeled a conspiracy theorist for the past 9 or 10 years when I ask questions that was like not making sense. I mean, like so many questions, whether it's been Hollywood, whether it was Hollywood celebrities and how they sell out or whether it was what's going on with the government and shit that they cover up or whatever. And soon as even if it's a pastor, these televised evangelist pastors on TV like TD Jason, Kendall Copeland, anytime I question them or whatever and question somebody's heroes or hold them to the fire, they quick to call me, you a conspiracy theorist or you a D worshiper. Oh no, pause. You a devout worshiper or something. I was like, that word doesn't even bother us, quote unquote, woke people anymore.
Yeah, I mean, no telling what. Just for instance, like Elon, no telling what that guy actually knows or is involved with, and we'll never know because we're not in that circle, and we'll never be allowed in that circle. It's a billionaire club, and what they control and how they use us as pawns.
We can say that we don't want a circle that exists in complete and total opaqueness where we don't have any idea what the fuck it is they're doing, yet they're deciding for everybody else what we're doing. And let me just play this for you. This is a Mossad agent on 60 Minutes talking about the pagers attacks, right? Just listen to what he says and how he says it.
That they are working with the Mossad.
And neither did Hezbollah.
When they are buying from us, they have zero clue that they are buying from the Mossad. We make like Truman Show. Everything is controlled by us behind the scene. In their experience, everything is normal. Everything was 100% kosher, including businessmen, marketing, engineers, showroom, everything.
To further the plot, Mossad hired the Gold Apollo saleswoman Hezbollah was...
Yeah, and let me get over to, I think it's here. Let me see. Right. There's another point in this where he talks about it basically, essentially they create this fake ass shit that everybody believes, and they're like gloating about it. They think it's great because they're so smart and they're so clever. I mean, this was something they did and sat on for 10 years, man, and then blew them up out of fucking nowhere. These people are some of these people are evil. Just absolutely evil. Don't all talk at once now.
Well,
I was just as shocked as you guys are.
I was trying to compute all that, and I thought you were going to show another something, but no, I was just running through my head when he said we made it like the Truman Show. That is so fucked up.
Yeah.
And you know, and liberal was right. That's why one of the labels I got called a conspiracy theorist is when I would used to talk about chemtrails, them jets that be spraying them stuff and creating them fake clouds in the air that has botulinum and all type of other poisonous chemicals they spray in our atmosphere.
Well, okay. We got to be
contrails.
Yeah, contrails. We got to be careful with that. For some reason, that and fucking jabs, and there are several other topics that they'll take the live down with.
Hey Tim, I got to take the grandbaby out.
I'll rest on that note then, but
yeah,
you got what I was saying though.
Yes, I understand that.
Piggybacking off what, it was right to piggyback on what you were saying. Yeah.
Yes, Benjamin. Okay, yeah, I appreciate it. And technically, the live did end at 1:00. I still never met my goal, but I just continued because it seemed like a very good conversation either way. So, but Ben, we'll catch you later, man.
This is healthy.
Yeah,
this is actually a healthy talk.
Yep.
It's like 70 degrees here, and
fucking
my wife's off today, and so we're gonna go take the grandbaby and go find the park and go play around or whatever. So
eat some dirt.
We'll see y'all tomorrow.
Touch some grass.
Yeah.
All right,
exactly.
man.
Yeah.
All right, man. We'll catch you later.
Okay.
And with that,
Later,
guys, I'm going to go ahead and just shut her down. I appreciate everybody. Thank you all for being the people that were up on the panel. I appreciate a great conversation. And for all of you that have supported the live with gifts and tapping, I really appreciate it. I'll be back tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Central Time. We'll see you there. Peace.
Thanks so much, Tim. You're the best.
And you ended with 70,000 likes. So that's
Fucking
good. And thanks for having me in your home, too,
Yeah, man.
by the way, my brother.
Thanks, JT.
Thanks.
Peace.